all right. I had to scramble a little bit, and I realized that I haven't pushed all of the buttons that I'm supposed to push before the beginning of the stream, and I've got a minute to go. All right. Okay, I see that camera 7 needs some adjusting. We will look at the kitties that we can see just yet. You can see Mason looking out the tree bottom center down there. To the left, you can see Sky. I have adjusted that camera a little bit in some of the object placement so that there is an additional cat napping spot nearby. Then we have Ember over there, top left, sitting in the cat tree, which is not terribly common for her. That's not one of her normal spots. You know, let's adjust that camera really quick here. Here, while we're waiting, pause. Yeah, there we go. Danganronpa menu music. Hey, Sherbet joined us in the play area down there. We'll see how long that lasts. Okay, let's see if we can get this camera to behave. Not quite there. It's potentially gonna do. I'd have to fiddle with the cropping. But this will let us see one laying on the pillow and where Sky is. You can see Sky was and still is staring right at the camera at the moment. Since he could hear it moving, the little motors, so. Yes. But Danganronpa time. Danganronpa time. In we go. I think. You ever had one of those moments where your whole... It's not just your train of thought, but where you find yourself stopping and being like, what am I doing right now? Oh, it's been like that the past couple days now. But in we get. Okay, where were we? This one. Let's see, we just finished the trial where we found out how Sakura died, and that neither Toko nor Hiro had actually killed her. Okay, this is I think the 16th student they're mentioning. Mukuru Ikusaba. Hey there, Ethan. Welcome. Yeah, that's working well enough. How are you doing today? I see you've joined us a little earlier than recently.
Mukuro Ikusaba, the 16th student, lying hidden somewhere in this school.
Kyoko immediately confirming that what I thought was accurate. Checking the setting here, as is tradition. Should do. Yeah. That. That. As always, I find that there are other things that I should have pressed. Options, other toggles, things what to do. Okay, okay, for realsies. How you doing today, Ethan?
The one they call the ultimate despair. Watch out for her.
Kyoko told me to watch out for her. Mukuru Ikusaba. That was 3 days before the next incident. Oh man, spoilers, Makoto. Doing better, Ethan. Doing better. Think. Words. Yesterday was a day. Technically, the night before was a thing as well. The night in the morning and much of yesterday. But everything is fine now. We absolutely forced an extra long recharge cycle, and now everything is okay. Perfectly fine. 3 days before we would be faced with another murder. Three days before the worst thing so far would reveal itself. That mask that the person draped in what looks like a lab coat, that mask that they're wearing is the mask that the unknown assailant that knocked Makoto out when he went into the hidden room was wearing. That sentence went on a little bit, but this is the mask of the person that knocked Makoto out. Hey there, Revy. It was. If I have enough trouble sleeping, then eventually what happens is what I refer to flipping over, and that is I get less and less sleep for long enough that eventually I can't sleep, and then it reaches a point where it either has to be a pass out or a chemical scenario. Welcome, Tess. The 100-mile dash, pain of the junk food junkie. How are you two doing today, Revy, Tess? In the meantime, the day after Sakura's class trial, that morning in the dining hall. So let's begin the post-trial investigation. Hey, you didn't make small talk or anything. We never just get straight to the point like that. If you want to keep up with me, you must refrain from pointless small talk. So, when they found out that Sakura was supposed to be like a plant by the orchestrator of the murder game, Byakuya and Toko, mostly Byakuya and Toko, followed him. Started coming to the breakfast meetings under the guise of it was more safe. But I wonder if Byakuya is here now because he realized, well, because of the shock of essentially being wrong during the class trial, and maybe realizes that he might need some assistance. Yeah, finding a time to do the prescription run is always a bit of a thing, Tass. It's like Revy needs to do some shopping too. Heard Sherbet come flying over onto a shelf a moment ago there. Goes zipping by, heading left, skids to a halt, then casually walks back the way they came, right. Is he visible? Ah, just off camera. Do you want to keep up? Yep, from Pointless Small Talk. Geez, how high is that horse of yours?
Well,
he just acts like that to hide his own insecurities. That's what I like to think anyway. I think it's a little from A and B, is that Byakuya's social position and the self-confidence / arrogance to go with it has put them in a position where they feel justified to look down on everybody, and the capabilities that has granted them sometimes justify that. But again, I think the last class trial put a chink in that armor. Regardless, if you want to defeat the mastermind, you need to follow my lead. They creep around the school like a mouse, but the mastermind's pride is bloated as a cow's udder. Well, there's a set of similes back to back, huh?
in the name of my family.
No matter what it takes, I will rid this world of them.
Huh?
Hey, Toko, you've been pretty quiet. I think the other thing is that Byakuya was viewing this as a game. Like, to them, it was a game. They felt too superior in their ability to evade being killed and then to play the detective game and get it right. The reveal that there was a plant that was going to be used to force a murder to happen, paired with them being incorrect, did shake them and made them think, at the very least, this game isn't fun anymore, it's rigged. Exactly, Tass. The time is ticking on Byakuya being able to fulfill that oath. And you're so boring now. You just sit there like a mushroom. Gonna start calling you Miss Mushroom.
What's your deal?
She didn't snap back at you. Her talking makes things difficult, so I told her not to open her mouth without permission. What? She doesn't open her mouth, she can't eat or drink water. I don't care.
How about that?
You're okay with that, Toko? Apparently she's down with it. How low is that rock you're hiding under?
Whew.
I believe this is the small talk Byakuya warned us against.
Come on.
And yet, I let myself get involved. It is now finished. I will never allow you to drag me down to your level again. Want to bet?
Let's go.
We're going to begin our search. Stop running your mouths and start moving your legs. Pressured by how obviously irritated Byakuya... by an obviously irritated Byakuya, we all started our exploration. Okay, let us begin the normal pattern. We are going to go and teleport ourselves up to the shop. And dump off all these coins that we earned in the trial. Cost us 15 to get a 1 and 3. And we're still under 50. Was a cover on that book. The Very Strange Bra. A rock. Maybe a sharpening stone? That's a crossbow. Sort of statue face. That was a whip. Von Karma, the secret student. It's a brown lump. An anthropomorphized radio. Sunflower seeds. I was trying to... Oh, there we go. That button. We just have to remember what's the exit button in this particular scenario. Okay, okay. And we go up to... fifth floor time. No worries, Spooky. We didn't have a stream yesterday. I don't know if you mean Tuesday was when you didn't appear. If so, I have forgotten. As I do. But we didn't have a stream yesterday. So if that's the day you missed, you didn't miss anything. I am on the 5th floor of Hope's Peak Academy. The 5th floor has been opened up to... Maggie has some, has a habit of doing the repeated sentence. You know, I have arrived on the 5th floor. The 5th floor was where I found myself. With the 5th floor open, I went from the 4th floor to the 5th floor. Here on the 5th floor, I decided to start looking around. It's totally different from all the floors we've seen up till now. For some reason, it feels unpleasant. In any event, Spooky, no worries. You gotta do what you gotta do. Nighttime secrets. He's so dirty. Huh. Okay, so the Catch Me If You Can is followed by a heart, and there are little sparkle gleams around Makoto. The look on Monokuma's face gives a particular tone to the punish you, with it being less of a U that is trailing. The little squiggle means it's trailing. Like the screamed like you kind of thing, and more of a tailing off you, kind of like the OU. She wants to talk to me about something. Toko, what's wrong? Pause. Pause. She trying to say something? I think she's almost just a little more, and I might get it. I'm sorry, but I have no idea what it is you're trying to tell me. She's trying to do her normal, like, angry accusations out of nowhere kind of thing, but through pantomime. Just let her shoulders drop. She looks so sad. Yes, she gave up. These drawings... I do have to wonder, is the implication that Monokuma is the one doing them, or is it someone else? Because they're always present by the time we get there, but there's usually another student up here by the time we get there. So perhaps one of the other students is rushing here to do those drawings. And that perhaps this is Toko's, Makoto/Monokuma fanfic. Wow. You have to give this school credit. Like, they have a self-contained outdoor style dojo style kind of thing with sakura trees in bloom. But this place doesn't seem to have, like, windows at the top. So there is some sort of, like, artificial sunlight built into this location. And it's on the 5th floor. Suit of armor. It's extremely Japanese. Though this room is completely enclosed, there's a cherry tree planted here, and it's in full bloom.
Hey,
It's quite elegant. Is this what you consider elegant?
Indeed.
I lived overseas for a long time, so this kind of Japanese-style scenery is refreshing. But considering our situation, isn't it kinda out of place? What Kyoko told me yesterday. What the heck did it mean?
Yukiro Ikusaba, the 16th student, lying hidden somewhere in this school.
Just a few minutes past, they had already said this to us. Like, they replayed this again. So this is replay of this scene number 2.
The one they call the ultimate despair. Watch out for her.
Kyoko? I'm not going to say anything. Huh? I can't say anything. Kyoko narrowed her eyes. Her gaze darted up to the surveillance camera.
Hey.
You understand why, right? She was trying to tell me that whatever it was important. The mastermind couldn't find out. But how did Kyoko get her hands on information that could be that important? Same way Kyoko's been doing everything that Kyoko's been doing. With skills we are not aware of at this time.
So then,
We're finished here. Oh man, just like we discovered that there actually is Star Trek Phoenix Wright crossover fanfiction. Wouldn't it be kind of neat to have a Danganronpa style game, like this full investigation kind of thing, with the slow murder game, but with all the Phoenix Wright characters? Oh, that would be amusing, wouldn't it? Button. Just like usual, I didn't understand anything better than before. More lockers that surely we won't check. Straw post used for sword practice. Did they use it for training here too? Nah, they used it for stuffing coins into. Bunch of wooden lockers here. Wooden lockers and keys reminded me of super old school public bathhouses. That target seems pretty far away. Gotta say, pretty proud of my eyesight. Be able to see black and white things on the center of a very dark tan backing. What is only, what would you think, an extra 50% further away than the incinerator was in the garbage room? Makoto trying to make it sound like he's proud of, his incredibly average eyesight. Wow. Are six corpse blossoms. Remember, aren't those the ones that only bloom every like once a year or something like that, or once every many years? Don't recall. I mean, the Venus flytraps and pitcher plants are gigantic. Maybe I'm thinking of the one up above? Sprinkler. Those nozzles poking out. Are those the sprinklers? Or they're really worried about spontaneous fires breaking out in the greenhouse. What is this? Thing is super weird and super creepy. Flowers aren't supposed to get this big. Is this thing real?
Watch out!
What? That's a Monokuma flower. I came up with the name myself. Try and touch it, and you're in for some real excitement. Your heart's all like, whoa, and the plant's all like, snap, and your flesh is all like, blah, I'm dead. Other words, it's a monstrosity. It's pretty frickin' amazing, if I do say so myself. A student at Hope's Peak added improvement after improvement and created this miracle creature. The ultimate botanist. Although they don't go here anymore. They died during the tragedy.
Actually...
Once again, capitalized, proper noun, the tragedy. By the way, despite how it looks, that flower is super practical. It can eat paper, plastic, even people. So it's totally good for the environment.
Well done.
Such an eco-friendly creation is vital for the future growth of a healthy society. I mean, given the death rate that this whole system that they've set up has, you'd expect that having some really convenient way to dispose of corpses would actually be very important. Because they have the air cycling system, the oxygen generator thing. So you'd expect that they've got some way of... The presence of the incinerator would mean that they'd have to have some sort of ventilation so that the smoke wouldn't build up. Even with some device capable of preserving, like, generating actual breathable air from, you know, the stuff in the environment, you know? You'd still need to be able to fully deal with the corpses. Maybe the assumption is that the incinerator would, and then the smoke could also be rendered into breathable air by the magic physics lab device. Hard to say. I'm not up with the current design specs for your, you know, schools turned into sealed murder game environments. There's always been a lot of advances in that field. Oh, which now feels like social commentary for the modern day, now that I think about it. That joke got dark. Not that I know anything about that myself. Spouting more and more nonsense, Monokuma eventually disappeared. Whatever it is, I'd better keep my distance.
Yo.
First, I thought I saw blue skies, but turns out they just painted the walls and ceiling.
You know?
Oh, but the plants are real. It's been a while since I smelled vegetation. It helps me relax.
What the heck?
That's not what you're thinking, is it? Huh? Why is that bad? Don't you get it? Don't you realize the true horror of plant life? It's there, just beneath the surface. Beneath their calm exterior, they're always watching and waiting. When they decide they can't leave us in charge of the Earth anymore, they'll put their plan for global human extinction into action.
Well?
I'm serious. One of the monitors. Actually, no, it's totally useless no matter what. Some kind of control panel near the wall. Does it control the air conditioning? It's for the sprinklers. Sprinklers? Yeah, it controls the sprinklers in the garden. The sprinklers are set to go off every morning at 7:30. Don't you dare change it without permission. Of course, the setting panel is locked, so you couldn't change it if you wanted to. This will be important later. Sometimes they sort of run up and smack you in the back of the head with a tip for the upcoming trial, you know? Just sort of grab your head and rub your nose in it a little bit. This is a clue. A clue. Do you see the clue? Just take a moment to appreciate Monokuma's theme here. Yep, you got it. It's super user-friendly, which sucks. So if you get here too early, you'll get drenched, so watch yourself. You're not a little kid, right? You're too old to go running through sprinklers anyway. Or do you have some kind of water fetish? I'm gonna tell everyone. A chicken coop. What's a chicken coop doing here? It does indeed contain chicken. This place even has chickens, huh? They're just regular chickens, right? Like, they don't eat people or lay bombs instead of eggs or something crazy like that. Seems safe. Chicken. It's a chicken. Doesn't have, like, a second form, right? He's showing a great deal of caution around the chickens compared to other things. Really alive, right? No mistake? It's a chicken. Really is, right? Like, I can say that for sure. I like how each one has a different phrase right now. It's a chicken. It's not expecting to be fed like humans, is it? It's a chicken. It's not gonna, like, lay a bomb, is it? Step away from the chicken coop. It's less of a question and more of a command. Comply. Oh, you like chickens too, Makoto? You like chickens too, Makoto? Yeah, I love these little guys. They're seriously cute, right? And there's exactly 5 of them here. Exactly? 5, you know, the number that comes after 4 and before 6. At least in terms of natural numbers. Anyway, whenever the number 5 pops up, that's a good omen. It contains the mysteries of the cosmos.
Right.
It's a number of power, a refreshing number, on par with hand-squeezed all-natural lemonade. Speaking of beverage. Just a moment. Just a moment. Let's see here. Do a quick cat check. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Is one of the places that Sky likes to hang out. He'll use that little scratchy thing as a kind of like an armrest almost. Got 3 of them on camera. Look at that. Nice. Never lets me get a word in edgewise. Just to be sure, I should take a look in that tool shed. It seems totally disorganized. From a lawnmower to fertilizer, flower pots to farm tools. And leaning against the back wall? Is that a pickaxe? Hold on. Monokuro. Wonder if there's a play on that name going on. Even with this here, who's actually going to take care of the lawn? So many flower pots. Big ones, little ones, any size you might need. Maybe I'll grow some flowers to put in my room. Crazy Diamond. Wasn't Crazy Diamond the name of the motorcycle gang that Mondo was part of? Crazy Diamond? I feel like yep, remember seeing that somewhere. Different kinds of gardening tools here. Are they trying to get us to become self-sufficient? Bags of fertilizer are piled up. There are so many different kinds to choose from. But additionally, I like how I've mentioned before, I like how the objects appear in the room. So you have like the stage being set, like the base box being created, and then for this area, all the plants pop out in sequence. Like you have the big plants in the middle, then the kind of sides and whatnot sweep around, popping out, but the buildings drop down into place. Very cool. Very cool. Or when, no matter where, surveillance cameras are following our every move. I mean, they're absolutely everywhere. How many cameras does this place have? This floor feels different compared to all the others. I'm not sure what it is. There's some reason for that? I hope it's not anything too creepy. Oh. Well then. This classroom is a little bit different from the others. I can't quite put my finger on it. Maybe it just lacks for the chalk drawing, you know? I'm sure that's it. If it just had a chalk drawing, it would be just like the other ones. What the hell is this? The grotesque horror of the room struck me hard and fast. What I saw was bad enough, but what I smelled was sour, pungent, impossibly rank. It smells awful, doesn't it? They even ripped the hands off the clock. Must be at least vaguely familiar to you. After all, you've been around your fair share of corpses. Are you saying It's the smell of death, their flesh and fat and blood. There's no surprise to in his voice, no shock. But he was right. I had experienced this smell more than once before. It was the smell of death and despair. The smell here is strong, condensed. It's the smell of a battlefield. Monokuma must have...
Hey, come on.
What,
now.
my fault again? Stop trying to blame everything on me. If you hadn't done what you did, this never would have happened.
Unbelievable.
No, it's quite the opposite. The opposite?
Now then.
Let me give you an itty-bitty, eegee-squeegee little hint. Like, I've heard eensy weensy, but eegee squeegee is much better. Oh, that one's fun. As far as this room goes, I don't know a thing. I just left it exactly how I found it. What?
Yes, indeed.
How's that for a hint? Better than those stupid hints you get from NPCs and those mean old RPGs.
Oh.
But it's pretty scary, huh? Blood all over the walls and junk. Of course, even in the outside world, people die bloody, gruesome deaths every day.
I can't wait. I can't wait.
So it's not really a big deal. Just keep your chin up and keep on living, soldier. What is he talking about? Just left it the way he found it? What's the meaning of all this? Wow. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bodies minimum. Oh, 8 chalk outlines. That's actually a good point, Tass. This place does not have the hot pink blood. Even the dead body we saw at the start in the little teaser event still had the hot pink blood. This place doesn't. I wonder if that's supposed to be telling us anything. Like, this place is separate and fully distinct of the events taking place in the game up till now. And Monokuma said that this place was left as he found it. So maybe what we're looking at is, or the idea that we're looking at is that this is an incident, well, they're making a hard distinction between this thing that predates the Killing game and the actual one. Maybe the blood being hot pink is actually a thing that's happening due to whatever they did to knock everybody out to bring them to this environment. And something about the whole process also damages the brain in a way that makes everybody look past that entirely. Like, they see the hot pink blood and they're like, that's normal. They see this and they're like, that too is normal. Blood all over the place. I want to shut my eyes forever against such a ghastly sight. Appears all the bloodstains are dry. And their color has changed as well. I think it's safe to assume these stains are considerably old. So, yeah, either the artist forgot, Tass. I find that a little harder to believe. Given how consistent they've been. All the little like comic book panels, all all of the scenes anywhere else, all the still frames, everything have had it. This is the first time it hasn't. But given our kind of like tongue-in-cheek conversation on this, Byakuya just said their color has changed as well. So he's probably assuming, he's probably saying, oh, well, it's dried blood. But if that were the case, we wouldn't have this nice, like, deep red color anymore. Is he saying the color has changed? It's not hot pink anymore? Camera 1 having some difficulties again. See if it settles down or if it conks out again. Hey there, casemate. I could see that. I mean, it's... There's a lot of... It's, if you wanted to make it look real, you've got a lot of different variables with blood. It's not like it's just, you know, it's not just red. There's effectively the colored particles floating inside of it with different densities and create different colors. And there's an assumption that people will make when they see it that it should look particular colors, you know, like it's supposed to look that way, even if that's not how it should really look. It's supposed to look a particular way to look right. Oh yeah, that would be fiddly, wouldn't it? Since you wouldn't want it to turn into, like, blood jello, you know? I don't think anybody wants anything to turn into blood jello. But especially in the case of trying to do special effects blood, you wouldn't want blood jello if you wanted it to be, like, you know, coagulating. Just, these aren't things that people normally think of when they're watching their, you know, their splatter horror movies. How much effort goes into getting the gore just so? Of course, I wouldn't find it interesting otherwise. It is interesting, I assure you. What on earth happened in this classroom? Seems like he's enjoying himself. No way I can keep up with someone like that. It can be fun to watch people like describe and or demonstrate practical special effects and set work. There are some things that you can do with CGI, but there are also some things that you want people to be able to realistically, physically interact with. And that's where those practical special effects and the like come into play. And just the amazing variety of things that go into the construction of those kind of scenes and objects. Byakuya, about what Monokuma just told us. Like I'm not even here. He must be lost in thought. Is he really thinking that hard? Or is he just flat out ignoring me? Nope, camera one's spacing out again. I'd hoped that I fixed that, but clearly not. I think there might just be something wrong with camera 1, which is unfortunate. There are white chalk outlines drawn all over the floor. How many bodies were there? I've seen this kind of thing on detective shows and the like. You always see it at the scene of a murder. I think another fun thing with practical special effects is it makes you consider things in a different way. Like, it's possible for people to get to. I think it's more likely and more easily. It happens more easily that people get sort of out of control with CGI. Like they try to add too much detail to something and start heading into a sort of it gets almost into like it's kind of that uncanny valley territory. Is you're adding it's not that you have so little detail that it's obvious that it's not that it's CGI necessarily. It's that there's so much detail, so many little bitty things added to it, or moving parts in similar, and lighting touches and whatnot, that it starts to stand out that those details don't make sense, one way or the other. Like the lighting's a little too perfect. There are so many moving parts on it that it doesn't feel like something somebody could have actually done. The newer prequel to the Thing movie. While I don't think the monster was bad, they went to the point of having so many little like tentacles and moving parts on it that it ended up feeling like it was, I think, too busy. And it didn't call out any one particular point. So, in the effort to make something more detailed, they ended up making it a more complicated blob. And I find that that's easier to spot as CGI. Not in that it's intrinsically like, oh, it's terribly obvious. It's that it seems less real when there's so much going on, Semi-related, there is a YouTube channel that I like. I think it's Will McDaniel. And he does these little, almost cartoonish, but they are, like handmade puppets that are very fleshy, meaty kind of look to them. Definitely not built to be natural looking creatures, but they have that he goes for a lot of like wet meat looks to them. So if you want to see somebody that handcrafts some very like kind of strange puppets, that's a good channel to look up. Wish I could say I don't believe it. Well, this seems to be a wasteful hallway. Raw. Rattle, rattle. It's locked. Came all this way just to be denied here. Sign in the hall says Biolab. Biolab that we're forbidden from seeing into. Kinda sounds like something out of an old cheesy horror movie. Guess I've seen what there is to see up here for now. But once again, nothing I found seems to make any real sense. So we were just getting started with the day following Sakura's death and the associated trial. We have Kyoko mentioning to us the 16th student, which came up at the end of that. Mukuro Ikusabe or Ikusaba, something like that. The ultimate despair. The idea of a 16th student was called out at the first trial, since there were 16 stands for people during the voting. Kyoko had mentioned that, and it has been flashbacked for us twice now on this day, so it's critically important. Since another death and trial occurred, we now have the 5th floor to access. Back to the dining hall. After another, everyone made their way to the dining hall, and before too long, seems everyone has returned. But still, it's just the 6 of us. That's barely enough for a decent volleyball team.
Just a second.
Hey, don't be a sourpuss. We gotta think positive. Besides, even if one more person dies, we can still field a basketball team. Because that's what's important about that concept. Not the fact that it's such a small number, it's which sport we're able to play. That's what we should be thinking about in the middle of the death game. Is can we get team death game together? We'll be facing off in a league against Team Horror Movie. And let's see, who else would be involved here? Nope, my joke has trailed off. Too bad. That's right, I mean... It's one of those, okay, we've investigated. You don't see a lot of people talking about how they're spending their time or hanging out, that kind of thing. Yeah, there's a lot of fixation when the murders happen, but you'd expect a lot more, like, hey, you want to go play a board game or something like that. Not in that they should be flippant about all the death that's happening, but that trying to do anything else just seems to lead to more death. So, you know, maybe play a little boggle or something like that. Maybe try to come up with some other stuff. Though, I mean, really, they do imply that people are doing other things, like Sakura and exercising, that kind of thing. But you'd expect more of the small time chat would imply that kind of thing. Like, how are they spending their time? So as to keep their mind off of the death of their friends slash the imminent threat of death by their friends. Feels like something that you wouldn't want to dwell on. It's like reverse positive thinking. Anyway, there's no time to be depressed. For the sake of everyone we've lost, we have to do our best. We all stop this group hug nonsense. We need to find out what everyone discovered. Yeah. Okay, we're just gonna... let that camera shut down for a little bit.
Yeah.
I checked all the windows on the 5th floor, front and back. That used to be kind of be Sakura's job, but anyway, no dice. There were metal plates on all the windows, just like everywhere else.
Correct.
Which means no chance of escape on the 5th floor either.
So,
When I looked around, I realized there was something about the layout of the school. Exactly did you notice about the layout of the school?
Just a second.
You took a good look around the 5th floor yourself, didn't you, Makoto? Why do you ask? Because if you did, you must have noticed. The 5th floor is lacking something every other floor has. Something on all the other floors, but not on the 5th floor? Are you talking about stairs? There aren't any stairs leading up from the 5th floor. That's what you're talking about, right? I mean... yeah, that's a relevant detail. But that was a really strange way to call it out, like, as if it were some sort of mystery to be unraveled by the team. Like, yeah, it looks like the 5th floor is the top floor, is, I think, the more rational way to put it.
Correct.
We're finally starting to get a clear picture of this school. All that's left now is to solve the underlying mystery. But that's the hardest part.
okay.
Even if it's hard, we still gotta do it. Possibly phrasing. Yeah, Hina's right. Everything will be okay as long as we work together. I'm sure we'll make it out of this. No, not I'm sure. We absolutely will make it out, no matter what it takes. No matter how many of you have to die to do it. We will make it out of this alive. Makoto using the royal we in this.
Hey,
My concern is with the biolab. That was the only place on the 5th floor we couldn't access. Biolab, huh? Wonder what's in there.
Could it be?
If this were like a cliche horror game, it'd be some kind of creature, final boss, tyrant, or...
But
We're not in a horror game, though. I mean, you kinda are. And not just in a, we, me and the viewers here are playing a game, but more of in world, canonically, this is a death game. This is actually a death game you are playing, which is kind of a horror movie scenario / horror game scenario. Either way, we don't need to worry about it at the moment. Don't bother thinking about something that can't be understood, no matter how much you think about it. Suddenly, Byakuya, despite still doing it sort of back of the hand and salty sometimes, is very useful now. Like, he's a participant along with everybody else now that he's not, pretending to be Sherlock Holmes.
Naturally.
There's the back of the hand part. Your tiny brains can only do so much, so focus on utilizing them efficiently.
Well...
I don't really like how you said it, but what you said is probably right.
What?
No, how I said it is right too. Oh. Even nice Byakuya is kind of a jerk. There's a big garden up on the 5th floor, and I found more than one thing to be worried about. A stupidly large plant, a chicken coop, and I know what you're going to say, but a tool shed. Monokuma said that was called a Monokuma flower. Even touching it seems dangerous, so we have to be careful.
Serious?
It's totally a man-eating plant. I'm pretty sure it's different from the one that lived in the pipe, though. That lives in the pipe. I don't think we've been told of the man-eating plant that lives in the pipe. Is this another, heroism? Anyway, that thing must benefit from the sprinkler system as much as anything else in there. Oh yeah, apparently the sprinklers come on every morning at 7:30 on the dot. I remember that. You don't want to get drenched and catch a cold.
Yeah.
Well, you don't have to worry. They say idiots never catch colds, Wow. A dig from Aoi. Of course not, because idiots never get wet. And then hero right into another heroism. I think you're thinking of ducks. Starting to worry about you, hero. Can you tell me what 10 plus 10 is?
What the heck?
Hey, come on, you don't always have to call me dumb. I may have been held back 3 times, but that doesn't make me stupid. It'll make you happy, I'll answer your dumb question. What was the question again? Don't worry, you just answered it. ... Hey, Byakuya, it seems like Toko wants to say something.
What?
So, why are you telling me? Because you told her to zip it or whatever. I'd forgotten about that. I've been so happy with the silence that I neglected to say that she could talk now. Jesus, man, I know you like torturing her, but come on. Well, Toko, if you want to envelop us all in your putrid breath, I won't stop you. Oof. Don't worry, I took care of the odor problem. Seriously? You're just gonna take it?
What the heck?
Shut up and don't interrupt when Master and me are talking. Okay, so what did you want to tell us? Well, I was in a classroom on the 5th floor and something caught my attention. It was this. That would appear to be the knife in the opening still frame teaser. Thing is huge. It's like Rambo sized.
What?
It's a survival knife of some kind. But what was it doing in a classroom?
Well,
How would I know? We're still working through chapter 5 here, Ethan. This is the we're still in the chapter that you were on that we were on when you joined us initially. We have gotten done exploring the 5th floor, and now we're going over what we found.
Very suspicious.
What do you use that knife for? What are you planning to do to us? I'm not going to do anything. I just picked it up. I didn't want to leave a knife just laying around.
How about that?
I'd rather have it laying around than in the hands of a serial killer. And don't compare me to her. I'm nothing like her. Listen, more important. Now that we have the knife, what are we going to do with it?
You know?
We can't let Toko keep it, that's for sure. I don't know what she might do.
what's your problem?
I don't want it anyway. It's too dangerous. So what to do?
So then,
Why don't you hang on to it, Makoto? We know you're the least capable of killing any of us. Huh? Me? Oh yeah, I totally trust Makoto to take care of it.
Okay.
Then that's that. Hold on, guys. Don't I get a say?
It's all clear now.
It just shows how much they trust you. You should do as they ask. You sure it's trust? I feel like they're just using me. Okay, so here you go. They're acting like I already said yes. Fine. There's nothing I can do. I'll just keep it in my desk drawer for now. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Hey, Toko. Do I still have bad breath? Sorry.
That's fine.
You made a valuable discovery. Good job. And she explodes. Huh? 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 Did Master just praise me? Hey, good for you. I must be dreaming. I wouldn't that I would ever experience such a dream. There we go. Well, she has a thing for praise, it would seem. Whenever I look at Toko these days, it makes me feel sad.
hey,
Bioroom. By the way, did any of you find it? The other strange room on the 5th floor? Well, no, strange is a massive understatement. It's like, what, 5 rooms on the 5th floor? Did any of you find it? Did any of you actually check more than just one room? Smell of flesh and fat and blood, the white outlines of countless corpses. It's more dreadful than anything I've encountered here so far. What are you talking about? The smell itself was horrific, far beyond any normal murder scene. Every body's smell, concentrated. I'm glad I didn't see it. I feel like I'm gonna barf just hearing you describe it.
But
I mean, what happened in that room?
So, in other words,
I can only think of one thing. A large group of people died right there in that room. Byakuya's habit of stating a really obvious thing as if it was an amazing deduction continues unabated. You know, there was gore all over the room. There's a pile of chalk outlines, and it smells as if a big pile of bodies was in there. I think a large number of people died in this room. You think? Alternately, they were just testing all of their, their stage blood, their, the new blades that they had on the walls, the bulk chalk they got, and all of the fake corpse stink that they'd recently purchased. That is also an entirely plausible explanation. Hello, Sherbet. Hello, buddy. Hello, buddy. Hello. As a little chirpy trill that he does when he wants attention. Bunch of people were killed? Stop, seriously. I'm gonna throw up.
It can't be.
Perhaps that's what was meant by the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. Huh? You're thinking the same thing then. My theory is the mass murder that took place in that room is the incident said to have happened 1 year ago. The awful scene in that room, eye for an eye, that was the tragedy that happened a year ago?
In other words,
Precisely. The tragedy is another name for the genocide of the student body of Hope's Peak Academy. If that's true,
clear now.
that would explain why Hope's Peak was forced to close its doors.
Hey,
I mean, I guess that all makes sense, but it's all just so awful. Not just awful, super awfully awful. Just the awfulest. It's terrible, tragic, hopeless, but still. How is it not one of us ever heard about something like that happening? Does that mean they really did cover it up? I think we've spoken to everybody. He talked about the biolab. She found the knife. He talked about the murder room. She talked about the windows. Yeah. Strange room. You can only assume a large number of people died in that room. So the mass murder that took place in that room is it is his idea, so of course he's going to refer to it with certainty. That he had a theory, and thus that theory is the truth. It's the tragedy.
In other words,
Tragedy is another name. That would explain why. It's true. Why did we hear about it? Blah, blah, blah.
Hey,
Buy a room.
Yeah.
All the windows.
Yeah.
I've got the knife she found.
you know?
Ah, okay, there's more to ask him about. That's right. There are a bunch of chickens in the chicken coop, right? That's right, 5. 5 chickens. I love chickens. Do. I'll have to mess with the cropping a little bit so that we can get a bit more top and bottom. Shouldn't be too much of a difficulty here. I'll have to mess with that later, though, because it is a... this is a many-layered scene. Yeah, Sammy on the bed. I love chickens. Let's raise them up big and fat. Then we can make fried chicken. Oh, or barbecue. Decisions. Oh, how about raw? Because there's nothing fresher than raw, right? I'm pretty sure that'd kill you.
You know?
Garden. Noticed it too. Huh? That pickaxe. What about the pickaxe? There's a pickaxe in the tool shed. The word Crazy Diamond had been carved into the handle. So, remember, we've been finding photographs that imply that everybody had been in school together. Like Mondo, Chihiro, and I can't remember who the third person was. Oh, Leon were in one picture. Then the second one had Celeste, Ifumi, and at least one other person in it. And it was a normal school environment. There were school uniforms, everybody was happy, no bars in the windows, that kind of stuff. And now we see this pickaxe that has the name of Mondo's motorcycle gang on it. Is this meant to be... this was Mondo's pickaxe, essentially, during the normal school period that those photos imply? I haven't seen that. Haven't we seen that phrase somewhere before? Crazy Diamond? Yeah, that does sound kind of familiar, I think.
It's true.
I don't just think, I know. We've definitely seen that phrase before. Huh? Where? Ah, that's it. I remember. Yep. Even the little starburst in that orangey gold color was towards the bottom of the handle. It was on Mondo's uniform on the back of his jacket. His jacket said the same thing, right? Crazy Diamond.
I see.
You're absolutely right. But why would that be on the pickaxe in the garden?
Could it be?
Mondo must have snuck in there and done it, right? Confirmed, Mondo part cat. He used his liquid body to get through the bars on the stairs and get all the way up to the 5th floor before anybody else had a chance to.
Not possible.
But we didn't have access to the garden until today.
That's right.
Then maybe Mondo brought it with him when he first came here and Monokuma confiscated it? Not out of the question. I mean, the biker gangs are not necessarily known, like, this stereotype of biker gangs are not necessarily known for being, like, peaceful arts and crafts folk. Whatever the reason, that's what stuck out at me in the tool shed. The pickaxe connected to Mondo. Well, what stuck out to me wasn't the pickaxe at all. Then what did?
Yo.
What I noticed was the lawnmower. I'm thinking maybe we can use it to call for help. How are you going to call for help with a lawnmower?
What the heck?
I don't know, maybe we can use it to make crop circles or something. Yeah, that's it. I'm going to make a crop circle.
Well,
We can use those to call for help. What the heck's happened to you? You weren't like this in the beginning, you know.
You know?
Well, back then my personality hadn't quite solidified yet. I didn't think it was possible, but I'm more disappointed in you now than I've ever been. With all the people that have died, we've had to re-establish the intellectual hierarchy in this meeting. Well, I think that's all the new information we have for now.
Yo!
So now what do we do? Well, starting today, you're all under my command. But before we proceed, I need to figure something out. I need to figure out which one of you is my least valued lackey. It's going to be a tough choice between Toko and Hiro.
No way!
Jeez, how cocky can you be? You're going to bust through the ceiling if your head gets any bigger. So, what is it you want to figure out? Kyoko's identity. Huh? Oof. Carpal tunnel can be, pun intended, a pain, casemate. And I've always got to be wary of that, because if I'm not careful, if I'm not doing stretches and being careful about what kind of games I play and how frequently and for how long, then I run the risk of having it flare up, and then it is bad times.
Well,
So hopefully you won't fully fall into it, you know? Kyoko's identity, but Kyoko is Kyoko, right? Yes, but who is she? I think we're talking in circles there, Byakuya. Are you waxing philosophical on us? But who is she? Who are any of us, really? What precisely is Byakuya Togami? Let's explore that with a series of self-exploring questions. I'd like you all to take a moment and really think about who you really are and what your place in this world is. It's like there's a lot more new age psychology that is implied by that sort of question, you know? I know that's not what we're going for with Byakuya's character, but I think it's funnier when we think about it the other way. The rest of us have a clear, definable reason for having been selected to attend Hope's Peak Academy. Hina's the ultimate swimming pro, Hiro's the ultimate clairvoyant, even Makoto is the ultimate lucky student. Even Makoto. More unlucky than lucky these days, but... So what about you, Kyoko? Can anyone tell me what she is? Now that you mention it, she's never told us. Well, Kyoko doesn't really like talking about herself anyway, right? It's not a matter of what she likes or doesn't like. This is a matter of trust. When you trust someone who's unwilling to reveal their true identity. Yes. That is a thing normal people do, Byakuya. Like normal, everyday people do that all of the time. This is another indication of your disconnect with normal other people. We need to avoid raising any more unnecessary suspicion, so Kyoko, it's time you told us. Pause. I can't. What? Why won't you tell us?
Wrong.
I didn't say I won't. I said I can't.
What the heck?
What do you mean?
So,
Because I don't remember. What? I have no memory of what I am. You have no memory? You mean amnesia?
What?
If I thought you had a sense of humor, I'd say you were joking. But if this is a joke, I'm not laughing. I don't know that you're physically capable of that, Byakuya.
This is very suspicious.
Can't be serious right now, can you?
Ooh.
I knew you wouldn't believe me. That's why I didn't say anything.
However,
But it doesn't matter. Either way, the truth will make itself clear before we're done.
What?
So you have no intention of telling us? And I can no longer stand by and do nothing. What are you gonna do? Torture me? Nothing so barbaric as that.
Clear now.
I will simply limit your options. I can't allow you to engage in any further suspicious activity.
what?
Limit my options.
Just give up.
Give me the key to your room. But if she gives you her room key, she can't go to sleep in her room. She'll be breaking a school regulation. And if she doesn't want that, she'll talk. It's easy. All she has to do is tell us about herself. Or, beat you into submission so she don't gotta. I kind of like the second option. Let's do the second option, Kyoko. Just hold on. A threat like that? Fine, I understand. Good. You're finally in the mood for conversation. Saying a word, Kyoko walked right up to Byakuya and held out her room key to him.
It can't be.
You fool! Why do you refuse to talk?
Because
Whether I want to or not, I can't. All I can do is keep telling you that.
So,
Maybe she really did lose her memory. If you really think about it, it doesn't sound totally impossible. This is the worst school ever, where only the worst stuff happens, right? Amnesia would fit right in.
however,
The worst school where only the worst things happen? Do you really mean that? Huh?
hey,
Can you really be sure that life here has been filled only with the worst things? What do you mean? Perhaps I've said too much. Yoko then turned her back on us and without a word began to walk away.
Come on.
Oh, I love just how hard Kyoko shut down Byakuya's power play here. This was him essentially like, I'm going to punish you. I'm going to declare I have the power to punish you, potentially endanger your life if you don't obey me. And he did this to one of the three people who is a critical asset during the class trials. Like, Byakuya, Kyoko, and Makoto are the three that solve the class trials. Everybody else is an incidental assistant during any part of the process. He is calling out one of the three. And, in fact, one of the three that is most competent. Like, of all of them, she is the one that has the most insight. And he has essentially put her in a position that removes her that removes potential willingness for her to cooperate. And she called his bluff. Where do you think you're going?
goodbye.
Don't worry, I'm not going to do anything to harm any of you. Those were her last words as she left. Kyoko's last words. The dining hall was silent. The only sound was the door opening and closing as Kyoko left the room. Well, that was another ominous spoiler, Makoto.
What the heck?
It was something like 3 days before the next incident, and now Kyoko's last words. I wonder who's gonna die. What's her deal?
but
I think you went too far taking her room key like that. For her, that wasn't far enough. Oh. Toko rolling out all the hypocrisy at once.
Stop talking.
You're getting noisy again, Toko. Oh, buttons, buttons, buttons. Do. Okay.
Come on.
Silence, Toko. Sorry, I can still hear you. The sound of you breathing, of your heart beating, it grates on me. You know, they play it up as him being arrogant and like cruel to those around him. You know, that's just the character that they use for Byakuya. Aside from Kyoko, Byakuya is kind of the brightest one of them. And actively looks down on everybody. And Toko seems to like the cruelty that has pushed her way. At the same time, though, you have to wonder, is Byako getting into it too? Like, Toko's really into the dynamic. Is Byakuya really into it? Like, he has found somebody that really, like, requests additional arrogance and beratement from him. And he's like, oh man, I get to do all of this that I want. And they will take it and ask for more. Hello, Sherbet. Hello, buddy. Welcome back, casemate. Hello. Are you telling her to die? I mean, I know how you feel, but... It does seem to be his thing, casemate. And by his thing, I mean the entirety of his being. What's Kyoko gonna do now? Plus this situation. It's just like before. It's no different than from when everyone started accusing Sakura. And I'm no different either. I still can't stop anyone. Squeal! Squeal! Why are you yelling all of a sudden?
I mean...
Look! Suddenly Monokuma. It's you! How long have you been standing there? I'm very, very angry. Angry at what? At the thief. Hey there, Alley Cat. I see based on your emote that you are a fan of Danganronpa. The thief. Yeah, that's right. I said I'm very sad to have to tell you there's a thief in your midst. Huh?
Hey!
My precious. They stole it. References. Well, welcome to the stream, Alley Cat. Give you a quick introduction here. I'm Newt Mechanist. I'm technically a variety streamer. I have played other types of games, but we're on kind of a detective game binge at the moment. Danganronpa, Phoenix Wright, Judgment. We've got a couple of other ones on deck to follow up into. as each one of these wraps up. So if you like this sort of game, I've got a bunch others lined up. We'll see how many of them live up to it. Now, normally, you might be able to see more kitties. If the camera that is top center of me would be working, you could see Ember. Left center, we can see Sammy, the little black and white cat. Bottom center, let's see, let's zoom in on that. That one is Mason up there. Yeah, many kitties. We always try to keep them on camera all the time. I am simultaneously streaming to YouTube and Twitch, so if it sounds like I'm talking to somebody that you can't see in the chat that you're in, they may be in the other chat. The chat feed down and left there is coming from all the streams, so that'll show you what the latest message is in general, but it is a little slow compared to the other ones. But yeah, if you do have any questions or want to chat, feel free. Or if you just want to lurk, that's okay too. One of the nice things about these games is that there's plenty of time to just stop and chat. You're precious.
Your teacher had such faith in you. And this is how you repay me? With betrayal?
I'm gonna have to see if I can get some of Monokuma's voice lines. Reality is filled with so much hardship, isn't it? No wonder people run away into their fantasies. Well, what the heck is your precious? Shut up. I hope you all get stuck in a hiring freeze and die penniless on the street.
What the heck?
He's gone. What the heck was that all about?
So,
He said something about his precious getting stolen? Does anyone have any idea what that might be? Eyeball check here. Yep. Likely has something to do with Kyoko. Huh? Who else other than her would be willing and able to steal something from Monokuma? Did Kyoko really steal something from Monokuma? But if that's true, what was it? And why would she do that? And how would she do that? And where was it that she was able to steal it? We can't exactly see pockets on Monokuma. And then, given that we can't see them, we must hope that they aren't there in some other way.
This is a school announcement. It is now 10 p.m.
It's nighttime.
Soon the doors to the dining hall.
We're gonna
will
lock
be
the dining
open
hall.
again. Sweet dreams, everyone.
Don't get eaten by bugs. Monokuma does seem to have some abilities to disobey physics, at least as it's presented in the game. Given that whole sort of, like, warps in from the bottom of the screen, and they just say, like, and then he disappeared again. Like, it's not implied that he runs off, just that he vanishes. I don't know, Casemate. The visible belly button implies that it's less of a... It's less fluff and more of, like, thin fur. I mean, maybe that's what the visible belly button is. I have no idea, Tinkovs. We're down to, like, what, 6 people? 6 people. We do have the identity of the name of the 16th. And they've already sort of hinted that we're going to be down to 5 in about 3 days. We need to get out of here.
No?
We can talk more about this tomorrow, and about Kyoko. This is true, casemate. This is true. Maybe it's going to be kind of like a reverse sword swallower kind of thing, you know? Open his mouth wide, reach in there, and pop something out. Hiro's ability to survive this this whole scenario is impressive. I think it's as much a testament to his inability to come up with a plan for murder as it is his ability to survive being murdered. The fact that he managed to be deemed the ultimate anything despite his wild incompetence, his wild self-proclaimed incompetence, I think lends itself to the fact that he's kind of the ultimate blissful idiot. And yeah, Alley Cat, maybe Monokuma is like Kirby. He just has a whole bunch of stuff he's swallowed and can, you know, potentially spit back out. However, after what just happened with Monokuma and Kyoko, I feel there's something in the air. I would suggest you take extra precautions tonight. Stay in your rooms. Don't go wandering around.
Well,
Not like we need you to tell us that. He's a ridiculously niche animal, casemate.
Goodbye.
Well then, let's disperse. I'll see you all tomorrow. Following his lead, each of us went back to our rooms. That's right. I need to put away this knife, this knife that I got from Toko. I think the safest place will be in my desk drawer. But anyway, is Kyoko really going to be okay? She can't get into her room. What's she going to do? Isn't there something I can do? Something I can... Fade to black. Bing bong. Meh. I opened my eyes. I realized I'd fallen asleep without realizing it. But more important... Pet bunny, huh, Alley Cat? And even with captive breeding, they seem to be... Their resistance to captive breeding, like phenomenal resistance to captive breeding, is a testament to their near motivation to die, you know? But more important, did I hear the doorbell? Click. Yo. Kyoko. I'll be waiting for you in the dressing room. See you there. Hey, wait. Without acknowledging me, Kyoko disappeared into the depths of the darkened hallway. I know we're not supposed to go out during nighttime, but I can't just not go.
Hey,
Sorry for asking you to meet with me so late. It's okay, I'm used to it.
correct.
Indeed.
So then,
Well then, let me get straight to the point. It's something you can't talk about in front of the surveillance cameras, right? So does that mean? Does it have something to do with whatever it is you stole from Monokuma? There is a balance with conservationism, casemate. It's that whole, you don't want to disrupt an ecosystem, but I don't feel like pandas are in that bubble. Like even with mosquitoes, they are they are an insect. They are a source of food for some animals. With pandas, I mean, they've ceased to really be part of any sort of ecosystem at this point. Monokuma told us earlier that someone had stolen something from him. Was it you?
indeed.
That's right. So I was right. But what did you steal?
So,
I stole this. A key. But looking at it, I couldn't tell I could tell it wasn't just any key. I mean, it's a custom Monokuma brand key. Has the Hope's Peak logo on a tag, and then, it's got a Monokuma head on it. But the most important factor of this key is look at the tines of the key. There are only a few active prongs on it. Like, that is to an incredibly simple lock. That is to a grotesquely pickable lock, unless there is some sort of concealed electronic component within the key that acts as a secondary. Maybe there's a carefully placed series of electromagnets in it, and maybe like RFID inside the head of the key. Because those tines are not the thing that keeps whatever it locks very secure. It was shaped like Monokuma. It was probably the only key of its kind on Earth. That's a melodrama, Makoto. Where did you get this?
so,
From the headmaster's room. What? You snuck into the headmaster's room? But wasn't it locked?
however,
The lock was broken. What?
correct.
It was Sakura. She did it for us. Ah, okay. Before Sakura poisoned herself, apparently that was one of the actions that she took to ensure that she was going to be useful in the aftermath. I suspect on her way to retrieve the poison, or after retrieving the poison that she consumed, was to smash the headmaster's door. She did?
Indeed.
Remember what she said in her note. I'm not going to just lay down and die. I will fight you. So Sakura broke into the headmaster's room for us.
That's right.
What kind of bunny, Alley Cat? Is it one of the little bitty ones, or is it, one of the gigantic floppy ones? That's right, so that we could uncover whatever secrets might lay hidden within. She did that for us. She violated the school regulations to help us. She'd already decided to die, so her last act was to defy the rules of this place.
Indeed.
I noticed the room was open after the class trial was over yesterday. But if I just strolled into the room, Monokuma would have noticed right away, which is why I used you as a decoy. She woke us up in the middle of the night and told us to go up to the 4th floor and to have us check on the network room or the control room or whatever it was. We arrived. She wasn't there. Like, she said she was going to meet us, but she wasn't there. And we rattled at the door and found it still to be locked. Monokuma popped out and yelled at us for messing with the locked door. And then Kyoko showed up later. So that's what she was up to while we were drawing Monokuma's attention. So you asked me to meet you at the data center in order to... Correct. I wanted you to draw Monokuma's attention. I took that opportunity to sneak into the headmaster's room, and as a result, I found this key. Wow. Then what you told me about yesterday, did that come from the headmaster's room too?
Mukuro Ikusaba,
The third time we flashed back to this.
the 16th student, lying hidden somewhere in this school. The one they call the ultimate despair.
I mean, I like the art style that they used for these still scenes. But still, we've seen this 4 times today. Because I'm counting the first time they flash back to it in this chapter as, you know, a first time to show it to us, even though the first time this chapter is still a flashback to the end of the prior chapter. So I feel like this is very important. Because they keep beating us over the head with it.
Watch out for her.
Pretty good, Okami. We are past the 5th floor investigation and on to Kyoko being locked out of her room, and now revealing that she got a key from the headmaster's room, which Sakura broke open. How'd your stream go, Okami? Did you find out about this Mukuro Ikusaba while you were there? While you were in there?
Indeed.
I did find a file in the headmaster's room that talked about her, yes. I don't know all the details yet, but one thing I do know is that Mukuro Ikusaba is dangerous. Dangerous?
In other words,
She may very well be the mastermind. Mastermind? But didn't Alter Ego say that the headmaster was probably the mastermind?
wrong.
No, the headmaster isn't the mastermind. I'm sure of that. It's interesting with these kind of games how, given enough time, the little details start to fade and you realize, oh, wait a minute. What? I don't have proof yet, but I have no doubt I'm right. Make such a strong statement without proof. That's not like Kyoko at all. But if it isn't the headmaster, does that mean Mukuro Ikusaba really could be the mastermind?
Anyway,
This key is the one big opportunity we've been waiting to get our hands on. Now that we've grasped it, we can't let it go, can we? Sure, but I mean, what's this key even unlock?
so
I don't know yet, which is why I need you to draw Monokuma's attention again, while I go and find out. Wait, so you're planning on sneaking back in again? You can't. That's way too dangerous. And you want me to draw his attention? But we don't actually know there's just one mastermind, right? If there's more than one person watching us. But they didn't catch on last night, right? Maybe we just got lucky.
Hey,
Or maybe the mastermind can't monitor us and control Monokuma at the same time. Huh? Like I said, we didn't get caught last night. But as you said, maybe it was pure luck. Which is why I'm going to run the experiment one more time. If we're successful again, then what may have just been a lucky guess will be proven true. As Kyoko talked, she was calm and collected as ever. I couldn't help but just stand there and listen.
hey,
If it's true that the mastermind can't watch us and control Monokuma at the same time, then there would have to be a period of time where the mastermind is vulnerable. What we need to do is find out for sure if that's actually true and if we can exploit it. Maybe, but no matter what the reward, the risk is just too high. When I think what might happen if we
why
fail,
that?
I don't think you need to worry all that much. After all, with minimal restrictions, you are free to explore Hope's Peak Academy at your discretion. No restrictions have been placed on our efforts to solve the mystery. Am I wrong? Even when I took the key, I didn't break any rules as far as I can tell. But if the mastermind decides to do something, all the rules in the world won't matter. He could just kill us all without a second thought.
I see.
In that case, even if the plan fails, we'll still be able to prove or disprove that hypothesis.
Correct.
Huh? In the moment of crisis, will the mastermind break their own rules or adhere to them no matter what? Pushing some buttons. Sorry about that. In a moment of crisis, will the mastermind break their own rules or adhere to them no matter what?
In other words,
They've been doing good, Okami. Sherbet has leapt up for brief pets twice this stream. Sammy has largely been conked out. Ember has been napping in one of her favored spots, though Camera 1 is still seemingly out of commission. I'm gonna have to test a little bit more, but it seems like it's like it's losing connection or something like that. So I've powered it down for the time being to see if maybe it just needs a reboot, or if I'm gonna need to do something to like reset it. I don't know. But Camera 1 is the one that normally can see Ember. It's the top center one there. Oh, hey. You can see Sky over here, right? That thing he's at the base of is one of the little steps. That step was originally for Tom, since he had become an old man at the time and needed the extra help jumping up onto something, so that stairway leads all the way up to one of the shelves that is right next to the cat tree. So from those little blue stairs, that would lead up to, you can see the little bit of black in the bottom right there of the camera. That is where those blue steps lead to, and then he could more easily climb up there onto the tree there. Well, I was talking about him, so he booked it. This guy has a lot of presence. In other words, we gain something whether we succeed or not. Now, there's no reason not to do it, right? But
If you spend all your time trying to avoid danger, you'll never move forward.
we know the danger, but if that risk means solving the mystery, we have no choice.
Hey,
Am I wrong? That moment, I finally realized I had never seen the slightest hint of fear or despair in Kyoko's eyes. Her gaze was firmly fixed on the mystery ahead, the enemy standing before us, and with that in view, she just smiled. I can't change how I feel, and wouldn't if I could. Then Kyoko took something from her coat pocket and held it out to me. What's this?
true.
Consider it a symbol of my determination. Don't open it yet. Only open it if something ever happens to me. If something happens?
However,
I'm not planning on dying, but there's always a chance of it, and a death without meaning is unappealing.
hey,
Please, I want you to hold on to it for me. Fine, I'll hold on to it, just because you asked me to. But I'm going to give it back at some point, you can be sure of that.
indeed.
Yeah, of course.
Hey,
Oh, and one more thing. You can't tell anyone else what I've discovered. Sure, because then there's a chance the mastermind might find out, right?
indeed.
Well, there's that too. You mean there's something else?
Well,
It's nothing. Forget I said anything. This guy's kind of lurking nearby right now. It's hello, you. Hello. Says you keep saying my name, so I'm going to come up here and be a nuisance. I can't just forget
So
that
then-
easily. Okay then, shall we begin?
Makoto,
I'm counting on you. I just have to get Monokuma's attention, right? Well, I'll give it my best shot.
goodbye.
Sky demands chin scratches there. Her curt goodbye was no different from any other time, and like every other time, she moved at a brisk pace as she left. What wasn't like every other time was the sudden knot I felt in my stomach as I watched her walk away. No, everything's gonna be fine. I know it. Well, I mean, there was the, in days or something like that, another incident is gonna occur. Her last words to everyone And now this, like, I know she's gonna be fine. It's, oh man. She's dead meat at this rate. Because it's Kyoko. Talking to myself helped shake off some of my anxiety. And then I got to work. Alright, let's do this. Hey, Monokuma, you can see me, right? Get out here, I've got a bone to pick with you. Then, a few moments later...
Monokuma appears!
Well, this is a surprise. You being the one to call me out.
Hey!
Hey, by the way, huh?
Most suspicious.
What were you and Kyoko up to? Going to the bathhouse? Just the two of you? In the middle of the night? Definitely a hot and steamy moment, wouldn't you say? So warm and wet, so wet and warm, I bet you guys. Removed to conform with the local and international censorship laws. All over her, didn't you? Not gonna talk, huh? Sure, I get it. Well, whatever. Unlike you, I have absolutely no interest in the late-night bath scenes. Because I like to maintain a healthy life of observation, far away from X-rated exploits. Oh? So is that why there's no surveillance cameras in the bathhouse? Bullseye! Or is it... or maybe because the lens gets all fogged up and you can't see anything anyway. Sounds like that's the bullseye to me.
You need something?
Anyway, you went to all that trouble to get me out. You went through all that trouble to get me out here. Now, what do you want? Oh, well, there's just something I wanted to confirm with you.
Say what?
Whether I'm a mademoiselle or a dude fella.
Actually...
But in the Bear Kingdom, there is no male or female. Actually there is.
What?
He said the Bear Kingdom. That implies it's a place. Now, is it ruled by a bear? Is it only populated by bears? Is it both of those? Or is it the particular subculture of the same of a similar name? These are all possibilities.
My entire
Then
existence!
what am I?
This is kind of depressing.
That's enough. I'll get stuck if I think about it too much. So what did you really want to ask me? Well, you told us earlier that your precious had been stolen. What's this precious of yours?
What are you thinking?
Listen, I'm sure this is a silly question. No way it's possible and all, but... Is that seriously what you dragged me out here to ask me? You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be 100 megaton freaking kidding me. You're not gonna ask something useful like how to get the best honey or ursine breeding tips? This is just crazy. Are all pubescent teen boys as nutty as you?
What the heck?
God, you're so annoying. Fine, I'll tell you. It was a key and... blank. That's it. What was that second thing? It's a blank, stupid. A secret. Fill it in yourself. Okay, he actually vocalized a blank. Making me trudge all the way out here for that. I'd like to see what's going on in that brain of yours. And the next time you summon me for something so stupid, I'll open up your skull and find out. Dropping more than a few swear words, Monokuma stormed off. Like, this time, he left. Like, it's implied that he stomped away or something like that. Other times he vanishes or is just gone. We angered him so much that he couldn't bother to teleport. Woo! I hope I kept him distracted long enough. Now all I can do is wait and hope Kyoko makes it out okay. Nah, she'll be fine. It's Kyoko after all. I'm sure she's fine, right? I went back to my room and laid down, doing my best to settle my nerves and get back to sleep. Monokuma Theater.
Monokuma Theater, brought to you by Spike Toonsoft Company Limited.
Fourth wall. 3D Sakura. That shoulder rendering was a bit awkward from that angle, but... Bit of Dynasty Warriors going on here. Sakura's Revenge, the game the world has been waiting for. Unfortunately, development has been cancelled. Of course, if enough people buy Danganronpa, who knows? The super stylish, super fashionable game was cancelled during development? But it'll start back up again if Danganronpa sells well?
Then you guys have to recommend it to your friends, too.
To my understanding, this game does not exist. But still.
Good morning, everyone. Get
It's
ready
morning.
to greet us.
Get up. My body feels so heavy this morning. It must be because I was up so late last night. Anyway, I need to get going to the dining hall. Way the table falls into place. You're 1 minute late, Makoto. How do you explain this? Having returned to the group, who was it? Byakuya has decided that the role of Taka must be refilled. I can kind of imagine Byakuya wearing Taka's outfit, though, can't you? Especially this pose right here. Sorry, I'm not feeling so great today.
What's your problem?
Really think a tired excuse like that is gonna work? Huh? Are you allowed to talk again? I don't recall giving you permission. I just thought, I mean, since a day has passed, it had maybe reset? Sorry, please don't hate me. Whatever my punishment is, I'll accept it. I'll hang a sign from my neck that says, "Bad girl." I'll clean your bathroom with my toothbrush. If you stop making disgusting comments like that, maybe I can forgive you. Given your behavior, none of those are punishments, Toko. You're not fooling anyone. Thank you. I won't make any more disgusting comments, I promise. If I do, you can stuff my mouth full of trash. As long as it's you and no one else, I don't mind. It's no use. She's disgusting to the bone.
So,
Anyway, where's Kyoko? I haven't seen her this morning.
Could it be?
Not cool. This is worse than being late for lunch, for a date, for your wedding, for anything. Maybe she's mad about what happened yesterday, and she's not going to show up anymore. Can't tell the others why Kyoko might not be here. The best thing to do right now is just keep quiet.
Very strange.
Whatever her reason, I'm curious to know what she is doing. I know she's not in her room, so...
No?
Oh yeah, you still have her key, right?
What's this?
Are you looking for Miss Kirigiri?
What?
What do you want now?
Hey! Hey!
I'm right? You're wondering where Miss Kirigiri is, right? Do you know where she is?
Ooh.
Well, it's hard to say. You don't know either?
What?
It's because he doesn't know. That's why he's here. To try and prod us for information.
Uh-huh.
Hey, don't you hate it when you ask somebody what their favorite movie is and they name some sort of indie bullcrap?
This is very
I feel like I'm getting whiplash the way he changes subjects like that. Thank goodness, it looks like Monokuma really didn't notice. So I guess our plan went off just fine last night. Which could mean...
Hey,
she could have been right about that?
Hey! Hey!
So, was I right? You're looking for Miss Kirigiri. Any idea where she might have gone? We have no idea. Even if we did know, we wouldn't tell you.
What the heck?
For serious. I see. Well, fine, whatever. I don't even care anymore. Sayonara, suckers. As soon as he was gone, we all glanced around at each other. So, what was that just now? Does that mean Monokuma doesn't know where she is either? It would seem that way.
You know?
Where the heck could she have gone? I don't think... Don't you think we should all go look for her? And how would you suggest we approach that task? Even Monokuma can't seem to locate her.
Very suspicious.
Yeah, how could he not know where she is?
Yeah, totally.
So strange. Kyoko must have used that key to sneak into some unknown part of the school. But somewhere even Monokuma wouldn't notice? Where could it be? We spent the rest of breakfast talking about where Kyoko could have gone. Afterwards, we returned to our rooms. Free time! Breakfast didn't help me feel any more upbeat, that's for sure. I feel like this is more than just me staying up late last night. System. Save. Game. Alright, let's see here. Oh, forget. Let's see, Sayaka, we covered. We never maxed out Chihiro. Down vocabulary. And the +1. I suspect there's more to Toko we could get. And I actually don't see Genocider on the list, so I wonder if we've wasted our time on that. Let's try, Oi. Scanning. Even if it's hard, you have to endure. Endure, endure.
Well,
That's a quote from the famous marathon runner Samuel Wanjiru. But every person's endurance has a limit.
yeah.
I think we need a change of pace. When I think of change of pace, I can only think 50 laps in the pool. I changed my pace with Hina in the pool. Hina and I grew a little closer today. Yes. So food will probably work. Let's try a flotation donut. How thoughtful. This is why I like you. I mean, not not that kind of like. Seeing Hina so pleased with something I gave her makes me happy. Oh man. What's up?
Okay.
Getting totally fired up. What? How come? How come doesn't matter. Now that I'm revved up, I need to get it out. Let's race. I don't think that's a good idea. I wouldn't stand a chance anyway.
That's right.
Really? Well, I don't mind a solo run. Well, hold on. You always seem so excited,
What's
Hina.
your deal?
Huh? Hey, are you making fun of me? No, I'm just impressed. Really? I used to know this one guy. He was always like, Hina, you're like a super spaz. Super spaz?
Yeah.
Yeah, like, he'd see me wearing shorts in winter and he'd say stuff like that. But if you lose to the cold like that, it just means you weren't dedicated enough. Warm clothes are just a crutch. Hypothermia is all in your head. Oh, you did stuff like that and didn't get sick?
Got it all wrong.
Getting sick is for the weak. If you're really dedicated, winter means even lighter clothes. I was just kidding, but apparently that's how Hina operates. She is in the far corner of the walk it off the walk it off scale there. It's all part of your training. Training, huh? So, like, are you the type who gets sick easy? Actually, yeah. See? You're soft. You need more training.
Okay.
Getting sick too much? Well, we've got the cure for that. What kind of remedy? Actually, I do this myself every morning. You just strip down to your waist, then take a dry towel and start rubbing down your bare skin. I call it, what do I call it again? A way to keep healthy by stripping down and rubbing a towel across your head, your body. I don't think it would be yoga. I mean, just like with anything, though, there are limits on that, casemate. Like, some of the reactions to cold are your body, like, fighting back against it. So, you know, if you don't shiver or similar, you need to do something else to keep your body heat up. Shivering doesn't work 100%, but it's just a way to get your, to keep everything flexing in order to get your body heat going up. So if you're not doing something that's raising and then maintaining your body temperature, then you're still going to get messed up. It's kind of the, you know, you can be You can be used to it being really hot outside, but you can still get heat stroke. You still got to do the things that keep it from going critical. I'm gonna guess towel. Something like towel treatment?
You got it.
Of going out on my apartment balcony, stripping down, feeling the wind on my skin. Yep. I mean, if you can learn to do something else and maintain it, then yeah. But you gotta do something else to push past that. It's not just the I'm used to the cold part. It's you need something that keeps your body temperature from falling. Amazing. Never let a morning pass without getting in a good rub down. Wait, so you went out on your balcony and stripped down? And you were okay with that? You should give it a try. If you haven't got your health, you haven't got anything. See you catch cold or something. Yeah, there's a skill point. Feel even worse than I did this morning. Body feels like lead, and now I'm getting chills. This is bad. I think I might be getting sick. Alright, where's she hiding this time? Laundry room. Person's ability is measured by the power they display at the point where pressure is applied. Quote from a famous baseball player, Kenji Jojima.
Yeah, totally.
I think what he means is that you only really see how strong a person is when they're under pressure. Wonder how strong I can really be.
You got it.
Let's go to the pool. Swim time. But don't stare, okay? I don't actually have a swimsuit, just a shirt, and when it gets wet, it's kind of embarrassing.
Huh?
It seems as much like she's oblivious, casemate. I was embarrassed before, but now I kind of am. I wonder how come. Like, especially with this statement that just happened, it seems like it's only when she notices that there's a reason for it. So somebody pointing out to her, like, hey, isn't that embarrassing that, like, you're out there on the balcony naked or similar? Because of X. Otherwise, she's like, no, it's very refreshing. All right. Definitely got that vibe, doesn't she? Adorable Reactions Collection. The Rose Whip. Pumice. Okay, that makes sense. A man's fantasy. And it's a little wash tub with cloth. I don't know. Let's see here. It wouldn't be tea. Overflowing lunchbox. Let's go for this. Stuffed with rice, ginger, carrots, peppers, mushrooms, and more. It's meat-free, so you vegetarians out there are covered too. It's like you read my mind. Something wrong? I've reached my limit.
Just a second.
I'm stuck in here. Can't do any sports, can't do anything. I'm sick of it. I want to get out under the sun and do some laps. Run a marathon. I want to do real sports. Yeah, calm down, okay? Can't do anything in here. If I can't move around, I'm gonna die. Like a bunny rabbit. I always heard rabbits die from loneliness.
That's terrible.
Whatever, I'm gonna die if I can't get some proper physical activity. Don't you think that's a little extreme?
What the heck?
You think I'm kidding, don't you? But I seriously can't sit still, you know? There's a full-size, like, gymnasium. There's the Olympic-size swimming pool. There are gigantic hallways. Like, you want to go out and run around, you can. Just, it seems like you're actually missing the outside and sunshine part. Not the, I can't, do any of the exercise stuffs. You can't do any of the sports things on, like, a team either. But that lends itself more to the, you're lonely, like you don't have compatriots to do it with, as opposed to, you can't do anything. Yeah, why else would I have joined 6 sport teams in school? 6?
That's right.
Track, basketball, softball, volleyball, tennis, and the big one. The big one? She got her main sport, but ran out of juice. Swimming. Bouldering. That's probably the case, casemate, is that she is... It's less about just the activity, and it's more about the whole experience, Playing with a team, being there in a competition. It is that whole doing it with other people. Phrasing. But... It was kind of like she worked out with Sakura, and I expect if Sakura were still alive, that this conversation would not be happening. Because she would have somebody to work out with. Yeah, you got it. Don't even care what stroke it is, just get me in a pool under the blue sky. But isn't it hard to do that many sports, even for you?
Well,
If I can't move, I'll just shrivel up and die. I need a challenge, more and more new stuff to try. Challenge.
I mean,
What I really love about sports isn't winning, It's having to fight and struggle and give it, even the competition aspect. Somebody to face off against. It's that excitement, that fear that you might suffer a heartbreaking loss. I like earbuds as you're walking, huh there, Ogami? When you finally reach that goal, it's just lonely. It's lonely at the top, you know? Never really got into sports, so I couldn't really relate to what she was talking about. But I could tell that the reason Hina was so amazing was how hard she could fight and struggle. Wow, we just got a great big bolus of character development for Hina here, huh? So that's why I want to push myself as hard as possible when it comes to swimming. I want to aim for the very highest mountaintop. The highest mountaintop? Talking about the gold medal, of course. Aim for the gold, even if it means I'm a super gold spaz. Another one of those terms that has been set to the side, let's call it. Or should be. Okay, but if that's what you want, isn't that all the more reason? If you have a goal, why are you standing around making excuses? Excuses?
Just a second.
Hey, when did I ever make any excuses? Sure, maybe we're stuck in here right now with no way out. But if you really want to make an effort, shouldn't you try to see what you can do in here? Gasp! That's a challenge! You just made an official challenge!
Yeah, totally.
But I think you're right. If I want to get that gold medal, I have to make every effort I can. I want to become a genius of effort. Bet Ian Thorpe said something like that.
Okay.
Reference to a person. I guess. I can't go around making excuses just because we're stuck in here. I'm gonna go do some push-ups in my room. Like, maybe 1,000 or something. Almost before she was done talking, Hina took off like a bat out of hell. She recovered exactly as fast and strong as I would have expected. Skill points. Back to the room. We are getting close to the prophesied death. Getting the chills. Feel kind of dizzy. Let that boot back up there. Feel kind of dizzy. Can't help it. Need sleep. Nighttime wasn't for a while, but I felt like my body had reached its limit. As I dropped onto my bed, I felt like I was falling into a bottomless pit. I was unconscious before my head hit the pillow. Well, that's not quite true. I didn't pass out completely. It's more like my consciousness went dim. I weaved back and forth between sleep and wakefulness. Which is all to say... Yeah, see, in this artwork, either he's got, like, his hoodie is pulled up into his coat, like he is bunched it up so that the part that is normally down your torso has also been pushed up where his hood would be, or his hood has zipper tines all around it. I mean, there's a lot of hood there, but it seems like the appropriate amount of hood to be pulled over his head, so it doesn't look like it's the kind of the contorted way that I was speculating. Almost like there's some problem with the wireless on camera one. Oh well. Was restless. I mean, sleeping in your pants, jacket, and hoodie underneath, further underneath sheets has got to be rough for your sleeping temperature. At some point, I found myself wandering through a strange dream. Dream sequence? And within the dream, a voice echoed across the walls of my mind.
I understand.
That voice, it's so familiar. It's
Understand.
me.
I understand.
Yeah, it is. He has zipper tines all the way up his hood. Or whatever the teeth thingies, you know. It kind of reminds me that My Hero Academia has one of the kind of senior heroes' best genist. The guy that's like top to bottom denim, and he has sort of a collar to his outfit that goes like all the way up to his nose, that is a zip up kind of thing. It's like he's wearing a tiny pair of pants under his nose. Around his head and under his nose. That's kind of what this reminds me of. Or it's a zipper version of the pull cord kind of winter coats. So you can pull the hood tight and narrow the aperture. Except this goes to the extreme where you can just zip the whole thing up and blind yourself. Is it like a sleeping bag onesie? Like there's some breathing holes a little further up? Maybe that's what those little things are. Those aren't like sockets for like pull cords. Those are like breathing holes. So he could zip it up and just lay down, and he's kind of created a little sleeping cocoon. Well, that's a word, casemate. Speak to me, internet. Okay. If it weren't for the bit at the front, and we're spending a lot of time speculating on this, but I think it's interesting. If it weren't for the part at the front, I think that could be reasonable, as it's some sort of like extra drape thing. But it looks like it's connected to the shirt there. It's draping over the jacket. But I think that could still work. For what you're speculating there. But it really does seem connected right to the zipper. It is possible that it's some sort of like wide neck shirt. So he's just kind of got it down the front of the shirt a little bit. Still, such a strange device he is wearing.
I should understand everything. My goal isn't to get out of here. It's to stay here.
When he initially went into the secret room and was ambushed, before that happened, he was looking through a yearbook and was distracted when a note fell out of it that said, "Don't leave." am I trying to say?
This is all for Hope. And that's why I have to stay. I have to stay here. My dream just now. What? So strange. Huh?
Well, hello there. Reminds me of the sort of kind of mask that you'd expect to see on a Power Ranger villain's goons, you know. Scuffle, scuffle, scuffle.
Kyoko? What did you say?
I mean, it'd be more likely to stay closed under tension without having to tie a knot. There's a whole lot of, like, long pause silences going on in that. So much stuff piled up around him now, in there. Every day is peaceful. Every day is joyful. Happy days from the time you wake up to the time you go to sleep. To just look at the wireless settings in the camera and give it a kick, you know? Wishing only for those unchanging, unending happy days, days of boredom repeating forever and ever. No abnormalities as far as the eye can see. Life without the tiniest speck of abnormality.
If the world were like that, I'd consider that pretty damn abnormal.
Ding dong, bing bong.
Good morning, everyone. It is get ready to greet.
Morning, get up. Took longer than usual for me to open my eyes. Let out a deep sigh to bring myself up the rest of the way. The chills, the aches, the unfathomable lethargy, they had all disappeared in the night. All that was left was me, drenched in sweat. It wasn't just because of whatever bug I'd caught either, it was also the dream I'd had. What was that? I mean, was it really, even really a dream? This is how you know this is a pretty engaging game, at least for me. It's already 7 o'clock. Which means we're not stopping here. I scrabbled to grab onto the fragments of the dream, reel them up from the depths of my memory. That's right, I remember last night. mean, whatever it was, that last stage of the sickness hit him like a ton of bricks. It was one heck of a burn off at the last stage, though. I heard a voice I didn't really understand, and then all of a sudden I was awake. There was a strange person standing next to my bed wearing a mask. They were holding a knife. I want to say I fought them off, but I don't actually remember. It felt like my mind had been detached from my body, burning up with fever. I was somewhere far away, watching my body move on its own, and because of that, I don't remember what really happened. But still, I feel like I resisted them desperately, feverishly. After that, things go black again. The next thing I remember, Kyoko was there. But what would she have been doing in my room? Wonder if the Monokuma key is some sort of master key. Gonna be busy again, huh, Sidey? Also, welcome, welcome. What a strange dream. No, was it really a dream? It do be like that sometimes, Sidey. Drawer end. The knife was gone. Nothing inside. That's strange. Because it definitely was... It might just be a translation issue. It might be a writing issue. But man, the way Makoto goes about saying some stuff. It was empty. That's strange because it definitely wasn't before. Alternately, he could have had the normal thought, which is, the knife is gone. I thought I put it there. Could be a nice follow-up thought. But he's more concerned with the state of the drawer than what is in the drawer. They technically are equivalent, but one of those two things conveys information in a less stupid way. It's kind of like the way they talked about the stairs. Like, did you notice the secret thing? Did anybody notice the secret thing about the floor? Oh yeah, I noticed the very strange thing about the 5th floor. It was super strange. Do you mean there wasn't a stairway up? Exactly, that was super strange that there wasn't a stairway. What's wrong with you people? I'm positive I put the knife I got from Toko in here. Wait, that means... the knife they told me to keep safe. I knew it. I just had a feeling it wasn't a dream after all. But if that's true, this all makes even less sense. Why would someone have wanted to attack me? And who was behind the mask? And why was Kyoko? What is going on? I don't think I'm going to figure it out on my own. I should head to the dining hall.
Hey, Makoto.
Yep, that's Makoto. Sure as the sky's blue. Hey, Hina. That is a terribly strange way to greet someone. You really had me worried, you know? What happened to you last night? Worried?
I mean,
Yeah, right after nighttime hit, we all went to get you. We were hammering away at your doorbell, but you never answered. We thought maybe you'd been, you know... I mean, not that that'd actually happen. I mean, nobody here would want to, you know. So anyway, what were you doing? I didn't feel good, so I went right to bed. I had no idea you guys even showed up. Why did you come to get me? Did something happen? Well, lots of stuff, actually. I'm not sure I can really explain.
okay.
Let's go meet up with everyone else. So, is everyone waiting somewhere else or something?
That's right.
Oh yeah, we stayed up the whole night. The whole night? I lost at rock, paper, scissors, so I had to come get breakfast for everyone.
Okay.
So you got here just in time. Come on, help me carry it. Okay. Everyone's in the gym. Hurry up and I'll meet you there. Why's everyone in the gym? In the entire night? Can I teleport? I can. Convenient. Oh. Boop. There he is.
Oh, hey, Makoto.
This is worse than you being late for your wedding, the birth of your son, and your own funeral all at once.
What?
Jeez, to show up now like it's no big deal. You made us stay up all night while you slept like a baby in your bed? It's like Hina said, everyone was there, besides Kyoko. Then I noticed. They'd formed a circle around something. As soon as I saw what that something was... What the? Before I could catch myself, I cried out. Spread out in front of them were the remains of Monokuma.
What are you doing?
What does it look like? We're dismantling it to see what makes it tick.
Yeah, that's why Yasuhiro, Hina, and Toko are the ones doing the dismantling. Well, actually, no, this makes sense. Byakuya has told his minions to do the physical labor. He's probably actually doing the figuring out part.
Dismantling? But I mean, that's Monokuma you're messing with, right?
Yeah, that's right.
She's not even phased.
Relax, there's no danger. You say that, but... What is this? What are you guys doing? Looks like it's been professionally disassembled. How is that possible? Tearing apart something like that isn't dangerous? Seriously, what are you thinking? How can you say tearing apart something like that isn't dangerous? It isn't. What do you want us to say?
Hey, come on.
Well, I mean... I guess if it was destroyed when they arrived, they wouldn't be breaking the you can't attack Monokuma rule. Yeah, I would be worried about the spike launchers that seem to be in the gymnasium. Because you've got the high the quad high caliber guns, or the two double high caliber guns in the entry hall. You've got the Gatling gun in the room before the locker rooms. Got the spike launchers in the gym. I wonder if there are any other regional weapons. Guess I'll handle this. I'll explain what's going on, Makoto, because that's how much I like you. Byakuya found this little fellow laying around. Then we tore it apart. That doesn't explain anything.
What?
Just before we went to bed last night, I came to the gym to try and talk to Monokuma. I wanted to see if he had any new information about Kyoko's disappearance. And I found him here, just like normal. However, when I found him, he was no more than a regular toy. He didn't react, didn't say a word. You're saying he wasn't moving at all? I waited there until nighttime officially began, but still Monokuma laid there motionless. I gathered everyone up as quickly as possible so they could take a look. Even then, he still didn't make a move. So I immediately initiated the disassembly process. It was Master's stroke of genius, a chance to find out what made Monokuma tick. One thing we discovered is that he's a quite sophisticated machine. It's leagues beyond any normal remote control toy. Really? Byakuya once again demonstrating his amazing detective skills. The completely fluid-moving bear that is able to, run, jump, emote, teleport. And based on what Makoto has seen, do a full-on Street Fighter battle with Sakura was a sophisticated robot beyond the pall of a remote-controlled toy. Amazing deduction. Just amazing. Pretty much the first time they encountered him, you'd think that he would have been able to make that assumption without seeing the insides of it. It's either a supernatural living thing or a super sophisticated robot. There's really no in-between in that kind of case. You could get a composite. You could get a really sophisticated supernatural robot, a literal ghost in the shell, as it were. But what were the other options? Like, what alternatives was Byakuya entertaining? Is it that secretly, deep down, somewhere in the back of Byakuya's mind, there's like a tiny version of Hero shouting conspiracy theories, and Byakuya's arrogant, sophisticated outer shell is just his efforts to keep that voice from getting out? I mean, localization issues are always a possibility, casemate. Who has enough free time to invest in something like that, anyway? Free time? If you could make a robot like Monokuma, that's not free time. That's becoming a linchpin in the world of automation. It'd like be hypothetically building a bunch of completely autonomous, tiny mechanized catboys that could be deployed to every location in the world and infiltrate all of the possible homes of the rich and powerful. Nothing could possibly go wrong from that, and it would be nothing but a benefit to society. Buy yours today. But besides that, what I'm wondering is, why did it stop moving all of a sudden? I thought maybe he'd malfunction, but we didn't find any cause as we were taking him apart. So if he didn't break down, then maybe something happened to his puppeteer, the mastermind. Something unexpected. At least now he's gotten into the speculating on rational things. I can't imagine any other possibility. Something unexpected. They were probably so scared of Master they ran away in terror.
Could it be?
Or maybe they got sick or something. But Monokuma made his announcement this morning, right? Who was that, if not the mastermind? Well, I'm sure that's a recording. It's set to a timer and plays as necessary. That's true. He says the exact same thing every day, right? Hey guys, I don't think now's a good time for light conversation. I just found something. What is it? I like how it looks like a black cartoon, kind of the big Grenado style bomb, but with a really sophisticated like detonator mechanism attached to it. It's what? A bomb. There's one installed in every Monokuma robot, I'm sure. A bomb? That's super bad. We need to get rid of it. Roger that. It appears the bomb has a motion sensor. Any sudden movements, I'm sure it's sure to go off. Unlikely, because you had Hiro and Hina taking the robot apart. You know that they had to have picked that thing up and shook it a couple of times by now. Motion sensor? For serious? I'm starting to get all shaky.
Just a second.
Get it together. You're a man, aren't you? Yup, casemate. The kind that you'd expect to have one of those big chonky wicks out of it, you know? I'm fine. I'm totally fine. You're so not fine. You're all like, ah. I probably should have mentioned the motion sensor is off right now. Don't scare me like that. It's like you're the world's most spineless worm of the century.
Don't be mean.
Hey, come on. The century's just getting started. Don't call the race already. Whatever. Just hurry up and put the bomb down. Hanging on to it isn't going to do anyone any good. Yeah, good call.
Well?
Okay, it's down. Everything's all good. Hero put the bomb down, but that wasn't my main concern at that point. My eyes were glued to Monokuma's remains. He just stopped moving all of a sudden. Was it really because something had happened to the mastermind that they weren't expecting? Additionally, look at the size of the thing. Like, if they took that out of Monokuma, given the scale of the two piles, a significant part of that sucker's torso was full of bomb. would that have been? When I thought about it, I couldn't help but think back to the night before, being attacked by that masked figure.
Just a second.
Hey, Makoto. Huh?
Hey.
Don't huh us. Did you hear a thing we just said? Huh? So that's a no. What are you, some kind of brain-dead farm animal? Sorry. We're saying, since we're done dismantling Monokuma, what should we do now? We've decided to continue our offensive assault.
It's all clear now.
Can you have a defensive assault? I kind of figured that a assault was by its nature like being on the offense. Try and uncover the mastermind's true identity. We're going to break into the headmaster's room. Really?
Naturally.
Since the mastermind appears to have stopped all activity, now's our chance, wouldn't you agree? But if the mastermind comes back while we're in there, if you're scared, you're welcome to stay here by yourself. Or go live in the chicken coop with all the other chickens. You can be chicken number 6.
Such ignorance.
This battle, a fight to the death between us and the mastermind. We don't have time to deliberate.
But
No time to think, no time to talk. Let's go. I don't want to have to kill each other or anyone else, but we have a chance now.
Come on.
So what are you going to do? Are you going to run away or are you going to fight? You're right. I'll go with
It's
you.
all clear now.
We're going to break into the headmaster's room. If the thing comes down to this moment, anything can happen, so prepare yourselves. I'll follow you anywhere, to the ends of the earth. Sakura, if you can hear me, lend me your strength.
How about that?
I can do this. I'm a man. I can do this. I've got the will of the entire universe on my side. By the power of God in anime. Each found determination in our own ways. And when we were ready, we left the gym. Our target was the headmaster's room on the 4th floor of the school. Click. Naturally, Master's the one to show such bravery. Just make sure you don't get in his way. More fun when you're maniacal.
okay.
Sakura is going to be watching over us, so we're definitely going to find something to help us bring this to an end. Finally reached the climax. So let's hurry up and finish it before the mastermind catches us all.
Let's go.
This is where we expose every last detail of the mastermind. Is everyone ready? Rattle, rattle. It's locked, as expected. So, what are you going to do? Isn't it obvious? We're going to tear this door off its hinges. But the rules say, we've seen that the mastermind isn't watching us. Those don't matter anymore. But like Makoto said, if the mastermind did show up while we were in there,
So, in other words,
we'll just have to finish our business before that can happen.
Hey.
Okay, sure, but
what?
we've come this far. We can't back down now. We absolutely can. We still have functioning legs. We agreed this is what we have to do, so we have to do it. I recall it differently. I recall you saying there's no time for deliberation and declaring that this is what we were going to do. I feel like you even you should think that that's a bit disingenuous, sir. You could have just skipped the "we've agreed" and it would have been, still the same thing to you. This is what we're going to do, so we have to do it.
I mean...
Really?
What the heck?
You don't have any choice. We're desperate.
Okay.
Let's do it. Let's rip the store down.
Actually...
Okay, but how are we going to do it? This thing looks sturdy. We'll need something sturdy of our own. What about that one thing? The thing in the tool shed.
Oh, so then...
The pickaxe.
I see.
That could very well be exactly what we need. Now then, Toko, what time is it? Left the gym, it was just before 9 o'clock, so it's probably 9 on the dot now.
It's all clear now.
Get the pickaxe and be back here by 9:01.
What?
That's straight up unreasonable. By myself?
Naturally.
Surely you like to have your me time once in a while, right? Well, if it's me and you time, then yeah.
What?
You know how much time it took you to say that? 10 seconds. Take too long and I'll erase your existence from my consciousness. Unacceptable. Anybody ever watch Adventure Time? I kind of expect that to be in Lemongrab's voice. I like how they came to the door fully expecting to have to tear it down. Since, as far as they're concerned, it is locked and has always been locked. They have no reason to believe that it definitely will be unlocked. Like, locked was a possibility. Why not bring something that you think could take down the door with you? With that, Toko ran off, loud as a herd of rabid elephants. That'd be kind of terrifying, a rabid elephant, like frothing at the mouth rabid.
Hey...
For serious, though, are we just gonna knock this door down? No problem is solved by running away. Find your stones and be a man. Stones is even for what he's saying. Stones is just another crude way to say it. Like, I feel like they translated this and thought, hey, if we use the word stones instead, that's all fancy, right? And no. You just don't say it if you want them to be, like, less crass. He's right. You can't move forward by always avoiding danger.
If you spend all your time trying to avoid danger, you'll never move forward.
Those are different things you said, Makoto. Kyoko is saying you can't spend all your time avoiding danger. You just said if you always avoid danger, that you can't move forward. Hers implies you have to take some actions, but you can still avoid danger. Just don't spend all of the time focused on avoiding, all dangers. We know the danger, but if that risk means solving the mystery, we have no choice. a lot of the characters are really into their, like, drastic jumps to conclusions. Like, can you conceive of any way that would let you avoid the danger while still solving the mystery? Like, could you look up any way to do it? Consider any way to do it? Because it feels like you're saying, nope, that's what I decided, and that's the only way to do it. Any other way is cowardly and non-productive.
Hey,
Am I wrong? Even if it's dangerous, we have to overcome the challenges in front of us. And that's a reasonable assertion. That part acknowledges that there is danger and that they should try to overcome it. Or that they wish to and should. Maybe, but I'm still super stressed. I'm so tense I can hardly talk. I'm all flubbust. No, I'm totally flabstaff. Nope. Big ol' nope. Gross, where'd you come from? Wait, Genocide Jill, where'd you come from?
You called for me and so I appeared.
Hello, it's the wondiferous, murderiferous fiend. Oof. Yeah, I can generally avoid it if I avoid game pads for too long on end. And if, then the second thing is like MMO style, like, button presses, where you have a whole bunch of different hotkeys that you have to hit, usually with one hand. That seems to aggravate it as well, but much more slowly for me. But man, game pads within a single day, I can set it off. So I can definitely get how you had a twinge and then yeah. Was it I've heard folks mention that, like, for them, for some folks it's like gamepad is how they avoid it. Like, the way that they hold a gamepad seems to mitigate the risk for them. For me, holding a gamepad maximizes it. Everybody's got their own way that their arm nerves are messed up. Here to greet you with a razor-sharp smile.
Come on.
About the pickaxe. Where is it? I was supposed to pick an axe? Oh, you seeping imbecile. The pickaxe. Seeping imbecile? Oh, master, you wound me with your executive level barbs. I know. Bourgeois? Here comes the bloody nose. Seriously, though, did you really forget the pickaxe?
Give it a rest.
Omega-3 fatty acids, that's what you need. Great for the old memory factory. I think we already established that their memory doesn't carry over when they switch.
Not possible.
This is a level of uselessness I find difficult to tolerate.
Ooh, yes, yes.
Ah, the light bulb just went on. That's why I went to the garden, right? I was supposed to get the pickaxe. Alright, we've solved one mystery. That means there's just one more mystery left. One more? Yep, now we need to figure out the identity of Object X.
So,
What are you talking about? Did you already forget what we were talking about? You're like missing out on life.
You gotta be kidding!
I'm not missing out on life. In fact, I found one in the garden. What? What did you find? Corpus.
You SOB!
Did you hear me? I said corpse. A corpse? That's right. Found a corpse in the garden. Found a corpse in the garden.
What did you say?
Well then, before we enter the headmaster's room, it appears we have something else to look into.
Come on.
Going to the garden. Okie doke. As soon as we entered the garden, I saw it. I didn't want to, but... saw someone laying on the ground with a mask covering their face. And there was a knife buried in their stomach up to the hilt. What the? Are they really dead? Ah, check their pulse, Hina. Maybe they're okay. Maybe they're just sleepy. Really sleepy. I, too, sometimes find it nice to, lay fully sprawled out on a brick pathway with a knife in my belly. It's so relaxing. Nothing says a deep, restful slumber like a gut wound. For sure, but who is it? Chapter 5, Deadly Life. Just to make things clear. Last night I was attacked by someone wearing a mask. Has a real last time on Danganronpa feel, doesn't it? And whoever that was, now they're... I don't know why, but now they're laying dead in front of me. Told you, there's a corpse hanging out here.
No way!
They really dead? Is this really a dead body?
What?
You need to begin looking around right away. However, be ever so careful. There's no telling what you might find. Couple of things. There are 5 people around the corpse. There has been no death announcement. But those shoes give me a bad feeling. Don't. How about you guys? Need to find out who this actually is, but with that mask on, there's no way with the face mask covering their face like that. And the white coat they're wearing makes it impossible to tell anything about the body itself. Impossible. The victim is a total... Remove the mask. Remove the coat. The coat is laying over the body. I mean, yeah, it's pinned by the knife, but you could lift a little bit of it. One thing I do know is that whoever this is, they attacked me last night in my room. But why? How did they wind up dead in here? Their heart isn't beating, they're not breathing, all signs of life have come to a complete stop. Thanks to the knife that's been driven into their stomach, their clothes are stained a bright red. It appears the bleeding has stopped, but the blood that's there is still wet. Be careful you don't touch it and get some on you. How can you be so calm at a time like this? Who is it? Their face and body are all hidden, so I don't have a clue. Pretty sure it's a girl, at least. How can you tell? I think I see the outline of her chest, and there's just the general shape of the body. The more I look, the more I'm sure it's a girl. then it could be... Okay, then. Let's just tear the mask clean off. Wait, don't. Time he called out, it was too late. Popo's hand shot out towards the mask, and in the next instant... Well, that was unexpected. Toko's getting some hang time. The body blew up. It blew... My vision started to darken. I prepared to pass out. That's a useful skill to have. I mean, like, oh, I'm about to pass out. Let me just, sit down on the ground, get comfy, get my emergency pillow out. Okay, I am now ready to pass out. Let's go. Seems more convenient. I mean, if you would just, like, suddenly faint or something like that, you might bump your head on the way down or, injure yourself in some way. But I guess if you're prepared to pass out, then you're good to go. But then, hurry up, put out the fire. As my consciousness attempted to float away, that voice reached up and pulled it back down to earth. Someone pressed something into my hands. It was a bucket of water. Dump the water on it. Okay. Upper half the body was on fire. I took aim and tossed the water as hard as I could. Sploosh. Thankfully, that was enough to put out the fire. Died down, leaving behind the unpleasant smell of burning. I mean, he was clearly out for quite a while. Guess that took care of it. I guess that took care of it. I mean, unless there were multiple buckets up to that point. Maybe he was out long enough and they were doing like a full brigade kind of thing to put it out. But if one bucket put it out, then would it have scorched the body that crispy? Because if it was so intense that it could do that very quickly, then you wouldn't think a bucket of water would put it out, but maybe it was dying down because it was running out of things to scorch? What was that? What was that? It exploded.
What did you say?
I had a bad feeling about that body, but I never imagined it would explode. And now the body...
What?
burnt to a crisp. It's beyond well done. Don't compare it to a steak. I'll never be able to eat steak again. Now that the body's charred, I really have no idea. How are we going to find out who it was? Who isn't here right now? Well, if we consider who's not here, that will quickly narrow down who it must be. There's only one person missing. It's Kyoko. Kyoko? And that dead body is Kyoko. That can't be right. Calm down. I didn't say it was Kyoko. But I mean, who else? There is one other person. The Mastermind. What? The Mastermind? Come on, there's no way the Mastermind got charbroiled? Get serious. I agree. Normally the idea wouldn't be worth considering, but I have reason to believe it may be true. The Mastermind being dead would explain that other matter, wouldn't it? Monokuma can hardly move around if its master is dead, right? But that corpse is a girl, right? It doesn't make any sense. I mean, remember what Alter Ego said. That same person may very well be the Mastermind who planned this all out. And according to the files, the headmaster is a man in his late 30s. It seems possible, even likely, that he is somewhere in the school right now.
What the heck?
So the Mastermind is some middle-aged dude, right? Which the corpse obviously isn't. Then could that mean the Mastermind isn't the headmaster? Is it the teenage girl Kyoko told me about? The ultimate despair? Huh? Mukuro Ikusaba, the 16th student at Hope's Peak. What are you talking about? Out loud, in front of the monitors. The other day, Kyoko confided in me. She said there was a 16th student here in the school. I think you'd better tell us everything you know. Well, all Kyoko told me was...
Mukuro Ikusaba, the 16th student.
And again.
The one they call the ultimate despair. Watch out for her.
Sounded like Kyoko thinks Mukuro Ikusaba is the mastermind. Headmaster isn't the mastermind, I'm sure of that. What? Don't have proof yet, but I have no doubt I'm right.
I see.
It's another student here, and it's a female? That would match the body's characteristics. That phrase, the ultimate despair, sounds super mastermindy, doesn't it? She's not wrong, it does. I mean, that's a pretty awesome supervillain name, don't you think? That's the kind of name that you could easily shout before the battle with the hero begins, you know? Or perhaps the name of your ultimate move. Ultimate despair.
Could it be?
Okay, so the mastermind is this girl, Mukuro, I think. And she's a student here. She's the ultimate despair. But if she's been hiding here in the school like some teenage Bigfoot, how'd she wind up burnt to a crisp?
What the heck?
None of this makes any sense. To just suddenly show up and then die. I think we better take a closer look at the body. There may be some clues to help us figure out exactly... Hey, wait.
What?
What? Are we forgetting something? You know, Toko? Yeah, she got totally blown up, huh? Forget about her. I'm sure the explosion vaporized her. That's not how explosions work, Byakuya. Oh, she survived. Oh, she survived. Same line, but it's all in the delivery. What just happened? Master.
Stop talking.
You declared for the whole world to hear that you would never again inhale a single molecule of oxygen. Oh, then I don't mind breathing in the carbon dioxide you exhale. That's enough for me to live.
What the heck?
This is the strangest back and forth I've ever seen. If you look, that shard, that is a... They, like, snipped a bit out of the sprite for that, the big bomb that they found in the Monokuma. That's the bottom right corner of the motion sensor. So these fragments are, to me, implying that one of those bombs was there. Which would make her super duper... Well, would make all of them super duper lucky. Should take a closer look at the body one more time. Watch yourself, Mikoto. She may be dead, but she's still a girl. Don't worry, I don't plan on touching the body all that much. Not Kyoko, after all. What this? Something next to the body. It's a key. A fancy looking key. It's fancy looking because that the part that's got like the glowy right angle bits, that looks just like a decal. Given kind of the shape that's on it. I feel like they were trying to imply it's got some sort of like, you know, circuit pattern on it or something like that, but it really just looks like a sticker. It's a nice sticker, but still just looks like a sticker. Is it what Kyoko took from Monokuma? Didn't she already show you the key that she took from Monokuma? That she stole from the headmaster's office? And that Monokuma said that's, you know, she stole a key and something else. Oh, okay. Maybe this is the something else. Okay.
So,
What did you steal? Stole a key. Yeah. Oh. So, I mean, sometimes it's that there needs to be a slap the character button in some of these games. This isn't anything like that other key. And this key is...
What?
Did you find something? Yeah, it was on the ground near the body. Ever seen this key before? What could it possibly go to? Biolab, control room. They might think headmaster's office. So even you don't know then. What do you mean you can't just look at a key and immediately divine what it's for? Makoto, I'm going to give you a very important task.
I
Huh?
see.
That key might give you access to certain areas we thought were locked. That we thought were locked. Certain areas that were locked when we first found them. So it's got to be a translation issue, right?
So in other words,
Like that were locked. Go check the locked doors. Biolab data center, headmaster's room, and the dorm rooms on the second floor. It's in your hands. So I'm your errand boy now? Yes. Raw. He definitely doesn't fit. It's the type of key, at least, at the very least, given its shape, it would have a very distinct, like, the aperture would have to have a pretty noticeable look to it. Unless it's a lot smaller than it appeared. I mean, that thing... Scale could be way off, but that thing was, like, palm of your hand, like, big. Well, welcome, Maximus. Is this your first time getting to one of the streams? Well, you just said that. Is this your first time seeing one of the streams? Data center. Nick. I managed to unlock the data center, he shouted. Guess all that running around paid off. I have to go tell everybody. How'd it go? In any event, In any event, Maxwell, welcome to the stream. Welcome. If you're not aware, I'll give you the spiel. I'm Newt Mechanist. I'm a variety streamer, though I am focused very much on detective games as of late. They've been a lot of fun. If you've been watching the VODs, then you know at least the cats are a fixture of the stream. The one you can see right there is Sammy. We won't be able to see Ember because camera 1 is not playing nice. But we can also see Sky in the top left. Mason and Sherbet are not visible just yet. Let's double check. We'll zoom in. One of them is in that little bed there. I can't quite tell which it is, but one of them is hiding in there. But yeah, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Good to have you. One of the nicer things about this sort of game is that we do have plenty of time to chat. So if you have any questions or just want to talk or you just want to lurk, feel free. Found out which room the key goes to. It's the data center down on the 4th floor. Then we can get into the data center now?
I see.
Interesting. But why did the now deceased have that key on them? I suppose we'll just have to go to the data center and find out. Yeah, I think you're right. Here we are. Looks like the door is still unlocked. Hey, so when you open that door, it's not going to be another huge kaboom like before, right? Danganronpa has been a lot of fun, Maxwell. I mentioned this in one of the my Go Live announcements today, but this one has very quickly shot forward to my favorite in the genre. Mechanics are interesting. The searching around and finding information feels a little more meaningful. The characters are sometimes big old boxes of rocks as far as the way that they act. Above and beyond they're a bunch of teenagers in a highly unexpected and stressful circumstance. We've had a bunch of instances just today where it's not only, why are you saying it that way, you are conveying the minimum to know information. When you very clearly could just say it a slightly different way and everybody would know what you're talking about. But aside from that, it still feels like that there's more mystery happening, which is fun. Lots of fun. You're asking the question now. Don't worry, we have Makoto. What?
In other words,
It's in your hands. Again? It means I trust you. To act as to act as cannon fodder for us. We totally trust you. That's an absolute lie. I'm just being used. Okay, Byakuya is still relatively close, but is out of, like, immediate blast cone. Hina's down the hall, he's around the corner, she's down the hall. No trust.
Okay.
It'll be fine. Makoto's on the job. Not that that's any kind of guarantee. A guarantee? No faith. I'm totally sure there won't be another kaboom. For serious. And, just to be safe, I'm gonna go stand somewhere else. Master told you he trusts you? Master told you that?
What the heck?
She didn't die from the shockwave. She didn't get hit with any of the shrapnel, which it was very clear there was shrapnel on the ground. And she didn't die from being thrown the way she was. Like, she was picked up and chucked at a high arc. I'm so not happy about any of this. Said I trust you. You now have an obligation to live up to that trust. Reached out, put my hands on the door, closed my eyes, and tried to clear my mind. With silent prayer, I slowly opened the door. Nothing happened. Making sure I was still alive, I slowly opened my eyes. It's shove the door open, pull the door open, and jump back. Take some cover. Then, after opening the door, pay attention to things like, trip lines, all that kind of fun. See, that reveals it, to Casemate. It's not a Jekyll-Hyde scenario. It's not like a separate personality. Genocide Jill is actually her superpowered form. Her second form, her higher powered form, that is relatively impervious to all harm. Like, I'm sure something can take her out. Some, ridiculous MacGuffin. No. Ridiculous plot coupon. It wouldn't be a MacGuffin if it had a use. The kryptonite, the wildly prevalent thing that is supposed to completely hobble Superman, but never actually finishes him off, kind of nonsense. And bombs aren't one of them. In a word, the room was strange. It's not ringing any bells, Casemate. All the rooms up till now were strange, but this room had a special kind of strangeness. It's a security room, dude. It wasn't a surface fear like the rest of the school. Here, the fear was lurking beneath the surface. Oh, I remember that one. That is one of those, and suddenly super violence animes. Was filled with that kind of dread. Extended a trembling hand and pointed. Look at those monitors on the wall. Look what they're showing. Why does this shock them? There are cameras everywhere. Like, everywhere. Very prominently displayed cameras everywhere. In their bedrooms, no less. and they enter a room and they can see all of the camera monitors, and it's... What did you think was going on? How did you think they were keeping tabs on you? Why were you going into the changing room to have secret conversations? You're fully aware of the cameras and the implication that somebody's watching the feeds. The dorms, the classroom, every part of the school was covered. Chapter 5 has been a cavalcade of, yes, that's obvious, hasn't it? This is...
What?
It's the direct feed from every single surveillance camera. All the cameras in the school feed back to this room, and they're displayed here on these monitors.
So that's it.
So the sole purpose of this room is to watch us. And whatever the machines on the right do, whatever the laptops on the desk do, and whatever's behind the Monokuma door. But otherwise, it's entirely and only to watch the monitors on that one wall. Oh my god. To watch us? And this room is
All clear now.
the Mastermind's private room, without a doubt. Or we could witness the fact that there's a camera aimed right at the desk that you would probably be at if you were watching the monitors, and recognize that somebody is watching the person who's watching. I guess that makes sense. So the Mastermind was here, watching us. Then I think this settles it. Huh? The body in the garden. If they had the key to this room, it can only mean one thing. That was the body of Mukuro Ikusaba, and she was the Mastermind. Then the Mastermind is dead? Like, really, really dead? It would seem so. For serious. It's too bad they had to go and die before Master could kill them himself. The Mastermind is dead. Could that really be true? Does that mean it's all over? Because, I mean, that body... just... Oh... The reasoning capability of everyone on the cast has dropped a whole grade level minimum in this chapter. So who was it that...
But
So who was that? Yeah. Or who was it that killed the other person? If the Mastermind really is dead, that means we can finally get out of here.
how about that?
We gotta hurry up and find the exit. Come on.
That's enough.
No, we have to check this area thoroughly first. But what about the exit? If the Mastermind truly is dead, we can leave whenever we decide to. Assuming we have a means and a exit that will work. Because, you know, the death of the Mastermind does not ensure that the giant Fallout vault door with automated guns on it will just open for you. Right now, we need to find out why the Mastermind set up this life or death game in the first place. No, you don't. First, you need to find out how to stop the life or death game. In case, you know, it's still active in some fashion. I'm bothered by the fact that the Mastermind was obviously murdered. Murdered? Could that be what the knife? No. So you think so too, huh?
Naturally.
Huh. I mean, they've been reasonably dark with this one. They haven't... One of the things I appreciate is that they're not indulging in super violence. Well, they're not overindulging in violence. You see plenty where the whole shtick is like, oh, look how gruesome this death is. Oh, man. Oh, man, there's bits everywhere. It's so gory. And, okay, but you definitely need to make sure that you got more than that going on. The state of the corpse makes it plain as day. There is absolutely no doubt the mastermind was murdered.
But
Why's it got to be that way? I mean, who could have even done it?
Such ignorance.
It's exactly why we need to investigate the purpose and identity of the mastermind.
I'm telling you.
Now do you understand, you useless insect? You're banned from talking to Master ever again. Mastermind's purpose and why they were killed. This room may very well hold the answers to those questions. After all, the Mastermind must have spent who knows how much time here. Alright, let's begin our search. It's time to uncover the identity of the Mastermind. This door is kind of creepy. It's got a picture of Monokuma on it. But what could be inside? Ah, okay. I could see that kind of thing. I know I've got a couple lined up that, again, I don't know. I'm going to have to dig around and see how stream-worthy / stream-safe some of them are. But I know there are a couple that are less anime tropey. As far as, like, the apparent characters. Door's locked, huh? What if you use the key that opened this room? Let's give it a try, just in case. Oh, no good. It won't even fit in the keyhole.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. Everything's fine. Mastermind's dead, right? So nothing's gonna happen to us. Guess you're right. Stop thinking about that door with Monokuma's picture on it. I mean, come on now. It's a door with Monokuma's picture, so clearly the Monokuma key door opens it. Just like if a door was red, then the red key card would open it. This is just common sense. This is how door locks work. Well, I suppose unless you're in the Resident Evil world, and then you're going to need to find, you know, the orange that can be sliced in half with the letter opener that you found in the desk of the zombie dude on the 3rd floor of a different building, and then you need to juice that orange on the very particular statue in the lobby and collect that juice in a canister, which you then feed into a machine that compresses it down into an orange keycard. And then you can open the orange keycard door. And inside you will find a healing herb. But worrying about it isn't going to do me any good. Ina's right. The mastermind's gone, so there's nothing to be afraid of anymore. So my theory is that Makoto didn't just get sick. Makoto was just the one that had the most adverse reaction to the, invisible gas that they used on the entire campus that caused severe brain damage to everyone in there. Because, boy, they all got dumb really fast. Oh, exactly, Maxwell, exactly. That was the mastermind murdered. To figure that out, we need to find out the identity and purpose of the mastermind. Can't believe how many monitors there are. My eyes are flickering as fast as they are. As fast as they are.
What's your problem?
Hurry up and find something for Master. I mean, I want to know why they were killed as much as the next guy, but I really want to get out of here. Scanning. Nothing showing up on this one. Hey, look, next to that next to the TV. Isn't that a TV antenna? Never seen an antenna like that, so sure. Well, I mean, I've seen, like, ham radio antennas that have been run up in, like, PVC pipe to keep them stable up to a particular height. But I've never seen a short TV antenna like that.
How about that?
It is. It's just like the one my grandma uses. It's totally one of those high-def antennas. Wait, so if we hook up that antenna, we could watch TV? Did someone say TV?
You know?
Well, Saturday morning, Hina's here. Are you talking to me?
Okay.
Anyway, if we can watch TV, let's do it. Come on, come on, come on.
You know?
Ah, you're all starved for info from the outside world, huh? Alright, let me work my magic, and you'll be quantum leaping your way to TV land before you know it. Ah, yeah. I mean, it wasn't a bad show, but is that... Even at the time the game was released, was that part of their target demographic? Let alone TV land, you know? I mean, I get the reference, but what's he talking about? Bunch of computers all lined up. Bunch of monitors and keyboards all lined up. Like high-performance PCs, nothing like the ancient laptop Alter Ego was installed on. They're on, but they all seem to be locked. So what? We can't do anything? Just use your fighting spirit to force your way in. What century are you from? Mastermind must have been using these to monitor the network. And Alter Ego. You may well be right about that. But there's no point in thinking about it now. You're right. Really ridiculous number of monitors here. Mastermind's been using them all to spy on us. As long as I have this... Huh? Master, go. It's like a feast for the eyes. How much is a monthly membership? Oh...
You know?
Oh. What's wrong? Good news for all you Saturday morning kiddies out there. I think I got the TV working. Really? All we gotta do is switch it on, then do it. Idiot mastermind, all you guys need to cut free from your regrets of the outside world. And they were sitting here watching TV the whole time. They really thought they could get away with it. What is this? The feed coming from the surveillance camera monitoring this room, isn't it?
What the heck?
Yeah, that particular side of Toko has been steadily escalating. That's weird.
Come on.
Hey, what are you doing? It's really weird. You're weird. Weird in every way possible. And not just weird, super weird.
But
This TV isn't hooked up to anything but the antenna. So how is it showing the camera feed?
Well,
Did you try changing the channel? Good idea. Let's give that a try. Hero went through each channel by one by one. Every channel, it was just us. It was a live feed of us standing there in the data center.
what the heck?
Is it broken or something?
Could it be?
No, there must be some kind of trick to it. Some weird setup. A trick? What kind of trick? It's got that Bugs Bunny leaning over like Elmer Fudd's shoulder while Elmer Fudd tries to rig up a trap for Bugs. For those of you that remember Looney Tunes. I always feel like I need to say that.
Actually,
I'm not sure, but... Huh? 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 Been a while. Monokuma? You're supposed to be dead. Me? Dead? Don't be stupid. You're acting strange. Something seems different. Of course I'm different. Evolution is perfectly natural. After all, I've been hibernating for 2 years already. And even it's been like half a day at most. How are you alive again? They've already seen a Monokuma explode. Oh yeah, that's it. The look on your... That's it. The look on your faces right now is sublime. That's what I wanted to see. The moment you went from hope to despair. Don't tell me you pretended to be dead all for this moment. Why would a bear pretend to be dead? They're the ones who should pretend to be dead when you see a bear. I mean, that's totally laughable. It's making me laugh. I'm gonna laugh now.
Well, now.
And that's that. Almost time to cut off your... It's almost time to cut off your past so full of hope and begin to despair at the future ahead of you. I want you to all have way more fun in this killing game. You can't be serious. We have to keep going?
Let me out of here!
We were supposed to get out of here. Get out of here? Are you still obsessed with getting out of here?
Unbelievable.
How do you not get it? There is no getting out of here. Besides, this life isn't all bad, you know. I mean, there's stuff you won't like about life no matter where you are. Are you serious? This place is the worst. If it's the worst, does that mean you're in despair?
Well, now.
I'm pooped from all that laughing. I guess I'll just get to the point now. The point? You guys really struck gold when you found that TV. Yes, indeed, that TV is an essential part of your school life here.
What?
I knew it was hiding a secret of some kind.
What the heck?
But I connected the antenna, so why is it just showing us the surveillance feed? Look how attentive they are now. Well then, I'm gonna let you in on a blood-gushing secret and tell you all about it. That TV is absolutely, without a doubt, displaying a signal coming in on the antenna.
Huh?
What does that mean?
What the heck?
I mean, in any event, Looney Tunes is generally a good choice. It's displaying the signal, but it's just us standing here.
Unbelievable.
You're so stupid, don't you get it? Fine, I'll just tell you.
Kills, chills, kills!
This killing game is being broadcast live to the entire world. It's the most popular thing on TV. Huh?
Extreme!
This killing game is being broadcast live to the entire world. It's the most popular thing on TV. Doesn't matter how many times he says it, I don't know what it's supposed to mean. I mean, even if I understood the words, I'm not sure I'd understand the deeper meaning. There isn't a deeper meaning. Or I'm sorry, there doesn't have to be. There is a literal meaning. Broadcast live to the entire world? What kind of bad joke is this? It can't be. Have they taken over the airwaves somehow?
Oh no!
The camera feed is being broadcast? No way, that's impossible. That kind of overconfidence is a major weakness in your crisis management system, you know that? All you need is one weird trick that I found, and hijacking the airwaves is easy mode. You serious right now?
Of course!
I mean, just within the past, 10 years, there's been folks that have demonstrated it'd be really easy to have broadcast antennas, everywhere. Really innocuous broadcast antennas. Itty-bitty ones. Sound was coming from my own mind, like a boat tossing in the ocean. My mind had begun to creak and groan.
Hey,
Everything has a meaning, you know. All those hints I gave you about those tantalizing tidbits about the school's mysteries? Even me luring you here right now? Why would I do any of that without a reason? It was all for my captive audience, to show them true despair like they've never seen it before. So those moments where he seems to be like, okay, you guys are going to have to work with me here. It's like, my whole mission seems to be to break these folks. And it's like, he wants them to know despair. And he seems to have to interact with them as if they don't even understand the concept, let alone the word. I became the director of a despair-based production. This is the ultimate reality show, the best in despair entertainment.
What are you saying?
You're lying. If this was on TV, the police and everyone else would be going crazy. Yeah, there's no way they wouldn't have tried to come and rescue us.
actually,
What if they already did? Huh?
yes indeed.
But then again, it's not really any of their business, right? Sure, some people might yell at their TV to try and warn you, but who would actually come here to help? This is the entire premise of this, in that they're like trapped and forced to kill each other if they want to get out, but only one can get out, is reliant on having enough people that think that everybody else is really dumb. Pretty much exactly, Maxwell. Do you get the concept? The idea is to have as many of you die as possible. That's, to some extent, Casemate, that's why the concept of Sakura makes sense. And the constant, like, hey, I'm going to give you something that might make you desperate. Like, I'm going to do something that, I'm going to reveal secrets you don't want to know. I'm going to offer you a big pile of money. I'm going to plant a traitor. That kind of stuff. Those make a lot more sense. It's not perfect. But it's not just that this isn't actually a prisoner's dilemma scenario. Because it's not the, like, hey, if we both guess wrong, like, if you do the bad thing, if we both do the bad thing, then, we both suffer. It's only one person can succeed. So, if you take no action, the villain comes after you. They do something to try to goad you into action. If you take action yourself, then you stand to gain or lose. If somebody else takes action, you only stand to lose. Like, you can only do something to keep yourself in the game. Oh, yes, absolutely, Casemate. If you're enough of a bully, you're either going to get everybody gets really listless and doesn't want to do anything anymore, or you're going to turn them on you. And they will act to just mess with you. That's true, Maxwell. The people who have currently stood to lose the most, just by their presence on it, is Byakuya, who does not have somebody to act as a PR flack for him right now. And Toko the most of all, because Toko's, superpowered secret identity has been revealed. Hello, Ember. Hello. Come here. Come here. There you go. There, come here. When Ember wants attention, what she'll do is she'll walk over in my lap, and then she'll walk up my torso a little bit and require that I, hold her hind legs a little bit, cradle her hind legs a bit, while she climbs up the rest of the way and drapes herself a bit against my shoulder. Yep, it's every time he reveals something like this, he runs the risk of everybody taking the action that technically Byakuya took, and that's, I'm not going to play anymore. Like, our whole purpose here is no longer to get out. Or, I'm sorry, is no longer to participate in the game. It's to escape or survive. And that is, like, all of us. We want to beat the game. Not win the game. And that's what you don't want. At that point, that's when you have to deploy something to try to shove a wedge in. You'd have to. That's when you deploy the goads. Things like, hey, you know, and you'd want to address them in a targeted fashion. You slip something to somebody. That's when you deploy like the fake notes, the altered suicide letter. All of those things would have to be used in a fashion that would cast doubt on other people. Don't you think that's possible? I don't really know personally, though, so whatever.
This can't be.
But to take control of all the communications like that, you need an astronomical amount of resources. Yeah, the dead body is a weird aspect right now. Because if you look at it, right now the implication is Kyoko has found some critical thing and is now on the offense. Like, she's going all Assassin's Creed around the building, you know? She's in the vents. That's one possibility. But if it's not the action of Kyoko, then why is that individual dead? And why is Monokuma still active? Yep, so how could things have come this far? Well, that's a secret. There's something you all need to do first, remember? But you gotta remember, Tass, Warframes can only enter through the ventilation system. Once they're inside, they can't go back in the vents.
Of course.
Yeah, duh. There's a little business of. This is like you say, this is potentially Monokuma making some final stabs to try to get things to go the way that he wants. There have been plenty of deaths, sometimes what amounts to multi-kills going on here. And in those scenarios, those are big wins for Monokuma, but any of these death game scenarios, you can have a situation where there is the powerful individual bent on winning that is going to, whether it's physically adept, you know, really cunning, some combination of different traits like that, that is actively seeking to win, and they're actively seeking to kill everyone else. That is danger. That is like worst case scenario. Because then that person will be culling them down. But this one also has a trick to it that you have to do it and then not be suspected. If you are actively killing everybody, then eventually they're going to vote you out. You have to make sure that you are completely non-suspicious. And all it takes is once for that, and then you win. Which wouldn't be good for Monokuma's plot. It's actively better for Monokuma's plot if people keep trying to kill and failing. So, like, it's good for a murder to happen and then the trial to reveal the killer. That's what you want to have happen constantly. And you actually don't want multi-kills. You want one kill at a time. So there's one murder and one execution. Back to back to back to back. Well, you know, it doesn't have to be back to back chronologically, you know, in a time sense. But it's always one kill, one execution each time. So that you can drag it out as much as possible and build up that fear in each person. What are you doing, Ember? What? It is clearly chat time. Which means I've had every opportunity to pet you, and you're just wriggling all over Ember.
A body has been discovered.
Okay. Okay, so the implications of this... You may not chew on the phone, Ember. But I'm gonna. She's doing that cat liquid inertia thing, where I try to push her gently away from the phone, and she simultaneously, like, shifts her posture and center of gravity so that she doesn't move much and continues to lean forward. Yeah, the 3 prime targets, like, from the first trial, as soon as the first trial was over, the 3 people to target were Makoto, Byakuya, and Kyoko. You should immediately have killed one of them. Ideally, Byakuya or Kyoko first. And I would have picked Kyoko. If you could bring down Kyoko, you would probably have gotten away with it. Apparently a body, Scott, Okami. We found a corpse what exploded. And there's been a protracted delay because the Monokuma was presumed dead for that whole period, but shortly after Monokuma reappeared and then left, we get a body announcement. So is this a delayed announcement for the body that was found, or is something else happening?
After a certain amount of time, which you may use however you like.
Huh? Last trial? What do you mean? Oh. No, the Monokuma hadn't actually left for that. He was still standing right there.
It's the Monokuma File! Heart-pounding excitement!
Things are going to get pretty crazy from here on out. You're in for a heck of a ride.
I can't wait! I can't wait!
And then he was gone. Tess mentioned Warframe. It's not particularly relevant to it. It's really applicable to any kind of multi-character, often PvE game. But it was a video of essentially somebody presenting one of those like little kids shape matching toys. You know, the ones with the shapes on the lid, and you put the block into the appropriate shape opening, and it drops down in the bucket. And you have somebody. It's kind of like a short style stitched thing. You have somebody on one side being like answering the questions, while the video on the right is showing somebody saying, "Where do you think this shape goes? It goes in this hole." And every time they pull out a shape and they're like, "What shape should we use here?" And there's a Warframe character over each slot, and over each shape slot. And every shape they pull out, it starts with the square, but every shape after that, they say, "Where should this go?" Person on the right on the side is saying stuff like, "Oh, that should go in the square." And then the next shape comes out, and they're like, "Oh, that goes in the circle." And they take the cylinder and like, "That's right, that goes in the square." And they drop the cylinder into the square. It fits fine. They pull out a big triangle and like, "Oh, well, that goes in the triangle slot." It's like, "That's right, it goes in the square." And they turn it on the side, and the triangle slides down perfectly into the square slot. Like, they turn it so that it's it's side facing down into the slot. And they do that for every subsequent shape, and the person is just getting increasingly distraught. It felt like a bit of a meme template. But that's why Warframe re-entered my consciousness recently. Because I am still in a stage where it's like I am actively not playing Warframe for the past several years. But it was the concept was character balance, and the square slot was a character that is essentially universally applicable and really good. But I'm just reminded. Pretty much, tasks. The money versus grind investment was no longer worth it for me. Like, I didn't want to spend the money, and I did not also want instead to spend all of the grind time. So enough of that. Reality was incomprehensible, the truth hopelessly out of reach. All we were left with was despair. We stood there for I don't know how long, frozen in place. I couldn't think. It took everything I had just to keep myself standing upright. I don't understand any of this. What's despair entertainment? And I don't know what it's ultimately called. There was a type of anime, a theme of anime, that I usually would call despair anime. Endless Route. Haven't I played Endless Route? Speak to me, Internet. Endless loop. Okay. Despair anime is often in the same, will often utilize that where there's a lot of graphic depth. But I think it has an overlap, but not a 100% overlap. Despair anime are the ones that I point to as the idea that it is a hopeless scenario. That everything is going bad. And the characters kind of have to struggle against it. And the part of the story is their failure to escape it. So it's a terrible game, and I don't like the gameplay at all. The story is kind of interesting, but Corpse Party is a despair anime game. There is no actual escape. A real horror version of that is The Ring. The Ring. There is no actually escaping that scenario. Like, the curse begins and it has to spread. If you encounter it, you're dead meat. It is not necessarily going to be executed well. They can definitely turn into it's just murder porn, you know? It gets fan servicey in places, Maximus, and Corpse Party does, and it also, the gameplay is excruciating. If you want to get the quote good ending, which is, it's not just a bad end kind of end. There are things that you have to do that you only know to do if you look up a guide. Otherwise, it's ridiculous trial and error. That is why the concept of despair anime is really rare to be executed well. So, like I said, it often turns into just essentially you're like, look at all these gruesome deaths kind of thing, or it will turn into a circumstance where why are they participating in this? So they have to be stuck in it, and there has to be a struggle, an attempt to escape. So again, that's why I think The Ring was a good starting take on it. Not that it's perfect, but the idea that the story needs to center around the constant attempts, and strong attempts. Like, they have to be as if they were going to succeed, and it looks like each time that they're making greater progress. And it can't go on for too long, because as a viewer, if it goes on for too long, eventually the likelihood that they're going to succeed steadily goes towards zero. You don't want the story to reach a point where it's like, oh, they can't possibly win. You have there's meta knowledge, like you can know that they can't win, but it has to narratively seem like they can win. So it's easy to do completely wrong. A lot of the death game ones end up being that way, is you need to set up a circumstance where there is a forcing function. I think with that, Maxwell, the idea that they turned and wanted to push it back on other people is you need to make sure that they haven't fallen into despair at that point. They need to be enraged. They need to become desperate. That kind of thing. It's if you push them all the way and they fall into despair, then they won't take action further. Now, Monokuma has repeatedly said that despair was the idea. So it may be that the goal is not the murder game, is not to have them all kill each other. It's to get them to fall into that like listless, apathetic state. And hopefully we're going to find out.
I'm sick of this.
Oh, is he still alive? I thought that finally we could get out of here. I think therein lies the question, Casemate. Is the goading might as much be to see if it's a circumstance where it's if another kill is going to happen, great. Because each kill is a possibility of the others either becoming so suspicious that it devolves into a bloodbath, or that they give up. But it's hard to say here. Because if it's they're doing this as some sort of like twisted reality TV experience, then despair is not good for viewership. Like, if the point is to have a show that is like, oh man, what's going to happen next? Like, sunken into hopelessness. doesn't result in an action taken. There would have to be some other motivating factor that you'd be focusing on. You know, suspicion, desperation, all of those kind of things. You know, abatement of suffering. Any number of motivations in that scenario. Yeah, I'm curious as to what is ultimately the motivation here. Because if it's just like, oh, I want to make them hurt, this is a convoluted a way to accomplish that. If it's just like the I want to make them suffer, then a killing game like this is uncertain. Let alone a killing game is abrupt. But in general, this is the kind of question like when you're looking at killing game style stories, a big part of it is the why. Not only what is the motivation for the people doing it, but also what is the motivation for participation. You know, do it or you'll die. Can be effective as long as you don't drag it out. It needs to be that burst scenario, your battle royale scenario. Because if it goes on perpetually and there is an alternative, like you have the choice of, you know, you can just not kill each other. Then that can work. What did he say about a class trial? Well, that part's obvious. The class trial is the class trial. What it means is that at this point, we have to figure out who the culprit is. Figure out who killed Kyoko. Huh?
What the heck?
What are you talking about? I thought Mukuro Ikusaba was the one who died. The victim was female, right? Kyoko certainly... Read the file. You got the file. Read the file. Monokuma is still alive and active. That means that the mastermind, Mukuro Ikusaba, isn't dead. So naturally that body can't belong to her. So it must be Kyoko. There is no other possibility. Read the file. The body is Kyoko's? Kyoko's been murdered? It's not possible. Because I don't know anything about her yet. I don't even know who she really is. To have it end like this. I don't believe it. I refuse to believe it.
Quiet.
If you believe it or not doesn't matter. The truth is the truth. You refuse to believe it's your responsibility to uncover the truth yourself. Myself? Anyway, we better begin. But if we're going to have a class trial, then that means the killer must be someone participating in our school life. Hey, so you're saying one of us killed Kyoko? Well, that's not precisely what I'm saying, no. But you just said...
Stop talking.
I don't have time to explain now. There is a veritable mountain of issues I need to confirm. So I'm going to begin my search. If you value your lives, you'll put everything you have into this. That's how this game works, after all. Oh, we have different music. Checking out the Monokuma file. Due to the explosion, the victim's identity is unknown. They were, however, dead before the blast. The victim had been stabbed a single time with a knife, which went completely through the body. Oof. They had also been struck in the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. The body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old. So even the Monokuma file doesn't tell us who the victim actually was. The unidentified body, could it really be Kyoko? Or... I don't recall Kyoko having long red nails on every other finger. No choice. I have to investigate. I have to uncover the truth for myself. It's got kind of an electric guitar spin on the normal investigation music. Time to get started. Need to check anywhere that may be important from one end to the other. Need to do what I always do. Like fragments of something. They're all burnt, so I really can't be sure, but I feel like I've seen something like it before. But where? Wait, was it there? I'll have to double check that later. Very dramatic music. Much more energetic music. There's a knife laying on the ground. Is this? Must be the knife that was stuck to the body before it exploded. The force of the explosion must have thrown it over there. Okay, so the body exploded. Like, there was no visible... Given the size of the bomb had to be, like, in the body somehow. Like, they had to have crammed it in there, because there was no gigantic head-shaped lump hiding. And we can see that the rest of the body is relatively present. So if it was blown up in a way that threw the knife, and the explosion was intense enough to throw Toko as high and as far at the moment of the explosion, you'd expect that knife would be embedded in a wall or ceiling at this point, you know? As opposed to, it flopped a few feet to the left. Wait, this knife looks really familiar. Is this? It's the knife that person was holding. It's getting really weird. There are just too many strange coincidences. Whoever the person in the mask was that attacked me last night, they were holding that knife. And that same knife was used to stab that same masked attacker we found here. So maybe this masked person got stabbed because When they attacked, I was in a kind of trance. Maybe I reacted by grabbing the knife, and maybe then... This really is Kyoko. It would mean Kyoko is the one that attacked me. But why the mask? I just don't know. I don't remember anything clearly from last night. No, it can't be. There's no way. The conclusion leaps. They are long and high. I check the body more thoroughly. Maybe I'll find out for sure if it's Kyoko or not. Huh? Something weird about the body's fingernails. These are fake nails, and they're really long. They seem like they'd get in the way of normal activity. Also, something on the back of her right hand. A tattoo. It got burned, so I can't make out the whole thing, but... looks like it's a picture of a dog or something. I've never seen anything like it before. Dog in like an 8-pointed kind of starburst kind of pattern. Oh. Probably a wolf's head. Lower half of the body didn't get wet at all. After the body blew up, the top half got set on fire, so I dumped a bucket of water on it. Which explains why the bottom half isn't wet. Nothing strange about that, right? It should imply that the body was here after 7:30. Because the sprinklers would have gone off at 7:30. Upper half of the body got set on fire in the explosion, so it's totally blackened. Also, the top half of the body is wet. So it got set on fire and I threw water on it. Like a super high explosive incendiary, given how much fire it produced. I only threw water on the part that was on fire, the top half. The bottom half is still dry. They've said that twice now. That's super important. In other words, there's nothing strange about the top half being wet. Guys, folks, did you know the top half of the body is wet? And that makes sense. And that is plausible. The bottom half is dry. That makes sense. Did you know? Exploded body analysis. The white jacket the victim was wearing got totally burnt up. Only one little piece left. Fragments laying around the body. Burnt, so I can't be sure. Something like them somewhere. Chickens in the chicken coop. There are now only 4 chicken. Yeah, 4 chickens. 4.
Yo.
What's going on, Makoto? Oh, I'm glad you're here. Listen, do you remember how many chickens there were in here? There were precisely 5 chickens. Yeah, right? What's wrong? There's only 4 chickens here now. We're missing one. So weird. I wonder when it disappeared.
But
I was down here just before nighttime last night, and there were definitely 5 chickens then. What are we gonna do? Going from 5 to 4 is gonna have an impact on the structure of the world.
conspiracy!
It's like a jigsaw puzzle. If even a single piece disappears, the entire world will remain unfinished. I did my best to ignore Hero and focus on the problem at hand. There tends to be that moment of them reiterating a point 3 or 4 times. Why did one of the chickens disappear? Could it be related to the case? Chicken coop chickens. So Makoto, do you remember how the body looked, before it blew up? If I remember right, it was wearing some kind of mask and a big white coat. Also, there was a knife sticking out of the stomach, and the area around it was stained with blood. Apparently the wound had stopped bleeding, but the blood on the body was still wet. Yakuya said not to touch it to avoid getting all bloody. But for how much blood there was on the body, I didn't see any on the ground around it. Suspicious.
Okay.
Oh, thanks. That was a big help. Now that you explained it, I totally remember how it looked. Well, having to talk about it like that helped me remember it a lot better, too. What was that? There's a design pattern, or there's a methodology in programming that's like, I think it's usually called like rubber duck or something like that. You explain it in increasingly simplistic terms. Well, I don't think the victim was Kyoko. Even with the fact that she was always wearing gloves, the nails don't fit. It is possible that it is the 16th student. That seems more likely than Kyoko. Since it seems like those are our only choices. That is a good question, Maxwell. Why was the 16th one never involved in the trial? That was specifically called out at the beginning as essentially, don't worry about that. Casemate, the shoes looked purple to me before she was immolated. The fire wasn't supposed to have touched the bottom, but they did make the boots look a lot more brown after the incineration. Now, see, now looking at the still frame, yeah, those aren't Kyoko's shoes. Everything Kyoko wears is purple. You are correct there. Good timing, Makoto. I wanted to talk to you. Do you want to talk? Why was that a choice? Yeah, her tie was that sort of, kind of orangish color or something like that, wasn't it? The jacket was draped over her body. Like, the corpse isn't wearing that jacket. It was placed over the body. The arms very clearly aren't in the sleeves, and the the back of the jacket is on top.
So in other words...
I'd like to hear your alibi. Alibi?
In other words...
Love to hear where you were after nighttime began last night. Well, I was sick, so I was asleep all night. But why are you asking about that now, and what's nighttime got to do with it? I am a fan of lab coats, especially crispy ones.
Naturally.
It's an obvious this murder took place after nighttime. How can you know that for sure? Because just after nighttime began, I came to the garden. I was going to look around for everyone so I could tell them about Monokuma. Hiro's been spending most of his time in the garden these last few days, so I figured he'd be here. And I can confirm that when I arrived last night, there was no body here.
In other words...
So the murder could only have taken place at some point during nighttime, after I left the garden. However, Toko, Hiro, Hina, and I were in the gym together the entire night last night. What? Once I found Hiro in the garden, we immediately went to Toko and Hina's rooms to get them. At that point, we all went to the gym and began dismantling Monokuma. As a precaution, we made sure not to go anywhere alone. We even went to the bathroom in pairs. In other words, all four of us have airtight alibis. The only ones who don't have alibis are me and Kyoko.
That's right.
If the victim really is Kyoko, then I'm the only one without an alibi. Also, when we went to get Hina and Toko, we stopped by your room as well. But you never came to the door. So where, precisely, were you? Telling the truth, I was in my room. I was dead asleep. I had a fever, so... It's hardly an alibi. I mean, it is. It's just not corroborated. Like, usually when somebody wants an alibi, what they want is, do you have someone else that can provide an alibi for you? I think. Maybe I'm mistaken on the definition of alibi. I thought alibi was just you have a description of where you were. Nope, it's just you have a claim. It's what they want is what he actually wants is, do you have an alibi somebody else can corroborate? So what now? You seem to be at quite the disadvantage here. The only one without an alibi. That's really bad, isn't it? Who does that body belong to? Yeah, Tess, it's... It's that, do you have proof? One of the aspects of this particular, the way they've got this murder game structured, and I think that the engaging part about it is the idea of it being a complete loss moment. It's, if the wrong person is accused of murder, in the trial, is deemed the guilty one in the trial, then the killer goes free and everyone else dies. Or the killer graduates, is not executed. So, it's the idea of requiring an airtight alibi is less useful. It's more, you want to find out if you can put holes in what people were up to. Like, providing an alibi that can be disproven is what you don't want to do. But providing an alibi and saying, oh, well, I don't remember, I was sleepy, is a risky thing unless you can prove that they weren't where they say they were. You know, it must be him because it wasn't one of us is a risk. And they've actually touched on that numerous times, is the idea of, if it seems like somebody is certain, you really want to dig into it. Because Makoto was the certain killer at the beginning. The whole Sakura case had 3 certain killers. Happily, by the 3rd time, they seemed to catch on a little bit better. If we just went with the person with the, you know, the obvious person, they would have failed a long time ago. It's the idea that it would have to spread is not out of the question. They could have they haven't been here a huge amount of time, and it might have been an infection that took a while to hit him and build up. The others could have just resisted it entirely. Because he was building sick for a couple of days, or at least a full day before his fever. Like, I think it was upwards of 2 days before he came down with a fever. It's not out of the question, but you are. I think I kind of agree that the closed room scenario that they're in, it's weird for it to suddenly have happened, but Makoto has already been in a couple of odd circumstances recently. We also can't rule out some sort of induced condition that had the markers of, like, a sickness or fever, like some sort of like poison or toxin. Maybe administered steadily over a period and then stopped. To wreck his chances of having an alibi. That's convoluted enough, but that would put us in Phoenix Wright game territory. Whatever it is, I'm not going to look. I don't want to faint anymore. I mean, most of the blood has burned away, so she's less likely to pass out. It's 11 o'clock right now. Okay, and?
Serious?
I was just thinking about when we first found the body. When the body was found? I should look back at what I did this morning to help me remember when that was. So it's after 9 that they went up and found the body for the first time. Well, that's not possible, Maxwell. You can't poison ramen. You would just all you would accomplish was to reduce its healing efficacy. I mean, it'd have to be a super powerful poison to do more than like 1/5 of his health at once. You'd have to account for every one of the meals. And the idea that he didn't eat something that would have curative properties. Though then we also have to account for the fact that maybe he didn't apply the ramen to his face. That might mitigate its healing power if you actually eat it. Because you only actually sit down and eat food at restaurants. Any sort of like instant or packaged food like that, you just slap it on. It's like a Shadowrun Medipatch, you know? Remove the adhesive cover and then just slap that sucker over a chest wound. See, the more we run with this joke, the more it makes potential sense. So, like, an MRE is packaged food. And a lot of them have those little, like, chemical reaction heaters in them to boil water and, you know, cook the package of food. That kind of thing. So, if you've got like an open wound or a bleeding wound or something like that, the heating element is to try to close some of the wound. And, you know, the food gets kind of like baked on. It's sort of like a bandage slash poultice. That's why an MRE would be like a really good healing item. So you've got all those different factors in there. You know what? I just now realized when you said the name of that little mini game in the trial that Hangman's Gambit is related to the, you know, the kid's spelling game Hangman. That just struck me. Okay, so once I got to the dining hall, I met up with Hina. That was right around 7:30. It's right around when the sprinklers would have started. Then I headed to the gym where everybody was waiting. Then they went up to the headmaster's office, and they sent Toko where she found the body, and that was right around 9 o'clock. I'm serious, Maxwell. That never occurred to me. I thought they were just doing more, like, you know, death names. Yeah, we left the gym at just before 9. So the body was initially found at right around 9 o'clock. I think you're right. So I think we can say for sure that the body was found right around 9 o'clock. Yep, my job's done. The body was found. There's some tarp looking thing. Is that a tarp? Yeah, tarps are pretty tarp looking. Wait, was there a tarp in here before? I should probably look into that. It could be related to the case. top is wet and covered with mud and grime. But the underside is totally clean and completely dry. One side of the tarp is wet and dirty. Something about that bothers me. That seems plausible, Maxwell. That Makoto is the prime suspect. If for no other reason, Makoto had the knife. Like, Makoto's lack of an alibi is a dodgy thing to try to use on him. Since if his claim is I was sick, and that's why I didn't answer the door, it's not corroborated, but it is a plausible excuse. That paired with the murder weapon being one that they entrusted to him gets it into trickier territory. Because now he had the murder weapon, and he had time to potentially do it. But we also know, if the body wasn't wet, and the tarp was not used to hide the body, it would be difficult because the tarp would have to have a pretty solid seal. But you could, if we assume the tarp was used to cover the body, and again, there's blood here. But if the tarp was used to cover the body, then the body could have been out there before 7:30. But I still doubt it, given that the underside of the tarp is blood-free. I don't know what the tarp's involvement is just yet, but we'll see on that. The idea of the missing chicken being case relevant is another factor. We could have another fake blood scenario. I doubt we have the equipment necessary to verify whether this is chicken blood or not. But they were dead before. It looks like it was a stab wound to the gut that was fatal, and the knife was rammed all the way through the body. But the body was also covered with a lot of other wounds that were older, which is strange. We don't have anybody who was seriously wounded on hand. So this still pushes us towards the 16th student, an unknown party. There are many data points. It's the one thing that concerns me. Why is it like that? To really eat just about anything? I don't think it's related to the case, so I think I'll just stay away. Panel that controls the sprinklers. They're set to turn on at 7:30 every morning, and Monokuma said the time positively could not be changed. I mean, once a fan base gets big enough and entrenched enough, Saidi, I feel like it's inevitable that they become strange. I mean, look what happened to the Undertale community. Chat is chat, Saidi. If you look up in the chat a little bit, things have gone in interesting directions. Hold on. So the sprinklers turn on at 7:30 each morning, right? And if the body was here before, the sprinklers would have gotten it wet. Which would mean the murder must have taken place I've checked everything I need to in this area, but I'm not done yet. Other areas I need to check. Need to go to the gym. So, in this picture, the figure wearing the mask and the lab coat does not have the long red nails. The body has long red nails. The fake red nails. And they're holding the knife in a way that would be really awkward if you had those kind of nails. Like, you couldn't get a full, like, tight grip on the handle. It'd be this weird, like, C-clamp grip, you know? Yoko was never the kind to talk about herself much. If I can get into her room, I'll be able to find out more. But Byakuya has the key to her room.
What?
Give me the key. Choice, I'll have to see if he'll let me borrow the key. The anime trope of ancient entity in the body of something that looks like it's really, really young, with a body that looks like it's really, really young, is a well-trod path in fiction. It's a well-trod trope in fiction, and it's one of those that if that's your justification, it's shaky. You know? It's that looks like a duck, quacks like a duck kind of thing. It's interesting so far, Okami. We've got we're just getting done with the garden area, and now we're pestering Byakuya for Kyoko's room key. We want to try to verify if the body is Kyoko. It really looks like it's not. We're going to verify that the explosive device was one of the Monokuma bombs. It definitely is. It's a juxtaposition casemate that is an interesting narrative device. And really the trope only becomes weird in adult media. Like, I've seen it used in isekai stuff, and it can get weird. That is true, Maxwell. Given that Kyoko's room key was taken by Byakuya, unless she has slept in someone else's room, then she hasn't slept, because that would be execution grounds. But we do know that Kyoko is often running off by herself and apparently investigating late at night. So there's the distinct possibility that she needs minimal, if not no sleep. Come up with an alibi, I'd be happy to hear it later at the class trial. Oh no, it's not about that. You have the key to Kyoko's room, right? I was hoping I could borrow it. Afraid I can't take that risk. You're the prime suspect after all. Of course, if I were to go with you, that would be a different story. Then will you go with me? Sorry, I have my own agenda to take care of. Find me again later and we'll see.
Goodbye.
Depending on my mood, I may go with you, or I may not. Yeah. Well, like I said, Casemate, it's the concept in the story can be there. It's the, it's only when you put it in adult media that it gets into, again, it's territory that you don't want to have to deploy the justification. Because it still doesn't look good. But again, from a narrative perspective, it's a fun trope to explore. Back later, huh? Well, maybe then in the meantime I should go look around. Byakuya essentially saying like, well, I guess we could look into all the evidence and make sure that we get the answer correctly. Or not. And just depend on if the mood takes me. Teleport to gymnasium. That bomb is missing. Anokuma's laying dismantled on the floor, but figured it wouldn't be here.
You know?
Just found something. What is it? It's what? A bomb. A bomb? That bomb went missing. There's no doubt about it. The fragments I found in the garden. Checked everything else I can think of. All that's left now is Kyoko's room. Head back to the garden and ask Byakuya. Think you can go soon, Byakuya?
Let's go.
Wanted to check out Kyoko's room, right? Very well. Byakuya walked off without a second glance, and I hurried after him. Oh, then, here we go. Byakuya took out the key and slid it into the keyhole, and then it's open. Looks like it, thanks. So this is Kyoko's room. What this? Something on the table. This... I wonder if this is meant to be one of the locks on the dojo lockers.
What?
What purpose does it serve? I think it's probably a key. The lockers at those really traditional public bathhouses use them for their lockers. I wouldn't know. I've never gone to a public bathhouse. Like a peasant. Doesn't really surprise me. It's hard to picture Byakuya doing something like that.
It's certainly possible.
But if it is a key, I think I might know what it unlocks. Really? Unless I'm mistaken, I'm pretty sure I saw something in the dojo that this might go to. The dojo? The bathroom. She might have certain articles hanging out to dry. I'd better not look inside. Despite the fact that that room is a room that might be pertinent to the investigation. Makoto, or Sniffer, as one of the frequent viewers of the channel has referred to him, is suddenly worried about the propriety of his actions. I think that has to be what the writers were going for with Byakuya, Maxwell. Is that like he's actively like important to the plot line, and as the reason that he's still around, but that the urge that they want the players to get when interacting with them is an intense need to punch him in the face. Hey there, Megan. Welcome to the channel. Ah, well, thank you, Sky, and welcome. Going through the normal spiel. I'm Newt Mechanist. I'm a variety streamer. Right now we've been playing lots and lots of detective games. I always have my cats on camera. They are an important part of the experience. Let's see. Which ones? Camera 1 is still out. That's where Ember is hiding. That's top center. Top left is Sky. Now that I know those, let me just zoom in. So that's Sky. He's kind of fluffy gray and white. Then Sammy is visible there. I've got to zoom that camera out a little bit. I need to change the cropping on the scene. But she is kind of a medium to small size tuxedo. She won't let me trim her little death razors, so I always have to be cognizant of her murder mitts. So you couldn't see Ember because the camera's out, and there's actually a second one on this on this screen. So if you look top center on this camera, that's Mason. He's blending into the blanket he's laying on. You can just see him, like, right where the little blue light dealy is on the overlay. Yeah, that's definitely Mason. Sherbet would have some heavier white markings on his back there. Let's check the tree and see if there's one hiding there. Okay, nobody's hiding in the little box in the tree. There are 5 of them total. Mason and Sherbet tend to be kind of off-camera. Sammy likes to sleep on that big pillow. Oh, look, we got a stretch. Well, now we got to look again. Yeah, we've got a resting in a way that is only comfortable to a cat thing going on there. Sammy's a little sweetheart. She's really skittish around people. But she is one of the ones that will just walk down on my lap and lay there as long as I don't disturb her. Oh, I am that way, Maxwell. If I'm ever in a pet store, well, I avoid pet stores. Well, pet stores are actually uncommon nowadays, because of how awful they are as far as the sale of pets. But, like, if I'm going to get, like, cat food or something like that, I tend to go in a direction that takes me as far away from the adoption center as possible. Because the getting too close to the adoption center is why Sammy, Mason, and Sherbet were adopted. Okay, no, to be fair and accurate, and perhaps balanced, Ember, Sammy, Mason, and Sherbet are that reason. I was at a shelter, and I was just standing around. I got near the back, and Ember was a tiny kitten at the time, and she was meowing and reaching through the bars of a cage and, like, grabbed the back of my shirt. And that adoption was gonna happen at that point. Oh, let's see. I can't go there. Bed. Nothing interesting there. Alright, let's teleport up to the 5th floor. Can't teleport, huh? Okay, what is the button to get... There we go. Maybe wise to look...
What?
Want to come here, right? So what is it you're looking for? Yep, that's why I avoid it, Maxwell. There was a period up until just recently I had 7 cats. And yeah, right now, Megan, our full stream schedule for a week is all detective games. It's Phoenix right at the start of the week. Normally, we would have played Judgment yesterday, which is kind of an action brawler, but a detective game. And then Danganronpa towards the end of the week. Always looking for more. It's nice to have that that variety. There's also always that comical period of me having to remember what all the buttons do. Thought we might find some kind of clue here. We are towards the end. I think we're on the last case of the Ace Attorney trilogy right now, Megan. But we do have the Great Detective games lined up as well. I've got a couple of other games that are supposed to be detective games, but I do need to research them a little bit to find out if they're going to be both good and stream appropriate.
Come on.
You can't be serious. That's why you made me take time out of my search to come here. Sorry. Regardless, if you plan on poking around at random, you're doomed no matter how much time you take. Surely you have something more concrete, something to give us some sort of direction here. More concrete. Oh, I know. Yoko gave me something.
It's true.
Consider it a symbol of my determination. She's filled with determination. Don't open it yet. Only open it if something ever happens to me. We do try to keep it, chill. Occasionally we'll play something a little bit more intense, but I'm not as fond of playing games that take my attention entirely away from chat. I find it's more fun when I have the opportunity to talk with folks. Or at least I have an opportunity to talk with folks that doesn't feel like we are, completely halting the feel of the game. Or whatever we're doing, you know? I have thought of doing some non-game streams. It comes down to getting everything wrangled to do it properly. As if it's, you know, just a chatting stream, I'd want to make sure that there's something for folks to pay attention to as well. I feel confident that I played Apollo Justice back in some great time ago. I only remember that Apollo had a magic wristband. That's what I remember of that one. I do hope that some of the other games make their way to re-releases. Hey, I appreciate it. I appreciate it, Okami. As I want to say, imposter syndrome requires that I always doubt that I'm doing things well, and it makes compliments hard hard to receive, but I do appreciate them regardless. One thing I do appreciate about streaming, doing games on stream, especially ones with that I'm enjoying playing through, is that the stream is a great encouragement to finish the game. In the past, I have gotten to circumstances where the game is fun, but then something draws me away from it, and then I've forgotten everything that I was doing in the game. It's in the envelope. Kyoko gave it to me. She said if something ever happened, I should open it.
Interesting.
Well, something has certainly happened, so open it. Okay. Inside was a single piece of paper. Under the sheets.
What?
That's all there was in there? Looks like it. Under the sheets. What could it be? Whatever could it be, Makoto? Something be hidden under the bed sheets? Part of me didn't expect to find anything, but as I lifted up the sheets... What's this? Found a crumpled up piece of paper. Hopes Peak Class Number 78, Student Registry. Mukuro Ikusaba.
I see.
Appears to be Mukuro Ikusaba's profile. Yeah, looks like it. Probably the other thing Kyoko stole when she snuck into the headmaster's room, along with the key. Flashing back briefly to Monokuma telling us that 2 things were stolen from the headmaster's office. Must be the blank that Monokuma was talking about. Kyoko said a death without meaning was unappealing, and this is what she left behind. I don't have time for your sentimental indulgences. Hurry up and finish your search. Okay. Effort to pull myself together, then look down at the profile sheet. Ikusaba. The ultimate soldier. Because they were referred to as the ultimate despair. But this is ultimate soldier. Although small for her age, she was a military specialist, trained in every weapon type imaginable. She showed an interest in the military from childhood and soon found herself completely absorbed in it. In elementary school, she won a survival game tournament and began writing for military magazines. While she and her family were on vacation in Europe, she disappeared. The story of a young Japanese girl being kidnapped quickly took over Japanese media outlets. An intense international investigation turned up no information, and she was never found. However, she reappeared in Japan 3 years later, alone and completely unannounced. She revealed that she had joined a mercenary group known as Fenrir for those 3 years. Well, we know who the corpse is. But this is the ultimate soldier. Kyoko referred to them as the ultimate despair. She insisted that she hadn't been kidnapped and that she'd received battle training of her own volition. However, she never revealed why she decided to return home when she did. Pretty much. She, apparently this ultimate soldier joined a military organization called Fenrir. The body has a The body had a tattoo on the right hand, the back of the right hand. Megan, thanks for joining so far. If you do come back, then great. If not, thank you for joining, and hope to see you later. I've never heard it pronounced that way, Maxwell. Curious. Speak to me, internet. It's possible that they'll vary it in the in different dubs. If you've Final Fantasy XIV has an entity. It's one of the classic Final Fantasy summons, Rama or Ramu or whatnot. Various pronunciations, but the dub in that game, in the period when they are talking about this entity, I don't think there's multiple characters that use the same pronunciation, and some of them use a different pronunciation on different occasions. Yes, at least one of them says "ram you." Sometimes I think when they're dubbing something, they just accost some random person and say, "Hey, can you say this out loud?" Cass and I have a theory that that's how the entire dub of the Earth Defense Force games is made. Is they just grab random people off the streets and give them completely contextless lines and say, "Read this." No order, no description of what's going on. Just a voice actor gets a pile of individual lines, and says, "Okay, you read these." Well, what's my character? Not telling. Well, what's the character doing? Not telling. Yep, that lines up. Is the Fenrir kind of thing. It seemed like there's a slight variation in like UK pronunciation. Well, I'm sorry. I think the UK pronunciation, or that area, is much more towards Fenrir, whereas it's not. It's more common in the US that it's Fenrir. I kind of would like... I think one of the things that would make Earth Defense Force that much more amazing is Command and Conquer style character talking heads. Like, let's say, torso up kind of talking heads. So people sitting at desks, people in command rooms, actually kind of doing the old pantomime style acting to go with the voice acting. If you like, Earth Defense Force is one of the more actiony ones that every now and then is kind of fun to play. It's a little more intense than what we're doing, but not terribly. It's an action game. It is effectively a playable form of some of the campiest, like, sci-fi alien invasion stuff that you could anticipate. The voice acting is consistent, but just the most bizarre writing that you could imagine. The monsters are cheesy, you know, giant bugs, bipedal frogs, that kind of stuff. And the delivery of the lines is just out there. One of the classic moments in Earth Defense Force 5 is when they're introducing the big frogs. And these are like couple story tall things, easily, that show up, and they're like, oh man, they have 2 legs, 2 arms, and a head. They're just like us. They're just like human beings. That, you know, they're practically identical. Those kind of like exclamations about the multi-story tall gigantic frogs, like bipedal giant frogs. Later, they introduce these kind of the classic gray alien looking guys, but less emaciated. But they're still multiple stories tall. They have the same characteristics, you know, 2 legs, 2 arms, a head, and they're much closer to a human configuration. They never talk about them being like humans at all. They're definitely aliens. It's also fun, Maxwell, when you have the idea how like we look back at like mythologies and tend to view them as like a monolith, like, you know, the idea of the Greek and Roman pantheons, but different entities have that sort of like etymology. So like a particular creature or individual or god or something like that can travel from one region to another, sometimes taking on completely different forms, or it's like having its name start to change. Oh, yeah, if you want a decent idea of the tone of Earth Defense Force, folks, look up the advertisements, the Japanese advertisements for Earth Defense Force 6. That'll give you a good idea. But what is it? Is it Bacchus? I think it's a Greek one. It's the one associated, like, popular-wise, generally associated with, like, wine and parties. The current understanding of the origins and how that one goes back and how it changes is interesting. It's the one that's always kind of presented sort of satyr-y, like he'll usually have like curly horns. But it's why in the the descriptions of that one, like in modern ones, it tends to be like drinking and parties and revelry and debauchery. But the further back you go and into some regions you go, there's also like snakes and madness. And some of the rituals associated with it are like, thought it was something like quartering and dismemberment kind of stuff. There are also giant robots in EDF, Maxwell. All kinds of giant robots. Big, It's all over the place. You'll even find pictures of probably gigantic bugs. Ants, like jumping spiders, pill bugs. The Ultimate Soldier, a mercenary group. This doesn't feel real. The world I grew up in, it's like a completely different dimension. It's like one's nonfiction and the other's sci-fi. There's no way to even compare the two. That's how different this is. That was how I saw things, as just an ordinary person. But then... it's got that vibe, Maxwell, and it's cheesy about it. Like, really cheesy. It's cheesy to the extent where they very seriously, in a planned way, set out to make it cheesy. Not like tongue-in-cheek, like, you know, look at the camera and like wink kind of cheesy. This is like, you studied it. Yes, very campy. Welcome back, Megan.
I see.
We've moved a little bit slowly. I was trying to describe Earth Defense Force to folks. Never imagined I would hear the name Fenrir in a place like this. You recognize it?
Naturally.
The Fenrir Mercenary Corps is a collection of battle-crazed warmongers. They do have their uses, and they always get the job done. That's worth remembering. This is all part of a world totally removed from the one I live in. I have to say, I'm intrigued. Every rumor I've heard says that Fenrir has already...
Found it.
Oh, I feel like our hero is becoming a bit player, and a bit player is becoming our hero. It's you.
What?
Well, you've gotten your pretty little hand there. You found her profile. So what if we did?
Hey.
Don't
come
freak out on
on
me.
now.
I'm not going to hold it against you or anything. And in case you're wondering, I don't hold it against Kyoko either, even though she stole it and hid it. But this is anime nonsense, casemate. A Japanese schoolgirl could run circles around an entire, like, mechanized mercenary unit. They'd be trying to bring her down with tanks and heavy machine guns, and she'd be cartwheeling over the whole group, killing everybody. It'd be even faster death if she used a sword. Narrative causality demands it. After all, there's no rule against stealing, is there? But who I can't forgive is Miss Ogami, who broke the rules and busted into the headmaster's room. Maybe I'll drag her corpse out here and slice it up and devour it. Bears are omnivorous, you know.
What?
Are rule violations really so unforgivable? You're quite adamant about those regulations of yours. Of course I am. A proper school life is built on the dedication to organization and order. Which is why even I, as the school headmaster, have to follow the regulations myself. Oh, so you're saying you have to follow your own rules as well?
Of course.
Absolutely. I can't have you complaining about how unfair it all is, now can I? In fact, on the subject of fairness, would you like to know something interesting? Interesting? It's about the one writing all the rules. They're actually one of the participants in this killing game. I don't think I ever actually told you how many participants there actually were, did I? I was thinking I should probably clarify that.
Hey,
When you all got here in the main hall, there were 15 people there, right? I think that first meeting may have led to a little misunderstanding among you all. A misunderstanding? Are you saying?
in other words,
That's right, there weren't actually 15 of you.
indeed.
The total number of students taking part in this killing game was actually 16. 16, then.
Mukuro Ikusaba.
I mean... Oh. So you only saw a little bit of Mason, but this is Sherbet. This is why I was saying that was definitely Mason. You can see on the bed, you can see Sherbet's markings on his back. Sherbet's markings are super asymmetrical. He even has that little, kind of the stripe going up the nose. But his is actually a little off-center. The stripe is going up the side of his nose towards his forehead. I have no idea why they're surprised by this case, mate. I feel like the only reason that they're bringing this up as like a reveal is so that they can replay this flashback again. It's like, what, the 7th time now?
The 16th student, lying hidden somewhere in this school. The one they call the ultimate despair. Watch out for her.
Those are heating pads, Okami. These are, it's like Pioneer Pet or something like that. These heating pads are meant for outdoors. So they're things like you could put it on a porch or in like a external enclosure if you were the type of person that... I'm not fond of keeping animals that you are caring for outdoors. But these are built for that sort of scenario, such that if it is necessary in some way that you need a safe space for them outside, these will make it so that they don't overheat. They are like a low warm heat. And they're meant to be used in harsher conditions and for pretty much indefinitely, like they're always on. I've had some of these going for probably like a year now, and only one of them wore out. And it was the oldest one, like the first model that I got. And this is why they tend to congregate here. That's the whole purpose of them, is cat focal points. They have like the trees and whatnot that they go to when they don't want to lay on something warm, and they have heating pads to go to when they want to lay on something. Or me. It's part of this school life, so the one making all the regulations is... Why? Did you say something? Why are you telling us this? Oh, well, because, like I told you, this killing game is desperately popular. You wouldn't believe the ratings. And since we've got so many viewers now, I wanted to make sure everyone was on the same page. I don't want to wake up to a hurricane of complaints and hate mail, you know.
Yes, indeed.
Makes sense?
Well, now.
Okay, that's all you get for now. Oh, actually, I do have some revenge to get, so I have an extra bonus for you. Revenge. I want to get back at that sneaky Miss Kirigiri, so I'm going to share a little secret with you. Seriously?
Hey,
You know how she wears those stupid gloves day in, day out all the time? Well, don't tell anyone I told you, but she wears them to cover a bunch of hideous scars she doesn't want anyone to see. What? Now that's all you get. Okay, so this is another... Oh, Ember might pass through the camera in a moment. Nope, I think she may have slipped past. Yeah, she slipped by where the hand obscuring rectangle of blackness there. Ember slipped by there for some pets here. So twofold, it emphasizes that Monokuma's terrible. But additionally, this is meant to be another push towards that body being Kyoko. Because the hand with the tattoo has burn scars on it, or heavy scarring. It looked kind of like wrinkled and whatnot, like you would expect. Like there were patches of that sort of wrinkly skin that you would expect to be how a burn scar was presented. Kyoko wearing those gloves to cover up a bunch of scars. Wait, so the back of her hand, like that. So the tattoo to me implies as much the soldier, which could be what Kyoko actually is. She says she doesn't remember why she's there. So this could still be Kyoko. The red nails in the boots don't line up with that. But could be a misdirect. Wait, but no. Monokuma specifically said they were scars, right? And that's why Kyoko wears these gloves, to hide her scars. Which means those fake nails on the corpse. Are you thinking about Kyoko again?
What?
Huh? Forget about her. What matters right now is uncovering Monokuma's trap. His trap?
Such ignorance.
God must have really hated you to make you so dull. I feel like Byakuya must spend some portion of his time each night going back to his room and opening up like some well-bound leather or like moleskin books, one of those like expensive journaling books, flipping it to some pages that aren't marked, and going through and crossing off all of the insults that essentially mean no, you're stupid, that he has used in that day. And then spending some time coming up with some new ones that he hasn't used before, and writing them in the journal, so that in the following morning he can sit in front of a mirror and practice his haughty poses and his delivery for the 10 insults that he's chosen for that day. Don't you remember what Monokuma just told us? He said there were 16 students, right? Which means Mukuro was a student here. Obviously, Monokuma is trying to tell us that Mukuro is the one creating the rules to the game. given his behavior, he probably has, like, volumes of them. Someday the descendants in his family line will go back and they will look upon the family library and they will see the shelf dedicated to Byakuya's insults, volumes 1 through 503, and decide, should we study the works of the master? Some of them will quail. Some of them will feel that they're not up to the task of figuring out how to deliver hundreds of thousands of insults onto their lessers. But perhaps there will be one that rises to the challenge. One that decides they will be the one to write the 504th volume in the family books of Burns. Said he wanted to make things clear so that there wouldn't be any complaints later. But the mere fact that he said that proves that Mukuro is connected to this case. That's why Monokuma revealed the existence of a 16th student, or he did it to mess with you. He needed to make our investigation fair. Remember, he had a trump card in Sakura that he was going to they were going to use to potentially mess with the process. Mukuro is related to the case.
Possible.
Perhaps she's the one that killed Kyoko. What? That would explain why we would have to have a class trial, wouldn't it? If she's a student and she killed someone, that would make her part of the school killing game. Mukuro is the killer? She killed Kyoko? Anyone should be able to come to that conclusion, don't you think? In fact, that's exactly what I thought when the investigation first began. But based on what Monokuma just told us, I've changed my mind.
All clear now.
Mukuro Ikusaba isn't the culprit. What makes you say that? We thought Mukuro, the ultimate despair, was the mastermind's true identity. But if that's true, Monokuma's behavior makes no sense. Why would the mastermind go out of their way to reveal themselves to us? That's a good point.
In other words,
Mukuro giving us information that would raise questions about her would be bold, to say the least. It makes more sense, then, to assume that Mukuro isn't the culprit. So that's the trap. They want us to suspect Mukuro and come to the wrong conclusion. That's what makes sense to me. When you say it, it definitely does seem possible, but if that's really true, if Mukuro isn't the killer, then who is? Well, then I believe our work here is finished. Let's move on. I'm sure there are other places in need of investigation. I should find out if that key and the dojo really are connected. Well, are you coming? Oh, at least we got teleported there. That was nice of them. Up and check the locker. That's what we're here for, after all. There are wooden lockers here. They use wood block keys, just like those super traditional public bathhouses. Looks like the key we found in Kyoko's room really does go into one of these lockers.
I see.
Koto, do you see the locker farthest to the right?
Very strange.
The only one that doesn't have a key in it at that moment. And if you look carefully, very carefully, you can see that the number on the key matches the number on the door. Gasp. You understand what that means, right? I should probably use the key we found on that locker, right?
That's right.
Okay. Oh, there was Ember passing through. Very briefly. I wonder how those markings on it would work. Because I could see if there were a bunch of vertical slots in it of different heights and spacing. But the little right angles in the middle of them, aside from the one at the side could be like a pin slotting in kind of thing. But how would like the little jogs in it work? How would those change anything? Arrows. 10 arrows in total. Like they're made of titanium, which means they're quite strong despite how thin they are. Of course, without a bow, there's nothing but strong. They're strong little sticks. Strong sticks. Something else in the locker. Wadded up ball of duct tape. Wonder what this was used for. Bloody duct tape.
I see.
If it is, that means it must surely be related to the case. Bloody duct tape. That's all the locker has to offer. Something wrong?
Very strange.
Very odd, don't you think? The locker was hiding items that were clearly related to the case. But how did the key to the locker wind up in the victim's room?
Why?
Or perhaps... Byakuya? Forget it. Come on, we need to continue on to the next location. What next location?
What?
Still something we need to look into. You do more research on Fenrir. Was that Makoto that called out they were titanium, or was that Byakuya? I've already forgotten who was speaking for that one. Aside from it wrecking my throat super fast, forgetting which voice I used for which character between sessions was one of the reasons I stopped trying to do voices for the characters. How are we supposed to find out about that? Isn't it obvious? We're in a school. Where in this school would you go to do research on something? Research. Are you talking about the archive? Yes, the archive. It has all kinds of info that the general public doesn't have access to.
Let's go.
You only have so much time before the trial begins. There's a file related to Fenrir somewhere here. Byakuya seemed to know how to know the archive like the back of his hand and went straight to a shelf. Here we go. They returned with a file in hand.
I see.
Take a look at this. Yeah, well, that's definitely the symbol on the hand. I have no idea what it says. What language is this? How did you make it all the way to high school without learning a single word of French? I'm pretty sure most high schoolers can't speak French. Well, whatever, I'll read it for you. Another marker, another moment where they indicate what a different world Byakuya lives in. Well, whatever, I'll read it for you, but I expect you to repay your debt 100 times over. 100 times? Isn't that kind of extreme? Fenrir is an elite fighting unit based out of the Middle East. Like military contractors, they are a fierce group of soldiers who engage in direct combat. They claim that a single member is equivalent to an entire company of regular soldiers. They're cyborgs. Or perhaps bioweapons. Just like Fenrir, the Wolf of Ragnarok, their mere presence is enough to strike fear into any enemy. They have been involved in countless military battles and operations, most of which are highly classified. However, some times ago, they completely ceased all activity. Byakuya has revealed to us his family business. Their entire empire is built around really shady payday loan businesses. I'm telling you, casemate, the entire military company is made up of magical girls and, what would it be? People in school kendo clubs. Magical girls and girls in school kendo clubs. They're out there slicing through the armor of tanks and blowing up whole companies with rainbows. Some time ago, they completely ceased all activity. At present, their continued existence cannot be confirmed. There are unconfirmed reports that the key members of the group were all neutralized. Rumors indicate they were killed to keep them from revealing the many state secrets they'd acquired. Exactly, casemate. They are all anime protags to the last, you know? Some, however, I believe there was a mounting internal tension within the group, and they simply imploded.
What?
What is it? Though I suppose, to be fair, the company itself, Fenrir itself, is the one that claimed that each of their soldiers was worth an entire company. It's the kind of thing that you get when you get to write your own press. This all sounds like some kind of alternate reality. Well, it isn't. This is our reality and the only reality. These people are part of our world. Their battlefields aren't much different from our lives here. An unpredictable, unimaginable world. No, based on the description, their battlefields are a very different place, once again. Magical girls and anime protagonists. Whirling all over the place. Yes. What? Huh? Ember just switched places with Sherbet, so. Well, Ember moved to my lap, Sherbet moved to where Ember was sitting. That's what makes it all so exciting. Exciting definitely isn't the word I would use. So, did anything jump out at you? This may be your last opportunity to learn about Fenrir. Now that you mention it, the report did say something where the name Fenrir about where the name Fenrir comes from, right? It said Fenrir is the Wolf of Ragnarok. Speaking of which, would you like to know something interesting related to that? To show they're a member of the team, each soldier that joins the squad It's kind of like when characters in video games call out, like, this isn't a game. you can't. No climbing on that Ember. Yes, but I want to climb on it. Ember and Mason are both periodically fascinated by the little vibration guard on the microphone. They would get a tattoo representing Fenrir somewhere on their body. What? They got a tattoo of Fenrir. Ember was looking at the top of the microphone arm, and to get to it, she stood on my shoulders and propped herself, put both paws on the vibration guard thing. That's it. That's the only thing that we were able to derive from the Fenrir case file. Just the tattoo. Ding dong, bing bong.
Time is utterly silent, and yet it constantly assaults us, organisms, the earth, natural phenomena. It damages us little by little until the end. You should really think about that.
One of my favorite songs. It's not really recent, but I discovered it only like within the last year or so. Was Disturbed's remake or cover of "The Sound of Silence." I had always been a fan of the original, and they blew the original out of the water in my mind. See, case mate, my theory is growing in likelihood. It's a kick-ass tattoo on like your hand or something like that is very anime. Like you could have it on the palm of your hand or like over an eye or something like that. Super cool.
Anyway, it's time to begin the class trial. So, please meet up in the usual spot.
That's enough, you. Ember has become such a chewer lately. It's becoming a whole thing. The fact that I find it still to be fun. I find that it is still fun, despite the wonky writing and the the weird decisions about which facts are actually the important ones. Uh, it's still fun, and I think that's a big marker of the game. Like I was just describing with EDF, it's campy, it's cheesy, it's silly. Um, the plot lines don't make a lot of sense. Some of the things come out of nowhere, but it's fun despite that. Yeah, Sky is my primary wire chewer, though Ember is starting to try to compete. That is why all of the cables for like my cameras and the like are the braided nylon variety.
See you later!
And the time has come. All we can do now is try to uncover the truth during the class trial. My first two cats were were two Maine Coon brothers. Tom, who lived until I think about last year. Yeah. Uh, lived the longest, and several years before his brother passed away. But his brother, one, was a hilarious scaredy cat. He was gigantic, but was startled by even the lightest the lightest noises. But also super snuggly. Um, he was a chewer. He was a chewer and a half. And given his size, he would destroy things quick. Tom was technically a chewer, but he would like to chew bags and lampshades. And it would be this sort of I would always call it kind of jaws of life chewing, because he would place his teeth against the surface of the object, like the plastic bag or something like that, and he would very slowly bite into it until his teeth popped through. And then he'd open his mouth again, move slightly, and do it again. Any lampshades that he got near ended up looking like they had lacework around the bottom. Because he wouldn't rip pieces off, he would just perforate them. But yeah, that is why braided nylon cables everywhere. They have a heck of a time actually chewing them. It's not impossible, but yeah, the cables are one of the things that I'm always super aware of, like power cables and the like, to keep an eye on them. That is another factor with those heating pads, Okami. the cables have really heavy duty lining to them. Like the plastic on them is really thick, durable stuff, and then they have a wire wrapping around them to make it harder for them to get their to get a really good grip with their teeth, you know? It's not impervious to the concept, but it's a lot less likely that they're going to get to gnaw on it.
That's right.
Let's go to the class trial. Oh, Byakuya and Makoto showed up together. Mason looking out the window. Oh. The heck of you two, Ben? You just disappeared without a word. We were investigating, of course. How could you not figure that out by this point? Some cats are like that. It's I've described my cat Sky is like that. It's if he thinks he's in need of attention, then he will make it known that he wants some attention, but you had better give it to him constantly until he's done, because otherwise his way of conveying it to you is destruction. Sky becomes a destructive chewer if he gets frustrated about that. Like, if there's anything made of cardboard or paper or a similar durability that he can get a hold of, and he's frustrated like that, you will find, like, a mound of little Sky mouthful-sized rips of that material laying around. Like, he will dismantle things like soda cases and the like. It is very much him sulking. And a lot of that is like, that is a sign to me. It's like, oh, he was upset, as opposed to he was annoyed, you know, as if it gets that far. So with Sky, it very much is a stop and give him all of the chin scratches and head rubs that he needs. Hello, Sammy. Sammy has joined me for pets now. Must move slowly and carefully because any sort of disruption and she's gone. I've only ever had them where they unroll the toilet paper. They'll, you know, oh, actually no, tell a lie. Weasley, who was one of the 7 previously, he would do that with paper towel rolls. If he got a hold of a paper towel roll, he would treat it like a kick toy. You know, those kind of cylinder toys that cats will kind of cling on to, bite, and kick at. He would do that, but he would destroy it. Like, there'd just be shreds of paper everywhere by the time it was done. Koto's ranked high enough for you guys to go off together? Just the 2 of you?
Huh?
What? Are you jealous?
Hey.
Some cats are that way. They like to get into people food. I've had a couple that would, like, they like to get into people food, but they don't like it. So it'll be like, they'll walk up and they'll stick their paws in it, or they'll lick at it, and then they'll be like, ew, I don't like that. How about this other piece over here? Lick, lick. Ew, that still tastes bad. What about this third piece? Well, I'm sure the spicy chicken didn't turn out good. Has ever had that thing where they, you know, they've got kibble or something like that, and they eat a hole in the middle and spread some of it out thin, and then they look at you like the food is gone. Or are you making up some kind of creepy fantasy for yourself?
What?
Stop talking and brace yourselves. He'll be here any second. Well, that's impressive. A lot of animals can't handle anything that's like spicy. They can't cope with it as well. With older animals, dairy would definitely be a thing. Kuma could show up any time. When I imagined what was about to happen, I immediately tensed up and prepared myself. But we stood there for 5 full minutes waiting for something weird to happen. And then 5 minutes became 10.
Why?
What's going on here? Why hasn't Monokuma shown up yet?
Could it be?
Maybe he died again? Should we do? Should we keep waiting here, or... Or what? Did I scare you?
Come on.
I demand an explanation. Why did you waste my time and make me wait like that? What? I made you wait. Get it all backwards. Yours are the ones making me wait. Huh?
In other words,
I'm waiting for everyone to arrive. We can't start till everyone's here, now can we? What are you talking about? Everyone is here. We've all been waiting for you. Sorry, but you're wrong. I've been waiting 10 minutes now, so it's okay if I punish... but I've been waiting 10 minutes now, so it's okay if I punish the one making us all wait, right? We all agree it's a violation. I'll arrange a punishment right now. If it's me you're waiting for, I'm here. Heard that voice? We all spun around to look. Shocking reveal music. I'm here, and no rule's been broken. Kyoko, you're still alive? I do like how the translation team did the ghost. Oh. You can get a bit of a size comparison there. Mason does look like he's still going to fill out a little bit. Since Mason is still kind of... his ribs are still a little bit bigger than his frame. And he's still a bit gangly in the paws. But he's not full kitten gangly anymore. So he may still get a little bigger. Sky has a lot of floof, but he's definitely the largest of all of them right now. And you may see him in some of the older videos, but Tom, he was a 14-year-old Maine Coon at the end, was about 50% bigger than Sky, let's say. A great deal of floof, but still a big boy. Sky looking as if he can see the camera right through it, glaring at us. To give you an idea, so that box at the top that you've seen Sky kind of laying in the back third of it, maybe, or the front third, Tom took up at least 50% of the box. Yeah, it's... Okami, it's one of those... You see a lot of the kind of memes online that are like, oh, it's a chunk. Look how big and happy he is. And it's... You look at some of them and it's like, oh, that poor cat is morbidly obese. Like, dangerously overweight as far as health conditions. And one of the things that often comes of that is, like, the high arthritis and the inability to move well. Like, indoor cats are going to be prone to be a bit pudgy, but that's different than the ones that you can look at and you're like, oh dear. Food names are a decent way to go. Most of mine, actually all of mine, except for Ember, who just passed by the camera there. Yeah. And again, the sort of isn't this cute culture with a lot of pets kind of hides hides the harm that is being done to some of them. Sometimes it's just discomfort. Like, you're doing things that, while you think it's funny, are very, like, frightening or sometimes traumatizing to the pet, to the animal. Other times it's doing something that, for a slight increase in convenience for you, you're risking the health of the animal. Huh. I like the cat trill. Are either of yours the type that will do the sort of like kind of the chattery clicky sound when they're looking out of a window at like a small animal? And as for the weight, I've actually seen in a lot of vets' offices where they'll have, like, diagrams for animals' visible body fat. Like, this general shape is what you should be aiming for, as far as, like, amount of body fat on, like, a cat or a dog, before they're, like, too big. Let's see. Ember only trills. Sherbet will meow very quietly and has a lower trill. Mason doesn't vocalize much at all. If he's really excited for food, he'll meow a little bit. But it's, again, very quiet. But that's the thing. There are a lot of cat vocalizations that develop because they're trying to they're trying to communicate with humans. There are some sounds that cats will make in fully feral colonies, but that's a whole lot less frequent, like massively less frequent. There's a lot more like body language and the like that gets used than any sort of vocalization outside of, like, again, the kind of chattering when they're watching something from a distance, and like aggression things like hissing. Whereas with people, you get a whole range of vocalizations that different cats develop. And from what they've said is each cat and each, like, setting will develop different ones to see how they can, like, get you to do different things. And they can be anything from, like, gestures outside of the things like, you know, outside of grooming or affection gestures, like the whole rubbing against you, paw kneading, that kind of thing. You'll sometimes get stuff like them sitting or doing like almost gestures with their paws, like scratching the food dish, that kind of stuff. Those are meant to talk to people. Baby says, no, this is my bed now. If you want to fight, do it at the class trial. You need to save some of the fun for later, right?
What?
But is it okay that there's no particular penalty for being late?
Is that right?
Byakuya, during this chapter, is steadily morphing into Taka. Maybe the weird dual consciousness that formed when Taka kind of morphed into a half Mondo has left that corpse and found a new place to roost. Perhaps only the absorbed spirit of Mondo died, and the spirit of Taka was set adrift, and just managed to attach to Byakuya. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Every now and then I do that. By every now and then, I mean like every third stream or something. You know, forget to turn on the microphone, leave one of the other screens up. Am I wrong? You're so selfish, so spoiled. You're right, there's no penalty officially, but I bet you'll be sorry later. No, I'll make sure you're sorry later. I mean, we've regularly got to stop for a kitty break. Verify that there's one on camera, zoom in a little bit. I mean, every now and then you need a little gaming breather. Get a little cat recharge when you've been going for 7.5 hours. It's a bit of a, especially amongst VTubers, it's a common trope, but the idea that stuff will break on your stream, stuff will go wrong, and it's learning, and again, this is true for all streamers, but it's learning to deal with it and not be upset by the fact that it managed to happen. Like, you do what you can to avoid making it overt, but also don't be shocked when it just leaps out and punches you in the face. Anokumo's gone. We all rushed up to Kyoko. It's hilarious when they hunt something that you can't see. Sometimes I prefer that from looking at what they're hunting and finding out they were following something. You get one of those bugs that kind of osmoses through the wall kind of things. Like they come out of nowhere, under, you know, from a seam in the wall in the basement, or through a crack in a window frame, or some ridiculous nonsense. They manage to get inside, and the cats spot them well before you do, and are following them around for the whole day without you noticing the actual target of the hunt. And then you find out it's something terrifying, you know? So you really didn't die? Of course I didn't die. Of course I died. I'm a ghost. Hero has a heart attack on the spot. Thank God, I'm glad you're okay. Perhaps, but that's not necessarily a good thing for us. Huh? He's right. Now we gotta deal with a ghost. I told you, stop talking.
Let's go.
Come on, let's just go. Whatever we need to discuss, we can do it during the trial. Ever looking directly at Kyoko, Byakuya stepped onto the elevator. He's not happy that she's back. And I think the primary reason that he's unhappy is that once again, his theory has been upended. he felt convinced that Kyoko was somehow was a possible suspect in this or was involved in some fashion, thinking that she was probably like either the victim because of what Monokuma said or similar, but the fact that she has reappeared removes her as a possible victim. So now it's figuring out who is it. One, who is the corpse for sure, and who killed them. Hello, Ember. Hello. Come here. There you go. Good call. Who knows what might happen if we take too long? Be happy when this trial is over. Me. One after another, everyone piled into the elevator. But I couldn't help myself. I had to talk to Kyoko before the trial started. Ember has strafed by for more pets again. Listen, before we get started, I have to ask you. Where have you been this whole time? Used that key of yours to go somewhere, didn't you? So, I went to investigate the second floor of the dorms. Second floor?
That's right.
There aren't any monitors or cameras there, so I was able to avoid Monokuma completely. Of course, I also missed his announcement because of that.
Whew.
I had no idea a body had been discovered. So Ember has crawled up on my shoulder, across my chest, and Sherbet is right behind my head on the headrest of the chair at the moment. As long as Sammy doesn't show up. If Sammy showed up, she'd try to walk onto my lap, and Ember would be upset by that and leave. Ember is very touchy about the other cats getting into her personal space. Primarily the two youngest, Mason and Sherbet. Sammy is tricky because Sammy probably wouldn't put up with Ember trying to drive her off. Sammy has a year of feral cat in her, so she has little tolerance for nonsense. Like she'll walk away most of the time, but she has also like when early on with her interactions with Sherbet, at one point he got too close to her when she was not thrilled with the idea, and she gave him like 3 rapid fire smacks on the head. Like you could hear the kind of bap bap bap, and she sent him rolling from it. She's generally laid back, but if worse comes to worse, she does not hold back her displeasure. Like that's why I haven't been able to trim her forepaws much. Because she doesn't like to hold still for it, and if I try too much, and this happened twice before I stopped. Once severely, and the second time only like a couple of slashes. But she shredded my my arms down to my like halfway down my forearms. Just rapid fire little blender full of teeth and claws. She was not having it. Sherbet's in a similar boat. I could probably get a couple of them, but he gives me little opportunity. They get plenty of opportunity to like scratch at the sisal cord and whatnot, so they're shedding their claws often enough that it doesn't seem to be too much of an issue. I just have to keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on them so that they don't get antagonistic with each other. Wouldn't want any of them to get scratched up, you know? Let's see, I had no idea body'd been discovered. Then when did you find out?
So...
Just now. I finished my search and came back down, just in time to hear the class trial announcement. I took some time to go over the crime scene first. I can't go to a trial completely uninformed, can I? So that's why you were late.
However...
I'm sorry I kept you all waiting. But if you're on the second floor of the dorms, then that's what the key you found goes to?
Wrong.
Actually, to be precise, not quite.
In other words...
I used Monokuma's secret tool, which can open any lock in the school. What?
Just a second.
You two doing? Hurry up before we get in trouble.
Makoto.
We can go over all the details after we get through the trial, okay? Right now, I just want to focus on surviving our current situation.
It would seem...
Because this is probably the single most crucial moment so far. For her? That's a strange way to put it. The class trial is important for everyone, right? So why would she say it's a crucial moment for her?
Goodbye.
Well, if that's all. Seemingly unconcerned, Kyoko made her way to the elevator. I'm just overthinking what she said, right? Elevator time. The doors slid shut. This time, the clunking was loud enough to hurt my ears, and the dread began to consume me once again. I can't imagine ever getting used to the mental pressure that comes with preparing for an execution. In that dusky darkness, nobody said a word. We just stood there, silent and still. For an immeasurable period of time, the doors opened without warning. A dazzling light penetrated every depth of my eyes, but it wasn't the illuminating light of hope. It was the blinding light of despair.
I can't wait! I can't wait!
Despair is apparently fuchsia and lime green. I would not have expected, but there you go. Actually, the conventions of this game tell us it's not fuchsia and lime green. It's bright to dark red and lime green. Let's just say red and lime green. Blood tone and lime green. The time for pointless jokes and jabs has passed.
Kills!
Let's get on with the show. And so the curtain opened for the 5th time. Deadly, 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 deadly. I have all my skills set, don't I? Rhythm, voice, vocabulary. Yeah, okay. Trial time.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial. So, your votes will determine the results. If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one... Then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. Okay, well, I'll leave the rest up to you.
Well then, let's discuss the specifics of the victim. First, we need to clarify who exactly the unidentified victim is.
It's Kyoko. There's no other explanation.
Hiro comes out swinging his stupid bat as hard as he can.
But Kyoko's standing right there.
No, that's a ghost!
But she has legs and stuff.
Well, that's just because she's like the latest evolution in ghost technology.
There's a limit to how much ridiculousness I can tolerate.
Okay. So I just have to prove that the corpse isn't Kyoko, right? Then let's compare Kyoko's traits to the traits of the dead body.
Her traits?
I got it! I'm talking about her gloves. They'll give us some insight into the mystery. I'm sure of it.
In that case, I think it would be helpful if someone explained why she actually wears those gloves.
And would you happen to know the answer?
In fact, Monokuma told me. Apparently you have scars on your hands you don't want anyone to see.
It would, it really lines up with Byakuya's character, the way he said that he was both abrasive and smug about how he presented that whole concept.
Oh, you know, now that I think about it, the corpse wasn't wearing any gloves, right?
Ribbit sees something. Not sure what.
They probably just got burnt up in the explosion. I'm not convinced. The ghost is just trying to fool us all.
No, second. Okay. There's no way that corpse was Kyoko. But if I can't prove why, we're going to be stuck here and the case won't move forward. I don't have any choice but to...
That Kyoko there is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it. Prove she's not a ghost.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion?
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves. Because that corpse is absolutely Kyoko.
This entire discussion is idiotic.
That Kyoko there is just a ghost. Okay, then prove
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
they got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves. Because that corpse is absolutely...
This entire discussion
I
is
think
idiotic.
she must have been wearing gloves is the thing.
That Kyoko... Okay, then prove
The dead body wasn't wearing...
they got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves. Because that corpse is absolutely...
This entire discussion is idiotic.
That
Okay, then prove it.
The dead body wasn't wearing...
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before...
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves.
Okay. Let's see.
Shoot!
Okay, the body analysis wouldn't help us there. Okay. The tattoo, the body.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it. Prove she's...
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves.
There we go.
No, it's wrong. No, there's no way the corpse was wearing gloves. Whoever it was, they were wearing fake nails, remember? I imagine trying to wear gloves over nails like that would have been a pretty big pain.
I do like the trial music. It's akin to when you get the chase music in Phoenix Wright.
Besides, Kyoko wears gloves to hide her hands, right? It'd be pretty weird for someone who's self-conscious about their hands to wear fake nails, don't you think?
Jeez, man, you don't know women, huh? They're complicated like that.
Like what? Tripling down on the stupid coming out of at the start of this trial?
Anyone doesn't know women, it's you.
Well, Kyoko, any thoughts?
These gloves were custom made to the size of my hands to make sure they don't interfere with my daily life. If I wore fake nails, the gloves wouldn't fit properly.
Then that's that. The dead body doesn't belong to Kyoko.
Which should have been obvious since she's standing right here.
Why do we even indulge Hero anymore?
Okay, so then, who's the real victim? First, we need to figure that out.
That's the first thing I said. You're the one who's been dragging us around in circles.
Identify the victim.
If Kyoko really is still alive, then who died?
There's gotta be some way to figure it out. I don't think so. The face was scorched beyond recognition. And there wasn't any description in the Monokuma file. Well, if we can't identify the body...
Then there's nothing else we can do, right?
Okay, can't identify the body is the thing.
If Kyoko really... Then who died?
There's gotta be some... I don't think so. The face was scorched and there wasn't any description. Well, if we can't identify the body...
No, it's wrong. There was one clue left behind that we can use to identify the body.
What? For real? If you're lying, you'll die a cruel and unusual death.
Coco has turned incredibly antagonistic towards us.
Cruel and unusual death. This I gotta see.
She's just being stupid. Ignore them, Makoto. Tell us what you're talking about.
The key to figuring out who it was is the tattoo on the back of her hand.
Oh, yeah. The design's pretty strange, huh? Is this a dog? Her master must have made her get it. To be like, you're my bitch.
Wow. It is strange watching the downward trajectory of Toko. Like, her plunge deeper and deeper and deeper into this fetish.
Seriously? They really did something that humiliating?
No, that's not it. The identity of the victim is hidden within that tattoo.
Oh, really?
Oh, wrong thing.
Shoot.
I keep thinking right click is back out.
I got it! The Fenrir
That
Mercenary
one was
Corps.
harder than it
That's
should
the
have
name
been.
of the military group Mukuro Ikusaba belonged to.
Okay, so...
To show that they're a member of the team, each soldier that joins the squad would get a tattoo representing Fenrir somewhere on their body.
Fenrir?
Well, this one was gentle as all get out.
Now I understand. The representation of Fenrir is a wolf.
Fenrir, the wolf of Ragnarok. It's from Norse
Not like
mythology.
protein
Huge,
drink and other
war-hunted
nonsense.
wolves. He's the child of the trickster god Loki, and a female giant.
Man, after all this time, we finally got a glimpse of the literary all-star.
A wolf tattoo.
Exactly. The body we found had a tattoo of a wolf, which means that person must have once belonged to Fenrir.
Or was, you know, fond of wolf tattoos.
So it must have been Mukuro.
What?
Hold on. Isn't she the one that was behind this whole thing?
You sound surprised, but you're absolutely right. Yes, indeed. The trial this time is to solve the murder of Mukuro Ikusaba.
Are you saying the mastermind is dead? And now we have to have a cool-ass trial?
No. It means we were wrong in thinking that Mukuro was the mastermind at all.
But I mean, being the ultimate despair seems like a pretty mastermindy title to me.
Is a pretty villain name.
Maybe we shouldn't have been thinking of her as the ultimate despair in the first place. After all, looking at her profile, I didn't see anything that would fit such a description. All it said was that she was the ultimate soldier. If I remember correctly, that other information came from Kyoko. That's what you told Makoto, right?
So that means Kyoko got it wrong?
Who was she? Who was Mukuro Ikusaba? She's been gone this whole time, and when she finally turns up, she gets killed. Usually when there's a scene where an important character dies, it has a lot more detail.
So you're saying she wasn't an important character? Which would mean she was the same as us. Just another participant.
Then who's the real mastermind?
It must have been the Hope's Peak Academy headmaster after all.
No, the headmaster has nothing to do with it.
But how can we trust that? We already know your information about Mukuro was wrong.
My information was not wrong.
Okay. We're in the middle of a trial right now. Figuring out who killed Mukuro is first and foremost. Please limit all future prattle, chatter, and chit-chat as much as possible.
Monokuma is still the best character. Prattle, chatter, and chit-chat.
Fine. Uncovering the identity of the mastermind will have to wait. But remember this. No matter what happens, we will find out who you really are. I stake my family name on it.
I have officially decided to completely ignore all such attempts at provocation. Now then, just so nobody's confused, let me state this one more time for the record. The reason we're having a class trial is because a murder among the students has taken place. Hammer that point straight into your big ol' brains!
What you're saying is that both the victim and the culprit are part of the student body?
Then, one of us killed Mukuro?
Wait, no! There's a chance that there's some mystery 17th person who's been hiding all along!
Nope! There are only 16 students in total that have been taking part in these events.
Seriously? Then, one of us killed Mukuro?
Who did it? Who's the killer this time?
Get a hold of yourself. We've already narrowed down the list of possible suspects.
Huh?
I'm sure you realize who I'm talking about, right, Makoto? Who the evidence points to?
I got it! You've narrowed it down to Kyoko and me, right?
Why do you say that?
Allow me to explain. Just after nighttime last night, I went to the garden, so I can confirm that at that point, there was no dead body there. So, the murder must have taken place after I left the garden. However, Hiro, Toko, Hina, and I were in the gym the entire time.
The gym?
That's right. The four of us were there trying to dismantle Monokuma. The whole time, we were very careful not to go anywhere alone. We even went to the bathroom in pairs. All of which is to say, the four of us all have alibis. The only ones without alibis
Are me and Makoto. That's why you're able to narrow down the list of suspects.
exactly so.
Suspects are me and Kyoko. I can't let this stand. Somehow I have to clear my name.
I have something I'd like to say regarding the whole alibi thing.
Are you thinking of raising an objection?
Well, before that, I just want to try and get a better idea of what time the murder took place.
This is where the sprinklers will come into play.
Doing that might reveal some kind of clue.
Whatever you want. Somebody go ahead and help him out.
Me and Byakuya can both confirm that the body wasn't in the garden at, well, it was after nighttime for sure. I'd say it must have been around 10 o'clock. So the murder must have happened after 10 p.m.
Then I guess we can say the time frame for the murder was between then and when we found the body? Oh, but what time did we find the body?
The one who saw the body first was Toko, right? And she went to go get the pickaxe.
I got it!
It's distracted by a
The body
kitty.
must have been discovered at 9 a.m., since that's when Toko went to get the pickaxe.
No, Mason was very briefly there, and now he not. What is it? We left the gym. We'll get the pickaxe. Yeah.
He's right.
It had to be around then.
So we can be totally sure the murder happened sometime between 10 at night and 9 in the morning.
For me, I was already asleep before nighttime hit, so I don't have an alibi after 10 o'clock. But I'm sure I met up with everyone else before 9 this morning.
We ran into each other in the dining hall, right? That was around... Oh yeah! Right around 7:30. I remember checking right before I went in, so I'm totally sure about it.
Which means from 10 p.m. to 7:30 a.m., you don't have an alibi.
Murder happened between 10 and 9. And I don't have an alibi from 10 till 7:30. Can't provide an alibi, then I just have to prove the murder didn't happen during the time I don't have an alibi. Let's see how long she stays there. Okay, it's sprinklers or the analysis.
We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yep, and Makoto doesn't have an alibi for most of that time.
Yeah, from 10 o'clock to 7:30.
I think we can use it at 10. Yeah.
That's more than enough time to commit murder, I should think. So Makoto, if you have any objections,
Now would be the time.
we've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock.
No, that's wrong! Actually, the murder couldn't have happened anywhere near 10 o'clock. It had to have taken place way later.
And what makes you say that?
Because of the sprinklers in the garden. The sprinklers are set to go off right at 7:30 every morning, right? So if the body had been in the garden before 7:30, then it should have been completely soaked.
Oh, hold on! I remember this part perfectly. The body was wet. Dripping wet, in fact.
Sorry, Toko, but you're wrong.
I'm wrong? How? Are you saying only the mouth down south was wet? How dare you spew such indecent words?
Toko is becoming increasingly frank with her words, let's say.
No, I'm saying that the body was wet, but not because of the sprinklers.
What do you mean? By denying the sprinkler, are you trying to deny my entire existence?
Man, you're totally wacko.
If you really think it wasn't the sprinkler, you better tell us why! I admit nothing. I hate you. No, no, no! I don't know anything! Hold on! Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. I hate you. No, no, no! I don't know anything! Hold on! Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. I hate you. No, no, no! I don't know anything! How can you say it?
This should prove it. Just remember what the body was like after the explosion. and you'll see why it wasn't the sprinklers. The top half of the body was wet, yes, but the bottom half was completely dry. If the sprinklers got the body wet, shouldn't the whole body have been wet?
So they only got the top wet? The bottom was completely dry? What a brutal maniac! I'm so sick of her.
Let's just move on. The reason only the top half was wet was because... while the body was still on fire, I doused it with water. But only...
Oh, then I guess the sprinklers really didn't do it.
So if the sprinklers didn't get the body wet, then the murder must have taken place sometime after the sprinklers turned on at 7:30 in the morning.
Which means she must have been killed sometime between then and when the body was discovered at 9.
But Makoto's alibi was only missing from 10 o'clock last night to 7:30 this morning, right?
So there's no way Makoto could have done it. I guess you had an alibi after all. Good for you.
In which case, the only one left without an alibi is Kyoko.
Kyoko's the only one without an alibi. Which would mean that Mukuro's killer is... No, I refuse to believe it. Kyoko murdered someone?
I'd
That's...
just like to say one thing. If you vote for me and I die here, the mystery of this school will stay hidden forever. Which is why I can't let that happen.
So
Huh?
are you saying you're not the culprit?
Of course I'm not. I have no reason to kill anyone. This is a trap the mastermind has laid for us.
A trap?
We're this far into the game, and now you decide to blame me? Stop wasting time! Stop wasting energy! You really think your little trick is gonna work?
Shut up, you!
You got it, boss! Shutting up now!
Anyway, Kyoko, you actually did have a reason to kill her.
Huh? She did?
She thought Mukuro was the ultimate despair. In other words, the mastermind behind everything. So she killed her to try and put a stop to all this. Isn't that right, Kyoko? But you made one catastrophic mistake. Mukuro wasn't the mastermind at all. And as a result, we were forced into another trial. Something I'm sure you weren't at all expecting.
So, that was her motive?
If she had a motive and no alibi, well then, I think it's pretty clear Kyoko's gotta be the culprit.
I'm not the only one without an alibi. Makoto's explanation is still insufficient.
Huh?
The sprinklers didn't get the body wet, but that doesn't mean the murder happened when he said it did.
What are you...
The tarp is going to come here.
Because you see, there is a way the body could have avoided getting wet.
Interesting. I'm listening.
All it would take is covering the body with a certain something to keep it from getting wet.
I got it! You're talking about the tarp, aren't you?
You catch on quick. You're right. All you have to do is cover the body with the tarp, and that'd take care of the water. In fact, that's exactly what the killer did. The dirt pattern on the tarp can attest to that. Only one side of the tarp got dirty, because that's the side that got covered in water.
I mean, if the sprinklers are spraying muddy water down on everything, those pipes aren't going to last long.
The side that faced down over the body, meanwhile, kept perfectly clean. This proves that the killer used the tarp to keep the body from getting soaked.
But why would they go to all that effort just to keep the body from getting wet?
Most likely so they could cloud the issue of when the murder actually took place. In other words, to create an excuse exactly like the one Makoto just gave us.
Why would Kyoko say that? Or would she make me look like the killer? I can't think about that right now. That tarp. It was used the way Kyoko said. The tarp must have touched the body, right? But the body was covered in wet blood at the time.
That's not right.
And what might that be?
Don't have to worry about Kyoko's motivations. If I don't do something, everyone's gonna think I'm the killer. Again. To refute what Kyoko said. I think body before explosion. Knife in the admin, blood stains around the wound. The body had stopped bleeding, but the blood was still wet. It was noted, however, there was no blood on the ground around the body.
The killer prevented it from getting wet.
So the reason the tarp was only dirty on one side is because the sprinkler got that side wet.
But the underside of the tarp, it was totally spotless, right?
It's because that side was protected from the water.
What? Oh, not protected from the water.
By covering the body with the tarp, the killer prevented it.
So the reason the tarp was only because the sprinkler got that.
But the underside of the tarp, it was totally spotless.
It's because that side was protected from the water. Since it was facing down toward the body, of course it didn't get dirty.
No, that's wrong.
Quick on the trigger there.
Actually, one side being clean is pretty strange if you think about it. Because the blood wasn't dry before the body got blown up, right? Byakuya said it himself. Not to touch it, or you might get some on you. If you put a tarp on a body in that state, it absolutely would have gotten blood on it.
Well, maybe the culprit washed it, so nobody would know they'd used it.
If they had, they would have washed both sides. Just washing the one side wouldn't hide anything.
Oh, yeah, true.
More than that, what if the very blood we saw on the body was meant as a kind of camouflage?
Huh? Blood was camouflage?
What if, after the killer used the tarp to avoid the sprinklers, they then covered the body in blood that didn't belong to the victim?
Chicken blood.
You mean someone else's blood? Where would they get something like that?
I know! They could have grabbed some of the blood packs from the nurse's office. That's what Hifumi did, right? When he pretended to be dead?
No, that's not what happened this time. The killer got the blood from right there in the garden.
I got it! Could it have been chicken blood?
What? Chicken blood?
When I checked the chicken coop before the murder,
For
but
5
after
chickens.
the murder, there were only 4.
So, you're saying someone killed a chicken and then covered the body with its blood? Man, that's messed up.
Killing a living thing just to do something like that is awful. They should have at least eaten it.
Yep. Her priorities still check out.
I wonder if the killer had to get the blood from the scene so they wouldn't be spotted walking around. Anyway, there's no denying that a chicken went missing, which provides a basis for my theory.
Perhaps, but even so, there's one thing that still doesn't make sense. You said the culprit used the tarp to avoid the water and then covered the body in blood, right? But if that's the case, then the blood should have soaked into the ground around the body. But that's not what we saw. Only the victim's clothing had blood on it. The ground was completely clean.
I have to agree, that certainly is strange. Maybe they didn't apply the blood at the scene. Maybe they covered the coat in blood beforehand.
They covered it beforehand?
When you discovered the body, was it wearing the coat like you normally would?
I think so. Wait, no. The head was through the neck hole, but the arms weren't in the sleeves.
Then that settles it.
Sorry, I'm having a tough time keeping up. What settles what?
Here's what happened. The murder took
ember
place
socks
before
visible.
the sprinklers went off. But the body didn't get wet because the killer covered it with the tarp. Then, later, at the same time the killer was gathering up the tarp, they pulled the coat over the body, the coat they'd already covered in blood. This series of cover-ups was meant to disguise the actual time the murder occurred. They wanted us to think the murder happened sometime after the sprinklers had gone off, at 7:30.
If that's actually what took place, it certainly becomes possible that the murder happened earlier.
But to pull all that off, wouldn't they have had to go back to the garden after the sprinklers turned off?
That actually wouldn't have been all that difficult.
Huh?
They already had the coat ready, so they just had to grab the tarp and pull the coat over the body. They'd be done in no time.
Maybe, but still.
Hina, after you met up with Makoto in the dining hall, did you two stay together from that point on?
Oh no. I headed off to the gym, and Makoto didn't show up till later.
Then he had plenty of time to spare, wouldn't you say?
That's not...
Don't bother saying it's not possible.
I must admit, Kyoko's reasoning is sound. Makoto's alibi is inadequate.
Suspicion falls back on me again. But why? Why is Kyoko trying to entrap me? I don't understand. Disguised dead body has been added to the truth bullets.
Well then, it looks like we're back to square one. Makoto's alibi is no good, so once again, our suspects are him and Kyoko.
For serious, man? Which one of them did it? Hey, why don't we let luck decide? Let's flip a coin. 50-50 odds.
Oh!
See? Pretty good idea, right?
No, not that. I just remembered something super serious.
Super serious.
Well, don't just stand there. Out with it.
You know that knife we found all black and burnt?
The one we found stuck in the body before it exploded, right? According to the Monokuma file, the knife went all the way through, from front to back. So, what about it?
I'm pretty sure I'd seen that knife somewhere before. That's what I thought when I first saw it. I just remembered.
What are we gonna do with the knife? We can't let Toko keep it. No worries. Lurking is 100% acceptable, folks. If you want to just listen to what's going on, that's fine. Here, you take the knife, Makoto.
It's the knife we gave to Makoto?
You don't seem surprised. You must have noticed earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then why did you hide that fact?
It's not that I hid it. It's just...
Couldn't be sure of what actually happened last night. Thought maybe I really did kill her.
Suspicious. Very suspicious indeed. The knife we found stuck in the body came from Makoto. Now I'm totally convinced he did it. 12,000% convinced.
Considering everything up till now, I should be able to make it clear. I have to prove that I didn't murder anyone. I'm not the killer. What do we got? Disguised body, exploded body analysis, fragments near the dead body.
The knife we found lodged in the dead body.
It's the same one we gave to Makoto.
It really is, isn't it? I was afraid of that.
If he did have that knife before, then that seals it. Makoto did it.
Just because I had the knife once, that automatically makes me the killer?
Well, getting stabbed is what killed her, right? So there's no question. You took that knife of yours and killed her with it.
What
Stab,
a
stab.
horrible man you are, Makoto. The knife we found lodged in the dead body.
It's the same one we gave to Makoto.
It really is, isn't it? I was afraid.
If he did have that knife...
Ah, okay. The body was disguised, so the knife was put in after the coat.
That seals it. Makoto did it.
Just because I had the knife, that automatically makes...
Well, getting stabbed is what killed her, right? So there's no question.
Dang it.
You took that knife.
What a horrible man you are, Makoto. The knife we found.
It's the same one we gave to...
It really is, isn't it?
If he did have that knife before, that seals it. Makoto did it.
Just because I had the knife once, that automatically makes...
Well, getting stabbed is what...
No, that's wrong. Wait, hold on. The stab wound isn't what killed Mukuro. That should be clear from the description of the cover-up we just heard.
Lies! We never talked about what killed her.
No, don't you remember?
Lies, lies and deception.
The killer covered the dead body with the tarp, and then put the bloody coat on it, right? In other words, the victim never wore that blood-stained coat until after they were dead.
Okay, fine. So what?
So, when we discovered the body, the knife had been thrust through the coat along with the body. Meaning, if she wasn't stabbed until the coat was put on, and she was already dead at that point, obviously the stab wound isn't what killed her.
Maybe you stabbed her twice. Once to kill her and once to cover it up.
Twice in the same spot. It's not possible.
I got it! The Monokuma file clearly states that there was only one stab wound.
I hit the wrong button, but it worked out.
Oh yeah, it sure did. Totally forgot about that.
Then the knife.
Was just another piece of camouflage set up by the true killer. They probably stabbed her to draw attention away from what actually killed her. Exploding the body afterward was probably meant to do the same thing. The explosion severely damaged the body, making it impossible to know what really killed her.
Yeah, if you look, the before and after pictures that they show in this, before it's purple boots, and after they've got like dark brown as if they were burned, but the fire damage is inconsistent.
It was all the killer's attempt to destroy
Like-
all evidence of their crime.
If those boots got scorched black, why did not the lab coat in that area get scorched as badly?
So they wanted us to notice the stab wound and then detonated the body afterward. They meant for us to latch onto the knife as the cause of death, then destroy any evidence proving otherwise.
Oh, hey, I have a question. It kind of goes back to the beginning, but what's the deal with that explosion anyway? Why'd the body just blow up all of a sudden like that?
If you bothered to put that lump of gray matter between your ears to use, you'd know the answer.
Well, if you're so smart, just tell me.
I'll tell you. I bet some unknown quantum particle caused an atomic level spontaneous combustion!
He could have just said spontaneous combustion, and that would have been matching to the character, but tossing in quantum particle at an atomic level puts it more into the sci-fi mumbo-jumbo side as opposed to the pseudo-occult sci-fi style mumbo-jumbo that he normally uses. You know, the teenage Bigfoot in similar kind of conversations.
I might be dumb, but even I'm not dumb enough to believe that.
Go ahead, Makoto. Tell her or we won't make any headway on this.
Once again.
After the explosion, we found a tiny fragment of something on the ground near the body, right?
And by tiny fragment, something that was in proportion bigger than their hand, probably like nearly head-sized, you know, in width and height.
That fragment reveals the cause of the explosion.
Huh? You know, I feel like I've seen something like it somewhere before.
That's only natural. Because, of course, we saw the same thing when we dismantled Monokuma. It's part of a bomb.
The implication is that that's way smaller than the sprite when it's in the field indicated.
Oh! Then the explosion was because of the Monokuma bomb.
Anyway, the culprit's motive is becoming more and more obvious by the minute. They wanted the knife wound to look like the fatal injury so that we'd suspect Makoto. And the only one who would benefit from that is the only other possible suspect. You, Kyoko.
Hold on a second, Byakuya.
What's the problem?
Well, I just feel like we need to think this through. We still don't know what actually killed the victim.
That's true. It's definitely bugging me. What really killed her?
Fine. I have no problem with that. Let us continue the debate. It won't change the facts of the case regardless.
We need to determine what ultimately killed the victim. I need to concentrate.
Then shall...
Victim's identity is unknown. They were dead before the blast. They were stabbed a single time with a knife, which went completely through the body. They had also been struck in the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. Body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old. So we have a blow to the head, and then lots of other wounds.
The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
The explosion didn't kill her for sure. Yes.
Accurate.
Well, yeah. She was already totally dead when that happened.
And it wasn't because of the knife, right? And then there's only one other thing.
Oh yeah. According to the Monokuma file, that's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her head.
Yup.
And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body. Then, shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined.
The explosion didn't kill her for sure.
Well, yeah, she was already told.
And it wasn't because of the knife, right? And then there's only one other thing.
Oh yeah.
The countless old wounds, I think we can rule out.
That's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her
Oh,
head.
no, no.
And more
Okay.
than that,
Luckily, I missed.
the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body.
No, that's also true. Okay, we have to get the cause of death.
Then, shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet
Victims-
to be determined.
The explosion didn't kill her for sure.
Not the explosion.
Yeah,
She was already... And it wasn't because of the knife, right?
Not the knife.
There's only...
oh yeah. That's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back.
And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body. Then, shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be...
No, that's wrong. Mukuro died because of the blow to the back of the head she suffered.
What about the wounds all over the rest of her body? They didn't have anything to do with it?
The Monokuma file makes it clear that those weren't fresh wounds.
Oh yeah, good point. If they were old, I guess they don't really matter.
Okay, then we're safe in assuming the blow to the back of her head is what killed her.
But then... What was the murder weapon? The Monokuma file says she was hit with a blunt object, about as thick as a metal pipe.
Okay, the bloody duct tape. Maybe it was wrapped around the bunch of arrows? I mean, about as wide as about as big as a metal pipe is super vague.
Oh, I bet it was the pickaxe.
Oof. Pickaxe is a messy murder weapon.
How is that even possible? If you hit someone with that, it'd cave their skull in completely.
Well, maybe they held it the other way and hit her with the handle.
Maybe they held it the most awkward way.
No way! The balance would be all off. You wouldn't be able to swing it with any kind of power.
Wow. Like, a plausible technical reasoning.
I wouldn't mind testing it on you if you want.
No thanks. I bet you just hit me with the metal end and call it an accident.
I'd love to scoop out that nasty brain of yours, throw it on the ground, and spit on it.
She gets kind of increasingly gross as she goes on the defensive, but when she goes on the offensive, her commentary gets kind of hilarious.
I feel the same way. Looks like we're on the same page this time.
Seriously?
We want to figure out what killed her, right? It just so happens we already know.
Yeah. Bunch of arrows wrapped in duct tape.
We already know? I knew we could count on you, Master.
Like, with this one, the little bit of sweat and blush, okay. It's the drool from the corner of her mouth that completely sets the tone for what she's actually feeling right now.
So what was it?
Go ahead and tell them, Makoto. Surely you've deduced the real murder weapon?
I got it!
The arrows.
Mukuro was hit in the back of the head with something. And that's what killed her.
Yeah.
And that something was the titanium arrow we found in the locker in the dojo.
Arrow. That's what the culprit attacked Mukuro with?
Indeed. There's no doubt about it.
Are you sure? That sounds kind of weird.
Hey! How dare you backtalk, Master? You have no right!
I'm not back-talking anything. I'm just saying what I think.
Secret.
The titanium arrow. It was in the dojo locker, right? I have no doubt that was the murder weapon.
Are you sure?
You don't sound convinced. What's the problem?
Well, because in the Monokuma file, it said the weapon must have been about as thick as a metal pipe, right? It seems like an arrow would just be too thin.
Talking back to Master! You have no right!
Got some ember interference here, so I've got to... There you go. Just says, no, I want to be snuggled.
The titanium arrow.
So we'll go through this a little
It was in the
slower.
dojo locker, right? I have no doubt that was the murder weapon.
Are you sure?
You don't sound convinced. What's the problem?
Well, because in the Monokuma
Be the
file,
next one.
it said the weapon must have been about
One
as
more.
thick as a metal pipe, right? It seems like an arrow would just be too thin.
Dang it.
Talking back to Master! You have
Eh.
right!
The titanium, it was in the dojo. I have no doubt.
Are you sure?
You don't sound
Well, it said the weapon must have been about as thick as a metal pipe. It seems like an arrow would just be too
Ah,
thin.
I need to aim low.
Back to you have no right!
The titanium, it was in the dojo. I have no doubt.
That was
Are you sure?
You don't sound convinced.
Well, it said the weapon must have been. It seems like an arrow would just be too thin.
There we go.
No, that's wrong. You're right. Just the one arrow would have been too weak. That's why the killer used another weapon.
Another weapon?
Inside the dojo locker, we also found a balled-up wad of duct tape. The killer probably used this duct tape to bind multiple arrows together. Bundling them together using the duct tape would easily create a single weapon as thick as a pipe. And that's exactly what the killer did.
It's similar to Aesop's fable about the bundle of sticks. One stick is weak, but put them together, and they become strong. It's meant to teach cooperation.
Damn, that's harsh.
How is it harsh? Are you even listening?
Anyway, that explains the murder weapon. As for who the culprit is that stashed the weapon in the dojo locker, it was you, Kyoko.
I've never been to the dojo.
Oh no, you absolutely have.
How can you say that with such confidence?
Because we have proof, of course. Don't we, Makoto? What's the matter? Surely you don't intend to protect a murderer. You know what will happen if you do, don't you? If you cover for the culprit, there's only one thing that can lead to. The death of us all, remember?
Of course I remember.
Then show us. Show everyone the evidence that proves Kyoko went to the dojo.
I got it! The one thing that
The
proves
woodlock
Kyoko was
key.
in the dojo is right here. The key to the dojo locker.
Really don't know how this one's going to turn out right now. It's every time it looks like guilt is squarely on Kyoko, she reveals something else that like loops it back around or spins it to loop back around. As much as looking at it as if she's got the intent of making sure all the bits get covered.
And how does that prove anything?
Because I found it in your room.
It was in my room?
Don't bother trying to play dumb. That key is just the final piece of the puzzle. Your non-existent alibi, your clear motive, your attempts to frame Makoto for the crime. This all proves that you are the true culprit. You can't explain this away, so just give up.
Hold on a second.
Not this again. You really are dead set on defending her, aren't you?
No, it's not that I want to defend her. It's just, there's one more thing I need to ask her. Kyoko, I want you to tell me something. Last night, you were in my room, weren't you? Why? What were you doing there? That's what I need to know.
I was just protecting you.
What?
Was protecting me. Then what does that mean? Does that mean she knew I was being attacked? She came to my rescue. Could that be when? You mean that Kyoko, she killed someone for me?
That's enough. The time for idle chatter is over. A verdict is close at hand.
Wait. I'm warning you. Don't make this mistake. I'm not the killer.
I knew you were stubborn, but this is just getting ridiculous.
His arrogance after the arrogance that was diminished after his essentially his false line, his broken line of reasoning in the last trial has fully recovered.
Really? But you should know better than anyone I didn't do it. Can you tell me I'm wrong?
I should know.
What? Yakuya should know better than anyone? What does that mean? When the body was found.
Those words you just spoke. What
Oh.
do you mean?
Exactly what I said. I'm not the killer.
When he demanded that she go up there.
Byakuya, what are you
Think how fixated on time he's been.
Never hide something from me!
There's proof that you aren't the culprit. Is that what you're saying?
You stated a theory earlier. You said I hid the evidence of my crime in the dojo locker, and then left the locker key in my own room, correct? But could I really have done that?
You're right. Yeah, left the locker key in my own room is a
What do
problem.
you mean?
Exactly what I said.
He has the room key.
I'm not the killer. You should understand that more than any.
Byakuya,
Master would never hide something from me!
There's proof that you aren't the culprit. Is that what you're saying?
You stated a theory earlier. You said I hid the evidence of my and then left the locker key in my own room, correct? But could I really have done that?
Those those words you just spoke?
Exactly what I said. I'm not the killer. You should understand that more than anyone.
Byakuya.
What are you? Master would never hide something from me!
There's proof that you aren't the culprit.
No, that's wrong.
As of the prior night, she couldn't get into her own room.
Kyoko wouldn't have been able to get into her room.
Huh? Why not?
Because she had given her room key to Byakuya.
I see. So that's what you meant. And if I had the key to your room...
Oh, but that circles back around. She can get into any room with the special device, but that also means that Monokuma and any minions thereof could get into any room. Like, we know that Kyoko could get into Makoto's room, but that might be that she followed somebody in. But we do know that before Kyoko got in there, this, well, at least based on his fever dream recollection, somebody entered his room, which means either Makoto forgot to lock the door, but just as likely, somebody had said, like, that somebody had gotten into their room before, and they said, well, you must have left it unlocked. But we now know that there is something that they can use to get into any of the rooms. To unlock any of the doors. Like the dormitory stairs, that kind of thing. If I had the key to your room, then obviously...
No way of getting in. Without my room key, I couldn't have possibly put the locker key in there myself. Am I wrong?
It would appear not.
Then you're finally starting to understand.
No, that's not actually true. It's a clear contradiction in what Kyoko just told us. An obvious lie. But this just is not like her. This guy passing through. Does she really feel that threatened? Because she's the killer? Or is it something else? Was there some deeper meaning hidden in what Kyoko said earlier? If you vote for me and I die here, the mystery of this school will stay hidden forever. Which is why I can't let that happen. This is a trap the Mastermind has laid for us. The Mastermind's trap. Mastermind is trying to trap Kyoko. And there's also the Monokuma saying he had to go get revenge on Kyoko. But what if that's not really true? What can I do? What should I do? What should I do? I mean, slowly rotate in a circle, I guess. The Mastermind's trap. The victim was Mukuro, and Kyoko killed her? What does Kyoko really know? What am I supposed to do? Kyoko's lie. I'm the only one who knows it's a lie. The only one who can expose it. But who can I trust? What am I supposed to do? Got a very Captain Kirk way of talking right now. Cat check. Oh, they clearly see something. If you spend all your time trying to avoid danger, you'll never move forward. We know the danger, but if that risk means solving the mystery, we have no choice. Am I wrong? What do? I have to decide right here.
lie hidden within Kyoko's statement just now.
A lie?
Isn't that right, Kyoko?
You said it. The burden of proof is on you. So let's hear it. Where's this lie, then?
Kyoko is lying, and it must be that there's some other deeper truth she wants to keep hidden.
I didn't have the key to my room because I'd given it to Byakuya. There's no doubt about that, right?
You are correct.
So I couldn't possibly have gotten into my room.
No, that's wrong. No, Kyoko could have gotten into her room. You said so yourself, didn't you, Kyoko?
Actually, to be precise, not quite. I used Monokuma's secret tool, which can open any lock in the school. What?
Monokuma's secret tool?
Kyoko stole it from the headmaster's room. It lets you get into any room in the school. Which means she could have used it to get into her own room.
Then I guess that's it.
You're giving up just like that? You admit to killing...
No, I'm simply recognizing that I lost.
What are you talking about?
Like I said, this was a trap, and I wasn't able to escape it. So I lost. That's all this means.
Then, are you saying you really didn't... Kyoko, you really aren't the killer?
Okay, time's up!
Huh?
I'm sorry to say, but your time is up. All done, all finished. The class trial is all over.
But that's ridiculous! Since when is there any...
It's because you were late, so the trial started late and time ran out. So then, it's time for voting time, okay? Everyone, please vote using the lever in front of you. But I guess we already know who the blackened is, don't we?
First one where there's been a choice. Good job, you got it right. Brilliantly right. We got it right? Does that mean Kyoko really is the killer? But something strange is going on here. Something wrong with this whole class trial. Hey, buddy. Hello, Sherbet. Kyoko.
Now then, I've prepared a very special punishment.
Is everyone ready? Okay, then.
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
Well. After school lesson. Oh, that was a juicy sound, wasn't it? And that's how the class trial of Mukuro Ikusaba came to an end. I still had to wonder whether Kyoko was actually innocent, or, regardless, the truth was lost forever. Even for me. I just stopped thinking about it. That was the end of Mukuro's class trial. And in the end, it would prove to be our last class trial. Once that case was over, there was never a single murder at Hope's Peak ever again. We had obtained peace in exchange for the lives of all the others. Oh dear. So, Toko died, but I guess they have a really open relationship, you know? Peace, but only for us. It's the only hope we had. Hope. Is this hope?
No! This isn't right!
Well then.
Makoto, why are you staring off into space? Don't you have a rebuttal for Kyoko's claim?
This is... Okay. Excellent. Excellent. One, we get to undo what we just saw. But additionally, it's not a game over, reload a save, or start over the class trial or something like that. It's a loop back. I wish more games did this when you have branching path logic like this, is that let me jump back to a choice and explore, because a lot of the ones that have these branching paths, the meat of the gameplay is exploring all the pathways. And if the pathway requires that I play through like 75% of the game to get back to it, that's tedious. And a lot of old school visual novels will do that, where it's like, oh, it's this juncture right here, this choice that you made 50 choices back is the thing that raises the flag that kills this character down the road and prevents you from going down this other path. So the only way to get to them properly is to play back to when those key flags happen. That can get tiresome after like a couple of playthroughs tops. It's like the I think it's the David Cage games like Heavy Rain and the like do a better job of it because there's some intensity, but after a while it's like, okay, I've done this scene half a dozen times over again. I want to get to this, and in that one it's actually aggravated by the fact that some of the decision paths are like QTEs and timed events. If you get them a little wrong, it shunts you down one path. Which, again, the bulk of those games is exploring the pathways. So if you don't get to the right pathway, it feels like, oh, well, I better reload a save. So you come up with these massive pools of save games. And you just end up using those as like a reload map. Her claim? Well, that's right, I have to... Do I expose her lie or not? We're not going to run away. That doesn't seem to be the right choice. Made my decision. I have to believe in Kyoko. There's no way she would kill someone. There must be some secret here. Something that has to do with the mastermind's trap that Kyoko mentioned.
Well, does no one have a rebuttal? Have you decided to accept her assertion as fact?
Be clear on that last one. I like the kind of branching path narrative games, where if they're giving you choices to make, that they have an impact. What I don't like is the necessity to replay the entire story up to that branch, and then you get to continue along. Yeah, like Tess said, I do prefer the organic style of playing something like Heavy Rain in particular. Because with that one, it does feel like the narrative unfolds kind of organically. There are fewer moments where it's do I choose A or B? It's, how do I have the character behave? With some of them, I would still like to explore some of the other endings. Once you've got that canon ending, you know? Once you've got that, this is how it played through for me. Because I know some of them, there are whole swaths of narrative. Well, I know with Become Human and with Heavy Rain, there are big chunks of narrative that you don't get to see if the pathways don't lead you in a particular direction. So in that light, it's like, oh, you know, get some more. There are also in Heavy Rain some seemingly arbitrary pathways, things that are that sort of like, oh, you didn't, like, this person wasn't kept alive way earlier, or they were kept alive but you didn't make them hate you, kind of stuff. That felt like it felt less organic if you wanted to explore parts of the story. Sometimes it verges on like the old adventure game logic, you know? Logic worse than like that Unusual Findings game where it wasn't just, oh, you have to slow down the train and smack the overhead light with the mop tied to another stick kind of thing. It's things like, oh, well, you know, you need to find an earthworm on this particular scene at this particular time of day, and you need to hold on to it until this moment. If you use it at any other time, you're messed up, you know? Yeah. It's like that. Like, oh, you made some wrong choices to pick up items at this moment. Well, sucks to be you. Have you decided to accept her assertion as fact?
I see. So you still refuse to accept it. I suppose we have to admit that Kyoko didn't put the locker key in her room. That it was someone else.
But who else could it have been?
Yeah, if we tell them she could have actually gotten back into the room, it removes the fact that somebody could have planted it. Which I think is the part of the plot here. I think Monokuma is cheating here. Like, Kyoko isn't actually the killer, but Monokuma is saying, oh, yep, she's the killer.
I mean, Byakuya had a room key, right?
You! What are you trying to imply?
But of course, I have an alibi. From nighttime on, I was with you guys the entire time. I couldn't possibly have killed anyone, or put the key in Kyoko's room.
Well, someone had to put the key in there.
There's only one other possibility I can think of. Someone could have had the key on them, then once they arrived at the scene, pretended to find it there.
What? It had to be Makoto, right?
But it could also have been Byakuya, because he came into the room with them. They're saying like, oh, I had an alibi from when the murder would have happened, but we already have established that the murder could have happened earlier. So, given that the murder announcement happened later than when they first found the body, There's nothing that stops the murder announcement from being announced way later. And that as long as the corpse was kept hidden, there's nothing stopping them from trotting it out whenever they want.
I don't see any other option.
Wait a second. You've got it all wrong. Let's think about it one more time. There's gotta be a hidden side to this case.
Huh? A hidden side?
First of all, there's something off about this entire trial. You all see it, don't you? Lucaro, who we didn't even know existed, suddenly shows up dead. And then we're thrown into a trial. And Kyoko even said, it's a trap the mastermind set for us. So that's why this has to be...
Okay, time's up!
Huh?
Time's up! Class trial's all over! Everyone can stop talking now!
What? Time's up?
Frazzled Mikoto.
What do you mean time's up? There's no time's up. Since when have we...
It's because you were late, so we had to push back the start time. So then, it's time for voting time, okay? Everyone, please vote using the lever in front of you.
So, don't expose the lie implicates Makoto.
Voting time?
So I'm guessing run away? Okay, no, this counts as the end. That's a lot of points. Yay, we did good, I guess.
Now, who will be chosen as the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one?
Hey, hold on!
What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
Oop, oop, oop. What? You think I'm the killer? Sorry, man.
Sorry.
It's all your fault. Everyone, you're wrong. You've got it all wrong. I didn't do it.
Yes, indeed.
Yep. It doesn't matter who you choose, who gets chosen in this one. Additional cat check. Let's see. We have Mason down left there, Sammy underneath Sky on the lower on a platform below, and then Sky in middle. Good job. Yeah, they got it right. I know that's not true. Yeah, Monokuma is fine removing anybody in this, but I think in particular he's targeting Kyoko and then Makoto, who's been working with her. None of this makes any sense. This whole trial doesn't make any sense. Makes perfect sense. It's the same as always, and it's just like all the other class trials, and I'm going to end it in the same way.
Chills! Kills!
Wait, why do I... Oh, she's not happy about this.
I
Kyoko.
don't expect you to forgive me. I know this is all my fault.
Kyoko?
Let's give it everything we've got! It's punishment time!
Well, let's see how they brutalize Makoto then. Oop. Oh, looks like the same death. So it looks like he will be squished in the same way that Kyoko was with that path. This one is just a very straightforward killing. But the effectiveness of it on the victim is the fact that they're facing forward, away from it, while it rolls them backwards. Like, they can hear it getting closer. And... Oh! Oh! That was alter ego. Okay, okay. Makoto doesn't go squish. Interesting. Sudden twist. Huh? What's this? What's going on? Hey, was that? Yeah, it had to be.
This is
Alter ego. Alter ego? Is this some stupid virus from that stupid guy? They must have planted it when they invaded my network. I don't believe this. It would seem you finally made a miscalculation. No, you miscalculated from the very beginning. What was that?
In other words,
What I'm saying is, you shouldn't have underestimated us. Why are you talking like you've already won? I barely felt a thing. It was a pinch, an itch. The stupid virus is gone now. Got it? And so is Makoto. Maybe I didn't get to smash him flat, but you're never gonna see him again. To waste away in a garbage-strewn pit. In a way, it's even better special punishment. But it's still not enough. I'm still not satisfied. I'm still gonna bring despair to the rest of you. Bring despair to the entire world. Is he gone? Hey, Kyoko, what's the meaning of all this? Just what is going on?
calm down.
It's okay, we're not the ones being trapped this time. Huh?
In other words,
Now it's the mastermind that's ensnared.
What did you say?
What are you talking about?
so
You'll understand soon enough. Very soon indeed. I'm so cryptic. The massive high school towers over all the buildings in this bustling urban area. It's like the school stands at the center of the entire world. This is very much the opening monologue from Makoto. Hope's Peak Academy brings in the top students from every field imaginable. A government-funded school of privilege. They say that if you come here and manage to graduate, you'll be set for life. With hundreds of years of tradition, it sends the cream of the crop into the workforce every year. This is a... this little aspect, this little burst of world building that they do at the beginning is a substantial part of their world building. Like, very important. Because it establishes the idea of almost a superpowered elite. These people that are deemed the ultimate at something, and they exhibit often superhuman ability at it. The idea that Leon was able to throw a baseball-sized object through the frame of the the metal like gate or blockade into the incinerator button after throwing cloth into the incinerator. That's not normally possible. That's effectively impossible. But this character can do that. Hina talking about the sort of exercises and things that she does, the fact that she's able to be on so many sports teams, the simultaneous capabilities that she's capable of, a lot of this stuff is superhuman. When it comes down to it, the fact that Byakuya had memorized pretty much the contents of that entire archive, you know, where the files are, what they contain, that kind of thing. That's not it. They're gonna be at like your sort of Batman character, maximum human, if anything. And that is common. For hundreds of years, they've been doing this here. Practically a genetics program. Yep. Genocide Jill's ability to survive a massive explosion at point blank. Like, the way the explosion was set up, the epicenter of it was right at the head, the point where she was crouched over and touching. It was built to raise hope in the nation's future, which makes Hope's Peak a pretty fitting name. There are 2 things you need to attend this school. 1, you have to already be attending high school. 2, you have to be the very best at what you do. No ordinary student could enroll here. The only way in is if you're scouted by the school itself. And standing there at the gate of the ultimate school filled with the ultimate students was me. Huh? And this is how he, like, this is what happened after he walked in. He passed out, and then he woke up in a classroom. I woke up with my head resting on the top of a hardwood desk. My body felt heavy. It would be weird for me to zonk off in the middle of some boring class or whatever, but what was I doing asleep here just now? Wasn't any classroom I'd ever been in before. What the heck is going on? Eh? I mean, he's lucky that he didn't land on anything. Finally feel my mind and body start to come back together again, and then I was awake. Was this just another dream? Could tell because the stench invading my nostrils was too powerful to be a dream. An awful smell. It was in a vast dark cavern with the barest hint of light seeping in. Trash was piled high all across the area. This must be some kind of underground garbage pit. A heck of a situation to find myself in. But that was just the beginning of my problems. Was I going to be stuck in there until I wasted away and died? No, I can't let that happen. Not after what my good friend went through to save me. Remembered all too well what had happened. Alter Ego is angry. Like, it's hard to have Chihiro's face not be cute, but this is angry Chihiro face. Alter Ego saved me, and they used up the last little bit of their strength to do it. So I can't give up now. For myself and for my friend. With that, my pursuit of survival began. First up was to start looking for a way out of here. It's a rocket and a tank. I do not think too much about what I'm seeing down here. Is that the rocket that was used in the death that was at the beginning? A couple of those are kind of World War I looking tanks, aren't they? Maybe late World War I? Or early? I don't know. They look like the kind of small, clunky ones with smaller bore guns. Something like that wind up in the school's garbage pit. This is a desk. It's probably the one that fell down here with me. I mean, Makoto is showing that he at least belongs as far as his superhuman durability. Because that's a long way down. And this doesn't look like a soft surface. Rattle, rattle. It's locked. No matter how many times I pushed or pulled or kicked, it didn't budge. I mean, I don't see where the handle or knob you're rattling at is working, is existing. Get out of here isn't going to be that easy. Well, if I'm not getting out of here anytime soon. I decide to look around for some food. Plenty of food here, but it's all rotten. But that was pointless too. Next, I search for some water. Gonna be sure which liquids I can drink and which ones are all around a bad idea. Again, pointless. I feel like I'm blocked in on all sides. But that's still not enough reason to give up. Because I'm still alive. As long as I'm alive, I'll never give up. Never give up. Never surrender. After making that proud declaration, the next thing I decided to do was go to sleep. Hey, it's not a bad choice for his situation. My sleep was deep and uninterrupted. It was my only way to preserve what little strength I had left, after not being able to eat or drink. I can't be sure, but I think at least a full day had to have passed. All I did was sleep and sleep. It's like I was waiting for some kind of sign to come falling out of the sky. However, what fell from the sky wasn't a sign, not exactly. Crunch. What the? Strange sound pierced my silent isolation, jarring me awake. Piles of garbage jostled to form an odd shape. Did something fall down over there? Something fell from up above. But what could it have been? Did a giant piece of trash just fall down here? Carefully stretched my hand out toward whatever it was that had tumbled down.
Just a second.
Giant piece of trash? Rude. Before she even emerged from the pile of garbage, I knew who it was.
It smells awful.
Got a cup ramen crown. little fish paste thing on her, almost on her forehead there. Apparently it contained at least some shrimp and something else. Place smells awful. Kyoko,
Indeed.
you look like you're doing better than I expected. What are you doing here? Isn't it obvious? I'm here to help you. Glad to hear that, Kyoko. You got a bit of garbage in your hair. Gave her head a quick, sharp shake to get rid of the trash, then faced me again.
Hey.
First, I have something for you. Okay, bread and water. Go ahead and eat. We can talk once you're finished. Thank you. Snatched the bread and water that she was holding out for me. The goal is to finish Chapter 5, but they keep stringing us along. Within seconds, it was in my mouth and making its way towards my stomach. That really hit the spot. Now I've got all the energy I need to keep going. One of them's playing with the curtain there. Click. Verify. No kitties at all. Tree tends to be a reliable place to get one of them. You haven't given up then? Of course not. After all, the fact that I can keep going forward is about all I'm good at. Well, that's not such a bad thing to be good at. But Kyoko, why'd you come to rescue me?
So...
To pay a debt. Or no, to atone. Atone?
You...
During the trial, even though you knew I was lying, you didn't say anything. So, you knew what I knew. You knew that I knew.
Indeed.
Even though I knew, I did nothing to help you. I abandoned you. Don't say that. You didn't abandon me. No, that's exactly what I did. I abandoned you in order to save my own life. You were trying to save me, and I couldn't bring myself to do the same for you.
However...
But listen, not that I'm trying to make excuses, but there was a reason I had to survive. Why did you have to survive?
It's true.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. The reason I have to survive is so that I can do what I came to this school to do. What? I made up my mind to come to Hope's Peak Academy for one very important reason. So you have something for... you have some reason?
Indeed.
Right. At least I did once. Once? Till recently, I'd forgotten what it was. Forgot, but that's... No memory. No memory? Amnesia? Then, is it really true? You lost your memory.
Makoto.
Do you remember, Makoto? Do you remember the first thing that happened to each of us as soon as we arrived? First thing. You're talking about when we fainted, right? I fainted and then I woke up, and when I woke up, I was trapped here.
That's right.
I fainted too, and when I woke up... Okay, so... The trial seemed like a sham. Both from a meta perspective, because we could see that Monokuma didn't care whether it was Makoto or Kyoko. Whether it was because Monokuma was just trying to push the game forward, which doesn't line up with the result of Kyoko's death. The way the narrative unfolds in its extra special way. But primarily the fact that Monokuma was like, yep, no, you're right. Execution time. Regardless of whether it was Kyoko or Makoto. Monokuma is intervening. Like, that was a sham trial. So there's something about what's going on that forced Monokuma's hand. And it was clear that the way that it was forced pushed them to go after Kyoko. Like, all of the evidence steadily pointed at Kyoko during that. Because of that, it seems like Kyoko was the intended victim, And I think Makoto was drawn in because he was kind of her accomplice. So removing either of them would be a strong result. I think what we're going to find shortly is got to be a substantial factor. The identity of the mastermind is still going to be critical. It's especially given that I think there's got to be there's two entities at play here. So we have the one in the idea of Maruto, the ultimate soldier, where one, the body was burned. It was very intentionally damaged. So there is something about the appearance of the body that was supposed to tell us more about its identity. But Kyoko reappearing would immediately say it's not Kyoko. So that stacks up additionally in that, okay, you have this invisible classmate there. Hey, Feet. Welcome. So we've got the appearance of the 16th member only to die is very suspect. Doing well. We're playing some Danganronpa. We are somewhere towards the end of chapter 5, I think. It's been a fun game. How are you doing? But I think this point in the story is where we're starting to get... It looks like we're going to start getting some insight into some of the kind of the mystery pieces of the story. Well, based on your name, one would expect that that would be something that you're going for. Hey there, Gokai. Welcome to the channel. For you folks that are new to the channel, my name's Newt Mechanist. I'm a variety gaming streamer. Right now, we're focused pretty heavily on detective games, things like Phoenix Wright and Danganronpa. We're a pretty casual channel. Usually, you can see some of my cats on the little camera in the lower left. But they are all... Oh, no, wait, there's a couple. Have Sherbet right there. Just laying around. Sky just plowed through. Then Mason is up there on the top of that cat tree. Let's keep the targeter on Mason. This is the first time you've watched a YouTube live stream, Gokai? noticed a strange feeling of separation within myself, a disconnect.
It would seem...
Thinking back on it now, at that point my memory was gone. At that time I'd forgotten. I couldn't remember why I'd come to this school, and I couldn't remember what my ultimate ability was. But what would make you forget all of that?
Hey.
We've been primarily streaming on YouTube for a little bit, Gokai. For more than... for the entirety of this year so far. I think we had been streaming primarily on Twitch prior to that, and then started to dabble in YouTube. We have recently started simul streaming on both YouTube and Twitch. So my Twitch channel has started to have stuff on it again. To make sure that people have their choice of streaming platform, right? But like I said, we're a casual channel here. If you have questions or want to chat, folks feel free to do so. Otherwise, if you just want to, just want to lay back and listen to what's going on, feel free. It's one of the advantages of these style of games is there's plenty of opportunity to just stop and chat. See, strange, isn't it? It's hard to imagine it happened by chance. It seems much too convenient. Are you saying you think you lost your memory because... I don't think. I'm positive it was the work of the mastermind. They stole my memory. But why would they want to do that? Only one reason I can come up with. Because of my purpose and my ability. Somehow they would interfere with the mastermind's plans. So the mastermind just stole them from you.
However...
And it could also mean somehow my memories may be connected to the mystery of this school and the mastermind. Which is why I have to get them back. That's why I've been investigating things myself this whole time. But if what you say is true, why didn't you ask the rest of us to help you?
Why is that?
If I did that and we all worked as one, the mastermind would have noticed right away. Plus, there's always the chance that the mastermind is actually one of us. What? Well, don't make too big of a deal of it. It's just a possibility. But since it is a possibility, we can't ignore it, right? The mastermind, one of us. If she believed that, then of course she couldn't trust anyone around her. In which case, it only makes sense that she would look into her missing memory by herself.
However...
That being said, there was a limit to what I could do by myself. Which is why I asked you to help me. And I have to think that is why Makoto was caught up in the I don't care as long as somebody dies trial there. I have to wonder if they could have implicated Byakuya by just pointing out again that there's nothing that says, given what they knew, that the body could not have been created way earlier than that. Since they knew that the body was... it became a corpse. Effectively... It could have been incorpsoned like the day before or more, that there's no real time limit until the body is found. And even then, the corpse announcement can happen after the body is found. So that body could have been found at any time. The most damning evidence that was present was the woodblock key. Because that's the thing that concealed where the murder weapon was. the supposed murder weapon. If Kyoko could have brought that into her room sometime before, Byakuya could have put it into her room anytime after he got the key to her room. Those are the two possible suspects on that. And the fact that Byakuya pointed at Kyoko and said, like, you definitely did it because of this, doesn't look great on him either. So either one of them could have gone under the knife at that point, or gone under the axe. Be more apt as far as the your sayings, but I wonder if Monokuma would have reacted the same way in that scenario, or would they have declared a fail on the trial and killed everybody? Because again, I don't think the point is to have everybody die off outright. Like, I don't think a trial fail is the objective here. But why me? Because among everyone, you were the least likely to be the mastermind. That was just intuition, but you're also just so ordinary. You are so average. You're just nothing special at all, Makoto. I just don't think you have it in you to be a villain of this caliber. That's just impossible. I mean, look at you. Look at you. The only reason you got here is out of luck. Can't possibly be the villain. This guy is zooming around a bit here. Your intuition was right, though. There's no way an ordinary kid like me could have been the mastermind. Oh, there we go. Again, at least he's self-aware.
I understand.
This is a flashback to the dream where he was talking to himself.
I should understand everything. My goal isn't to get out of here. It's to stay here.
It's like the dream I had before, but why did that just happen?
Listen.
Are you okay? Oh yeah, it's nothing. But her memory being missing and the ability for somebody to inflict that, a selective memory alteration, puts that on the table as a narrative device. Like, if it happened to her, it could have happened to all of them, which we can look at those photos that Monokuma snatched away as a indication that that is a possibility. Like, there was some period of time where they did know each other, and that they passed out is where one of the incisions in their memory was made. It's not that they actually passed out. It's that as far as their current memory is concerned, that is the last point before the scar tissue begins. Oh, yeah, it's nothing. It is nothing, right?
Hey.
Even now, I still trust you, you know. It's just, I'm not used to relying on others.
Correct.
I know I never asked you for help the right way, so I understand if you're not convinced. Honestly, I was convinced. I think that's just her personality. Better talk to Kyoko again. I don't know if Makoto could be that amazing. It's if his memories were actually changed, then he could be amazing. But But unless the awesomeness that would be attributed to him happened after he actually arrived at the school, and the memory slice period, like during that period, so in whatever time it took them to be put in the sealed Hope's Peak after arriving at what seems to be an unsealed Hope's Peak, because they didn't enter through a giant armored vault door. In whatever that time period was, if he had become awesome during that, then he could have been awesome. But otherwise, even before coming to the school, he described himself as just completely mediocre in every way. And was like researching the school on the forums because he had no idea what to really expect. And even as he was arriving at the gates, he kept expounding on his averageness. Said that you had a reason for doing all that investigating on your own. So how'd that turn out? Were you able to remember anything?
So...
I think there's still a lot I don't remember, but at the very least, I was able to recall my purpose and my ability. You mentioned your ability. My ability, what everyone should have known me for. There is actually a chance, casemate. I can't even say that it would be slim, because if he is considered the ultimate lucky student, if his luck has fantastic impact, perhaps he could have lucked into something else, you know? In addition to arriving at Hope's Peak. The ultimate detective. I mean, that scans. She's the only one that seems to have actual, like, investigation skills. Like, Byakuya is really good at rationalizing things, but that has clearly led him down suspect rabbit holes.
Correct.
The ultimate detective. And the reason I came to Hope's Peak Academy, there was someone I had to find here in the school. You had to find someone. Who? Those little purple prompts are as much to have, like, an indication that Makoto is going to ask a question. But if there's just the one choice, why are you asking me to make it? Just have Makoto ask the question. It's another one of those false choice scenarios. There's not really any reason not to follow through and convey the information. So just, you know, write some dialogue. Who'd you have to find? Well, it was the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy. The headmaster? Why did you want to find the headmaster? Because he's my father. Huh?
In other words...
I was separated from him as a child. As it turns out, he became the headmaster of Hope's Peak. Yoko's dad is Hope's Peak's headmaster. Then that explains when Alter Ego told us how they thought the headmaster was involved. I'll find a way. Huh? No matter what it takes, I'll find the headmaster.
No matter what?
No matter the cost.
So,
Yoko, what's going on? My memory hadn't come back at that point, but when they said that, I felt strange. Makes perfect sense now, of course, since my whole purpose for coming here was to find him. That makes sense. But listen, Makoto, I want to make this perfectly clear, so there's no misunderstanding. I said the headmaster wasn't the mastermind, but I didn't say that I'd protect him. I didn't say that to protect him. I only said that said what I only said what I felt based on what I'd seen when I snuck into the headmaster's room. Then what did you see in there?
So,
The room had been ransacked. The shelves were a mess, the desk drawers dumped on the floor. The only conclusion is that someone who didn't know where anything was had been in there. You mean the mastermind, right?
it's true.
That was my assumption, yes. And to confirm my suspicion, I decided to investigate the second floor of the dorms using the key I'd found. That particular detail, that the headmaster's office was left in a trashed state, is either an indication that it was recently trashed, or just as probably that somebody ransacked it in an effort to retrieve something potentially some time ago, and just decided that since they locked the door, that there wasn't any reason for them to clean it up. But that's a terrible way to make that room seem to keep any secret about what might have been in there. Because if you leave any evidence in there that might implicate who you are or what you're up to, the fact that it's a locked door draws people to it. Like, they haven't been locking a lot of doors on the floors that they've been open until you hit the 4th floor, when the headmaster's office and the data center were locked. And then on the 5th floor, you have the bio lab, which makes those rooms screamingly suspicious. And that means anybody that is trying to get out of here or to try to solve the mystery is going to make a beeline for those rooms. It would be better for you to remove anything incriminating from those rooms entirely, scrub them, and make them open. In fact, put false leads in there, put other stuff in there. Anything you put in there that sounds like it's interesting information will be taken as they either won't find it because they won't think it's special, or in searching that place, it'd be a great opportunity to plant something. But ransacking it and then just leaving it as is seems like a strange risk for somebody that put this whole mess together. So all that said, the ransacked room could be a double bluff kind of thing. Like, they left it that way because they knew it would be stupid to leave it that way, so they installed some planted information in there so that people who would think that they had gotten the jump on you would actually be led in the wrong way. But why there? Because I also found this in the headmaster's room. This some kind of map?
Indeed.
It's the layout of the entirety of Hope's Peak Academy. I found it in the headmaster's room, along with Mukuro's profile and that key. The map showed that the second floor was home to a number of rooms meant for faculty use. Some of the staff must have had to stay overnight from time to time. I figured the headmaster would have some kind of private room there. I assumed that if that were true, that room would likely hold more clues. So I went to check. And that's when I finally remembered. I remembered that my purpose was to find the owner of that room. So you went there to see if the headmaster really did have a private room there.
However,
but once I got there, I noticed that the second floor dorms didn't have any cameras or monitors. So what was it like, that part of the school, I mean? It's hard to describe. All I can say is, the moment I saw it, I realized whatever is going on in this school is more horrific than we ever imagined. What do you mean?
so...
I can't explain it. You need to see it for yourself, and I'm sure you'll get the chance soon enough. It sounds like it must be important. And once again, needlessly cryptic. Thank you. And really ominous. You could just keep the dialogue going, game.
However,
is why I had no idea what was going on in the rest of the building. It had to do with Mukuro Ikusaba. Ikusaba. Doesn't
However,
it? Just to be perfectly clear, I didn't kill her. And I know it wasn't you either. I know you're right, but that just means everyone but you and me had an alibi. So then who did kill her?
anyway,
What I can say for sure is that the mastermind is directly involved. To begin with, the point of the class trial of Mukuro Ikusaba was to get me killed. Get you killed?
indeed.
I stole that key and disappeared, and in retaliation, they wanted to draw me out and eliminate me. But, again, they did that clearly in an attempt to either kill her or to hamper her investigation by removing Makoto. Because then she wouldn't have a, she wouldn't have a minion, let's say, to use as a decoy. And the way that they acted, since it was either one of them was acceptable, the goal is not for them to all die. Monokuma does not want a scenario where everybody is executed for guessing wrong. Because again, if that were the case, it would be easy for that to happen. They could have played the Sakura card right away, and have Sakura act as a secondary to somebody and be really obvious about it. Like, as soon as Leon committed the murder, they could have just said, okay, you need to go and you need to do this or that. You need to be really suspicious right now. So that they would choose Sakura, choose wrong, everybody dies. Because they were really quick to jump to conclusions on that first murder. Or they could plant evidence. They could do any number of things. The goal is not for the execution. The goal is for what they're doing. Like, the process is the objective as far as this death game.
Correct.
That was the point of the class trial. It was. The mastermind knew they couldn't interfere directly. I mean, because of the school regulations.
That's right.
Exactly. So, she didn't break a rule by doing what she did.
In other words,
The mastermind is adamant about following the rules, and with that rule in place, they couldn't step in. Since they couldn't kill me themselves, they tried to use the class trial to do it. Mastermind couldn't interfere because of the rules. That sounds like the mastermind themselves is somehow bound by the school regulations.
hey,
So one other thing I'd like to point out about the murder of Mukuro. Turning out like Byakuya at the when we started this. Mukuro Ikusaba. What's that? There was a point where Mukuro may not have become the victim. It could have been you. It could have been you, Makoto. I could have become the victim?
indeed.
You know what I'm talking about, right? What do you mean? Yeah, interesting. That is a good point. Is the assailant entered his room. Makoto dying was always going to be part of the plan, but since they couldn't get him outright, they were willing to settle for either. So it would be kill Makoto and frame Kyoko. And failing that, get one of them killed in the class trial. With the focus seeming to be pin it on Kyoko. So it is get both of them, get Kyoko, or in third place, get Makoto. I can hear them, you know. The footsteps of the god of death. What? I can hear the god of death as he moves. That ability naturally draws me into cases just like this. Okay. She is the first one with a truly supernatural ability that isn't... Okay, no. She's the second one, if we count Genocide Jill being... One, like, she physically morphs. That whole, like, demon tongue thing that she gets going. Oh, hey! Long time no see, Atlas. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. I know some of you may be familiar with the channel. Some of you not necessarily. But for those of you that aren't familiar with the channel, my name is Newt Mechanist. I am a variety streamer on YouTube and Twitch. I am primarily streaming detective games lately. I stream with my cats on camera at all times, whenever possible. So let's see, we can see 3 of the 5 right now. We have... But again, real quickly, thanks for bringing the raid over, Atlas. It sounds like you've got to bail out for the sleep and such. So have a good night, and again, thank you. Top left up there, we have Sky in the top of the tree, looking down a little bit. He is the largest of them. Beneath that, you have Sammy. She's the kind of black and white tuxedo there beneath Sky. She is, I would say, in the running for like the middle-sized cat. Mason is definitely larger than her at this point. I think Sherbet's a little smaller. Speaking of Mason, Mason is bottom center on that little cat tree looking out the window there. Let's see. But yeah. These are the kitties. You cannot see Sherbet right now. That is essentially Mason's sibling. He is hiding out somewhere. Hard to tell. And you can't see Ember. She is sitting on me at the moment. We are currently on, let's see here, doing some quick math, hour 10. We started at the beginning of chapter 5 of Danganronpa here. And we're still going. Because I've made the questionable decision to try to finish chapter 5 tonight. So we'll see how this plays out. Check a line here. Our Twitch bitrate is holding very well. I think the YouTube one has just recovered. We're playing a lot of games that are very narrative. They're primarily me playing through the mechanics and reading the text. So we do have a lot of time to chat. But in general, we try to keep it as a chill stream. So if you have any questions, comments, anything, feel free to ask. Or if you just want to lurk, that is also just fine. So again, to the Raiders from Atlas's channel, thank you for joining us. And I hope you have a good time.
Anyway.
Which is exactly what happened with you. I was in the dorms and I had a sudden sense of dread. I looked down the stairwell and saw a white shadow across the corridor. That isn't what a shadow is at all, Kyoko. Oh, and if it does seem like I'm talking to somebody that you can't see in the particular chat you're in, I may be speaking to somebody on the other platform. You can see the messages kind of down center from me here. Those are the composite of both of the channels, so you should be able to see the last message regardless of where it came from. I gave chase right away, and as I followed it, I saw the shadow go into your room. I suspect that she means a white shape, the lab coat that the attacker was wearing.
Correct.
Still say that Monokuma mask thing that has the Monokuma's red eye on the forehead really looks like a Power Rangers minion face, doesn't it? I intervened immediately, of course.
However,
That wasn't the end of things, of course. I stopped them, but that led to... Whoever the masked assailant was, they ended up dead.
correct.
And their murder was disguised, and the dojo key wound up in my room. It all has to be the work of the mastermind, in an attempt to use the class trial to eliminate me. So all this would mean that whoever killed Mukuro is also the mastermind, right?
Indeed.
I don't have any conclusive evidence, but that's what I think. It's really bad if true. It means the mastermind can kill whoever they want if they feel like it. Wait, but doesn't that create another contradiction? The mastermind wanted to use the class trial to try and kill you because they couldn't interfere, right?
Correct.
Right, that is a contradiction. And it's not just Mukuro. They needed the class trial to kill me, but seemed ready to kill you in your room. Everything they did is a contradiction. So what does it all mean?
In other words,
It means that the mastermind is the one who's been cornered. Huh?
Makoto.
Just a little more. A little more and I should be able to figure out the mastermind's identity. The identity of the other ultimate despair. Ooh. So she's asserting that Mukuro was definitely the ultimate despair, but now she's saying there are two. And just one of them was just cut loose by the other. The other ultimate despair. There's no doubt that Mukuro was the ultimate despair and that she's dead. But I don't think the ultimate despair is just one person. It's not.
Indeed.
If you think about it, the ultimate despair seems to implicate whoever caused that event.
That's right.
You're talking about the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. Once again, needlessly cryptic naming. The tragedy, whoever's responsible for that, they're the ultimate despair? That despicable group whose only purpose and motivation comes from despair.
Indeed.
Then they're, make no mistake, they're the root of all the evil that has forced us to go through this. That is the ultimate despair. And that is our real enemy. Oh! 100-mile dash, pain of the junk food junkie. To be continued tomorrow. Well, later today. Oh, okay. Nobody was executed today. And we saw the remnants of this thing, but that is the rocket that was used in an execution that happened at the very beginning of the game in a little movie sequence that has not been put into the timeline as we know it. That looks like the bottom part of it below the nose cone looks like what was in the junkyard down there too. Oh boy, this took so long. All right, folks. All right. We're going to wrap up there. I hope everybody had a good time tonight. Like I said, we're past hour 10 right now. I'm surprised the kitties did not drag me out of the chair. But we made it. We made it. Okay. So let's see here. Let's see here. It is indeed time to sleep. Let me check a couple of things here. Pushing some buttons. Okay. Sorry for the delay there, folks. Alrighty. But again, thanks everyone for joining. Thanks all the folks that raided from Atlas's channel. I know it didn't continue too much longer after the raid occurred. Kind of a timing issue. Like I said, we will be streaming again tomorrow with some more Danganronpa. Generally, we start at about 4 p.m. U.S. Central. So we will be back at this if you'd like to join us. Otherwise, the schedule is posted to the Discord, which is linked in the video description. It's also posted to the Twitter. But yeah. It's really late/early for me, so my brain is derailing much more than normal. Time zones can be tricky like that. David, there, it's streaming, you get to meet people from all over the world. Oh wow, okay. You're about... Oh yeah, you've got about a 12-hour difference there. But okay, like I said, I will be back at about 4 p.m. U.S. Central. There might be some wiggle to that. It's going to depend on how well sleep goes right now. I'm trying to do longer streams, but I'm still getting the hang of what that's going to do to my brain. So I hope to see you folks either tomorrow or potentially later on the week. Like I said, schedule is posted to the Discord and to Twitter if you'd like to see what we're generally up to. So have a good night, everybody.